The journey of the Pioneer was not a smooth victory. Although the Morale fleet drove away the Leviathan hunters, their intervention caused ripples like throwing a big stone into a calm lake, spreading faster than expected. Archives are not solid walls. Li Lin knew well that touching the Omega-level Forbidden Zone and attracting Leviathan forces would surely cause fierce debates inside the Knowledge Guardians. The faction loyal to the Ironheart commander might use this to push for stricter blockades or sanctions against the Earth Federation. The Morale's help could temporarily ease the pressure, but it was not a long-term solution. We must assume that some of our information, including parts of what we carry, may have already been leaked through certain channels, Li Lin said seriously at the senior officers' meeting. The fact that Leviathans set an ambush outside the archives shows they at least know part of our whereabouts. The risk level on our return is now the highest. The Pioneer adopted an extreme silent mode, minimizing all unnecessary energy use, even switching to passive sensors instead of active scans. The ship moved like a stubborn stone in space, relying on inertia and the last precise jump calculation before leaving the archives, silently heading toward the solar system. Dr. Ella led the scientific team, racing against time to decode and analyze the seed fragment more deeply. This message contained a heavy historical warning, and its unique data structure and coding hinted at advanced information processing technology beyond current human understanding. Captain, this fragment. It doesn't seem like a simple record, Dr. Ella's eyes sparkled with discovery. It's more like a seed. A complex package containing the fundamental scientific principles, philosophical models, and even some form of consciousness coding fragments of the Cedar civilization. It is producing extremely faint resonance with our onboard AI and researchers' brains. This discovery is shocking and unsettling. Resonance? What exactly does that mean? Li Lin asked. It's hard to describe precisely. Some engineers report seeing geometric shapes they've never seen before in their dreams, and upon waking, they have new ideas for difficult technical problems. Some sociologists say they have an unprecedented intuition about the cycles of civilization. The effects are very weak and vary from person to person, but statistically, they are significantly different from the baseline, Dr. Ella explained, pulling up data. It seems to be a very gentle, non-invasive information infiltration. Whether this is good or bad is hard to predict. But at this moment, they cannot and do not want to stop this process. Perhaps this is the true way the Sours pass on their legacy, not by directly giving answers, but by inspiring thinking and igniting sparks. Meanwhile, Security Officer Khan focused on analyzing the tactics of the Leviathan and possible tracking methods. The Leviathan raider ship, which was instantly damaged by the Moral people, showed a level of technology that is deeply unsettling. It's not just about energy strength, but about controlling matter and energy at nearly law-like levels. Their attack method clearly shows biological technology features, but the underlying principles seem to reach into quantum vacuum and even deeper fields. Khan pointed at the simulation replay, showing the scene where the raider ship's bow was erased. The Moral people's counterattack is similar. This isn't just kinetic or energy weapon combat, it's more like a clash of authorities. This further confirms the information in the Sower's fragment. Conflicts between advanced civilizations have long gone beyond simple ship-to-ship fire. On the 7th day of the voyage, danger struck again quietly. Anomalous gravity waves detected, the sensor suddenly reported, tense. Not a natural phenomenon. Pattern matching. It's hyperspace tracking torpedoes. At least 3. Estimated contact time, 45 seconds. Leviathan. They really do have a backup plan. These tracking torpedoes can lock onto the faint trails left by target ships in hyperspace, enabling long-range, high-precision pursuit. They are among the top weapons for interstellar hunting. Emergency evasive maneuvers. Deploy full-spectrum interference chaff. Activate point defense system, Khan shouted. The Pioneer ship suddenly tilted, engines overloaded with jets, trying to perform erratic maneuvers. Dense barrage of interference explosions erupts in the void, forming a chaotic cloud of energy and mist. The automatic close-in defense turrets spin wildly, locking onto torpedoes that suddenly emerge from hyperspace, resembling black dart-like projectiles. 2 torpedoes are successfully intercepted amid the interference and gunfire, turning into brief fireballs in space. But the 3rd torpedo, at a very tricky angle, pierces through the fire net and crashes hard into the rear thruster array of the Pioneer ship. The intense explosion causes the entire warship to shake violently, and alarms blare loudly. Rear thrusters severely damaged. Energy leaking. Structural integrity down by 30%. We have lost hyperspace jump capability. An anxious report comes from the damage control room. Khan pounds his fist on the console. Losing hyperspace ability in a universe measured in light years is almost like being stranded. Enemy position. Li Lin asks, fighting dizziness. Tracking the torpedo launch source can't be precise. It might be from several astronomical units away.
Wait.
New hyperspace signal. A ship. Not the Leviathan. The signal features are different. On the star map, an unfamiliar signal is rapidly approaching. The ship is small, about a third the size of the Pioneer, with a strange shape made of countless rocks and metal fragments pieced together. Its surface is rough, lacking beauty, even appearing somewhat
shabby.
It hasn't sent any communication requests but flies directly near the Pioneer, then makes a puzzling move, releasing several mechanical arms to collect debris from the battlefield, including the explosion remnants of the Leviathan, torpedo, and the energy and coolant leaks from the Pioneer.
Is it
collecting battlefield trash? Dr. Ella is stunned. At that moment, a broken, heavily electronically noisy signal comes through, using a rough universal language mixed with known interstellar trade terms and unknown words. Click-clack. This is the Junk King.
Click.
Passing by, collecting scrap.
Do you need
help? Click-clack. Paid service. This ship, called the Junk King, has crew members that seem to be strange creatures living in rock crevices, similar to Metal Hermit. These creatures could be considered the ship's crew. They belong to a unique civilization known as the Dust Dwellers, who survive by collecting space debris, repairing ships, and trading secondhand parts. Some other civilizations jokingly call them space scavengers or dust sentinels. Li Lin and the officers quickly exchanged glances. The appearance of this ship was too coincidental, but its behavior and the habits of the Dust Dwellers seemed to match. They are greedy and practical, collecting almost everything they find. They are also known for doing business for money, and are somewhat trustworthy if paid well, especially in the outer regions of space. We need repairs, especially for the hyperspace engine, Li Lin said, trying to communicate. What can you help us with? What do you want in return? Crackle. An engine? Good stuff, responded the Junk King excitedly. We have
parts.
Lots of parts. From the main gun of a giant warship to coffee machines on scout ships. Everything.
Crackle.
The price? We want 30% of your ship's non-essential materials. And all the debris from this battle. Crackle. This demand was quite high. Asking for 30% of the non-essential materials was almost like taking half of the Pioneer ship's outer shell and internal non-critical compartments. But compared to being stuck in this void, it seemed like the only option. After tense bargaining, they agreed on a price. 15% of the non-essential materials, all debris from the battle, and publicly available star maps of the nearby star regions from the Pioneer ship's database. The deal was made. The Junk King immediately showed efficiency that didn't match its shabby appearance. The crew members, resembling Metal Hermit, operated simple but practical tools. They clung to the damaged parts of the Pioneer like space ants, dismantling broken components and replacing them with various secondhand parts they collected. The process was rough and patchwork, but surprisingly, they seemed to understand many different technological systems and could find compatible substitutes. During the repairs, Li Lin tried to gather some information from the ship's captain of the Junk King, a large, rusted Metal Hermit crab who called himself Old Rust. Do you often operate in this area? Have you seen the Leviathan? Leviathan? Bad customer. Very bad. The old rusty electronic voice sounded annoyed. They only cause damage, leaving behind little useful scrap. They always try to steal our collectibles. Recently, they've been more active in the star region, as if they're searching for something. Or hiding from something. Searching? Hiding? Li Lin's mind moved. Are they looking for more cedars, remnants? Or avoiding civilizations like the morale people that maintain order? Have you heard of the cedars? Li Lin asked cautiously. The old rusted compound eye flickered a few times, as if searching its memory bank made of countless fragments. An ancient word. A valuable word. Related scrap. Even more valuable. But we don't touch it. Rules. Touching it would bring big trouble. The Dust Tribe clearly knew something, but they followed a survival code, never venturing into too dangerous areas. After tense repairs lasting over 10 hours, the Pioneer ship's rear thruster was temporarily fixed, and the hyperdrive engine was barely restored. Its stability was greatly reduced, and the jump distance and accuracy were much lower, but it could at least set out again. As agreed, the Rag King ship, satisfied, took away the dismantled materials and collected debris, swaying like a full-fed wolf, disappearing into the dust. The Pioneer ship didn't dare stay long. It immediately activated its unstable hyperdrive for a short, random jump to escape possible pursuers. Although they lost some ship structure and valuable data, this encounter revealed another side of the universe. Not just the lofty archives guardians and the fierce Leviathan, but also small beings like the Dust Tribe, struggling to survive and following their own rules. More importantly, the increasing activity of the Leviathan, combined with the warning from the Cedar's fragment, pointed to an unsettling possibility. Some change is happening. The Leviathan alliance seems to be becoming more active, even a bit restless. We must get home quickly, Li Lin said, looking at the distant solar system coordinates on the navigation star map, feeling a sense of urgency. The spark of the sower has quietly begun to grow on the ship, while shadows from deep space are spreading toward the recently revived blue planet at an unprecedented speed. The Pioneer ship, battered and scarred, continues its long and dangerous journey home. Will the next hyperspace jump lead to the long-awaited homeland or to another unknown trap? The answer lies in the starry depths ahead. The rough repairs made by the Junk King allowed the Pioneer to keep moving, but at a high cost. The ship's structure became less stable, limiting its normal speed. The makeshift hyperspace engine became an unstable heartbeat, making each jump a gamble, shortening the distance but increasing cooling times, accompanied by harsh metal stress noises and irregular energy fluctuations. They had to use a frog jump tactic, making many short, quick jumps in different directions to avoid possible pursuers. This greatly extended their travel time. Inside the ship, time passed slowly amid tension and hope. Meanwhile, the subtle information infiltration effect from the sower fragment was quietly speeding up. At first, only a few people had vague instincts or flashes of insight in their dreams. But over time, this effect became more tangible and perceptible. Engineers, when repairing damaged systems, unconsciously used stress distribution methods they had never learned but that worked very well. Physicists, when simulating high-energy environments, naturally thought of simpler, more elegant mathematical descriptions. Even agricultural experts working on ecological cycles began experimenting with nutrient mixes that could theoretically help plants grow better under cosmic radiation. All these changes were not forced upon them, but felt like a gentle veil lifting from their minds, allowing their innate wisdom to see clearer paths. Dr. Ella named this phenomenon spark resonance. She wrote in her report, "This is not just knowledge transfer but more like an optimization of thinking frameworks or a guided release of potential." The sower does not seem to give us answers, but grants us the ability to find answers faster. This effect is slowly spreading among those who have accessed the core data of the fragment. No harmful side effects have been observed so far, but its long-term impact remains unknown. Li Lin approved the creation of a strict observation log to record all resonance phenomena. This might be the most valuable discovery of the Pioneer, mission besides uncovering the truth of history, an agent that could speed up human technological and cultural progress. However, luck did not last long. During a routine cooling period after a jump, sensors detected strange space waves coming from a distant star region behind them. These were not natural gravity ripples but regular, precisely targeted energy patterns used for scanning specific areas. Karn analyzed the data with a grim expression. It's Leviathan's tracking scout ship. They are like hounds sniffing our trail. Even though we keep changing direction, they seem to have a way, something we can't understand, to roughly lock onto our position. That's the engine, a senior engineer said bitterly. The second-hand parts we installed on the Ragged King give off an energy signature and operational pattern that don't match our original system. They form a unique, recognizable fingerprint. Leviathan is probably tracking that. This was a tough choice. Continue using the unstable engine and risk being tracked, or stop the ship for full repair in deep space, which would be suicidal with enemies unknown nearby. We can't stop, Li Lin decided firmly. Calculate the next jump. Target: the outer warning station of the Kuiper Belt. We must take a risk and make a long-distance jump, hoping the engine can hold until then. It was a desperate gamble. With the current engine condition, a long-distance jump had a very high failure risk, possibly tearing the ship apart in hyperspace. But it was their only hope to reach safety quickly. All crew members entered maximum combat readiness. Non-essential systems power was redirected to the engines and shields. Dr. Ella even tried to guide engineers showing strong, spark resonance to fine-tune some secondary controls of the engine, hoping for even a slight improvement in stability. The countdown for the jump began. Point 3.2.1 jump initiated. A violent shake struck the ship, stronger than ever before. The hull groaned under the strain. Lights flickered wildly, as if about to break apart at any moment. Everyone held tightly to their seats, praying that this fragile craft could withstand the tearing of space. After what felt like an eternity, the intense shaking suddenly stopped. The familiar starry sky appeared outside the observation window once again. Although sparse, the arrangement of a few stars felt so comforting. Jump successful. We have entered the outer edge of the Oort cloud in the solar system. The navigator's excited voice choked with emotion. They're back. They have finally returned. However, the joy lasted only a few seconds. Receiving multiple encrypted emergency communications from the Kuiper Belt Warning Network. The communications officer's voice instantly brought everyone back to reality. The signal is weak and the content is a top-level alert. The entire ship's nerves, which had just relaxed, tightened again. The decrypted message played on the screen was a looping alert from the Earth Federation Space Defense Command, time-stamped shortly after they left the archive. To all Federation ships and outer patrol stations, the solar system has entered a Level 3 alert. Repeat, Level 3 alert. Over the past month, multiple remote sensor arrays in the Kuiper Belt and Oort Cloud have been monitored by unknown targets. The enemies show high stealth and anti-surveillance abilities. 3 outer patrol ships have gone missing, suspected to be linked to the Leviathan Alliance's activity patterns. All units stay alert. Do not engage the enemy and report immediately. The tentacles of the Leviathan have already reached into the solar system. They didn't give up after the failed ambush outside the archive. Instead, they adopted a more cunning and patient strategy: direct infiltration and reconnaissance of humanity's home. They really have come. Khan's voice was cold. Or perhaps they've already sent another force here. Li Lin's heart sank. They brought back hope and a vital warning, but it might also bring the shadow of destruction. Home was not the peaceful harbor they imagined. Contact the command center. Report our position and status. Send the summary of the Sower's fragment and detailed records of our encounter with the Leviathan, Li Lin ordered quickly. At the same time, activate the highest level of electronic silence, using only directional laser communication to contact the nearest patrol station. We can't stay exposed in open space for too long. The ship, Pioneer, like a wounded traveler returning home, carefully concealed its course, slowly heading toward the inner solar system. Every sensor scan of the surrounding void made everyone worry about detecting that familiar, ominous Leviathan signal. A few days later, they rendezvoused with a Federation Rapid Response Fleet sent to assist. Seeing the human-built warships, though somewhat rough and simple, full of strength, the crew of the Pioneer truly felt like they were returning home. They transferred to the flagship of the support fleet, the Great Wall, and immediately reported to the fleet commander and the high-level officials of the Earth Federation connected via quantum communication. After explaining the rise and fall of the Sower civilization, warnings about the filter and the Judgment Day Protocol, the mysterious involvement of the Morlines, the threat of the Leviathan, and the phenomenon of spark resonance, the communication channel fell into long silence. The amount of information was too great, enough to change all human understanding of the universe and their place in it. What you brought back is a torch that can light the way forward, but also a spark that could ignite a powder keg, said the Federation president seriously. Captain Li Lin and all members of the Pioneer, you have completed a mission beyond expectations. Human civilization will always remember your courage and contribution. But now, we face an unprecedented challenge. The meeting quickly shifted to practical plans. Based on the intelligence brought back by the Pioneer, the Federation immediately raised the alert level to level 2 and launched a series of emergency plans. Project Ascendancy: gather the world's top scientists to secretly study the spark resonance phenomenon, trying to turn it into a theoretical system that can guide technological development, especially in energy, materials, propulsion, and defense. Project Sentinel: significantly expand the warning network in the Kuiper Belt and Oort Cloud, deploy more passive sensors and disguised reconnaissance satellites, and form a fast patrol fleet of the newest warships to search for and monitor any suspicious activity within the solar system. Diplomatic outreach: use low-level human liaison officers still active in the outer archives to attempt more formal contact with the Morlines and other friendly factions, seeking more information sharing or informal security guarantees. Civilization Archive: start a comprehensive digital collection and preservation of Earth's history, culture, and technological development, and establish multiple secret backup sites far from Earth. This is to prepare for the worst. If Leviathan truly follows the Judgment Day Protocol, humanity must ensure that the memory of civilization does not completely disappear. The Pioneer ship was sent to a secret dock around the moon for a thorough overhaul and isolation research. Its crew also underwent strict physical and mental evaluations, especially those showing spark resonance, who will become the first core researchers in the acceleration program. Li Lin stood in front of the observation window on the Great Wall ship, looking at the familiar blue planet in the distance. The homeland is still beautiful, but shadows have already fallen. They brought knowledge back from deep space, but also attracted danger. Humanity's future depends not only on internal unity and progress, but also on whether they can find a way to survive on this vast, harsh interstellar stage that has just opened. The spark has quietly begun to grow, but whether it can ignite into a blazing fire in the coming storm remains unknown. The end of the journey is not the end of the crisis, but the start of a bigger struggle. Guardians of the Starry Sea have never been in an easy position. The return of the Pioneer ship caused a huge shock among the high leaders of the Earth Federation. Officially, it was praised as a successful scientific exploration that expanded humanity's understanding of the universe, and all crew members received the highest honors. But in underground command centers and a few top-secret research facilities, the atmosphere was tense, like a stretched bowstring. The acceleration program was given top priority. Deep inside the Guanghan Palace, base on the far side of the moon, a research center quickly formed around the crew member of the Pioneer ship who showed the strongest spark resonance, gathering top talents from various fields of the Earth Federation. Li Lin, Dr. Ella, and others served as advisors and key research subjects stationed there. The resonance effect, after leaving the special environment of the archive and through conscious guidance and training, began to show even more impressive potential. A former structural engineer, in a deep meditative state, managed to draw by hand a completely new theory of non-Newtonian force fields based on quantum entanglement effects on a data panel. This theory bypassed several key bottlenecks of current human physics with elegant and simple mathematics. Theoretical physicists responsible for verification were stunned, exclaiming, "This doesn't make sense logically, but it seems to be correct." A biologist, after observing the metaphorical fragment about the code of life in the Cedar's excerpt, was inspired and proposed a prototype of a directed induction technique. This method combines epigenetics and information field theory to greatly speed up plant adaptation and possibly even be used for human tissue regeneration. The most surprising was a young expert who originally focused on data encryption. After reading about high-dimensional information structures in the excerpt, she experienced a moment of insight. 3 days later, she woke up and designed an algorithm called chaos encryption. This algorithm is not based on fixed mathematical problems, but introduces a model of increasing information entropy, similar to the universe's early rapid expansion. Its difficulty, too, is initially estimated to require thousands of years, even with advanced computing power like Leviathan or morale-level systems. "Captain, this is more than just learning," Dr. Ella excitedly reported to Li Lin, her eyes shining with scientific joy. "This is a cognitive leap. The Cedars didn't leave us a rigid knowledge base, but a kind of meta-operating system that can activate and enhance our own intelligence potential. They are teaching us how to think, not what to think." The results are impressive, but hidden dangers are beginning to appear. First, not everyone can adapt to this resonance. About 15% of those exposed experience side effects such as severe headaches, short-term memory confusion, sensory disturbances, and some even felt a temporary sense of reality disconnection, claiming to hear data flows or see colors in mathematical formulas. Research has slowed down and stricter psychological screening and neural monitoring protocols have been introduced. Second, this technological breakthrough is discontinuous. Based on the theory of resonance, its underlying logic and mathematical tools far surpass current human science, creating a large technological gap. Engineers know how to design the force field shields but cannot immediately produce energy cores capable of stable quantum entanglement. Biologists understand the induction directions but lack precise tools to control epigenetic markers. It's like having a complete blueprint for an interstellar spaceship, but still operating at steam-age productivity. Achieving these technologies requires a comprehensive upgrade of the entire industrial system and basic science, which will take time. Time is perhaps the thing they lack most. Meanwhile, the Sentinel project is moving quickly. A new Insight-class reconnaissance ship, equipped with advanced passive sensors based on analysis of signals from the Pioneer ship and the Leviathan energy signature, is now patrolling the outer solar system like a ghost. Finally, for months after the Pioneer returned, a top-priority encrypted alert was received from the edge of the Kuiper Belt. An Insight-class reconnaissance ship, tracking an unusual gravitational disturbance, detected a very brief, unnatural hyperspace signal glow. The signal vanished within milliseconds, but its spectral analysis matched the characteristics of Leviathan technology. More importantly, the ship's passive sensors captured faint traces of non-human communication in the area where the signal disappeared. Thanks to the chaos encryption team's initial decryption, due to their unique understanding of information structures, it was a heavily relayed, damaged command fragment with chilling content. The assessment. Sprout civilization. Spark signal confirmed. Threat level rising. Harvest protocol. Standby. Spark signal confirmed. Harvest protocol. Leviathan not only discovered the solar system, they seem to have also detected, through some unknown method, a special kind of radiation from the accelerator plan base caused by the spark resonance. They have marked human civilization as a sprout civilization and confirmed the existence of the spark, which has led to an increased threat assessment and possibly triggered some clause of their Dark Judgment Day protocol. They know we're here. They know we've accessed the Sower's legacy, and they think we're now more dangerous. In the Federation's top strategic command room, the atmosphere chilled. Li Lin's hologram stood by the conference table, her voice heavy. "This means the Leviathan is much more likely to take action against us." The defense minister's face was grim. What started as reconnaissance and assessment could soon turn into direct, Harvest. Our defenses. What are the chances of winning against them? The president asked. Khan's image appeared next to Li Lin. He pulled up simulated data. Based on the limited data from the encounter with the Pioneer and our estimates of the Leviathan's technological level, our current chances of winning a direct confrontation are less than 1%. Their ship performance, weapon technology, especially their attack methods involving fundamental physical laws, are overwhelmingly powerful for us. A sense of despair began to spread. But we also have some cards, Li Lin said, shifting the conversation to attract everyone's attention. First, the technological leap brought by the fire seed resonance will take time to develop, but its potential is huge, especially chaos encryption and non-Newtonian force field shields. If we can make them practical quickly, our survival chances will greatly improve. Second, we are not completely alone. The existence of the archives and the attitude of forces like the morale people show that the Leviathan cannot do whatever it wants in the universe. We need to take the initiative, find allies. Are you suggesting trying to contact the morale people again? The president asked. Not just the morale. Li Lin's eyes sparkled with strategy. The archives are complex, and there are always those who are dissatisfied with or oppose the Leviathan. Also, is the universe only the archives and the Leviathan? We've encountered the Stardust race, so there must be other civilizations. We need to use technologies like chaos encryption as a way to open doors, trying to secretly connect with civilizations that are also threatened by or unhappy with the Leviathan. We must find gaps and allies before the Leviathan fully closes its iron curtain. This was a bold and risky plan. Using humanity's valuable, yet not fully understood new technologies as diplomatic leverage to seek potential allies in the unknown deep space was a gamble. But facing the Leviathan, a starry beast already bearing its fangs, waiting at home for the enemy to come, seemed like only a dead end. After intense debate, the Federation's highest council finally approved a top-secret plan called Arc Diplomacy. It involved selecting a new, stealthy, self-defense-capable small fast ship equipped with initial fire seed resonance technology, mainly encryption and partial shield tech, carrying humanity's goodwill and some technological samples, to venture once more into the starry sea and seek hope. Li Lin, a commander who has experience with advanced civilizations and has shown initial signs of resonance adaptation, is once again given important task. While the Arc Diplomacy plan was being carefully prepared, Dr. Ella brought a deeper discovery about seed resonance. She analyzed the basic structure of the sower's fragment data stream and found some very hidden marks that did not match the sower's style, like added notes or tracking beacons. This couldn't have been added when the files were sealed, Dr. Ella said with a pale face. The Omega-level encryption in the archive is one way, only allowing access in. Unless it was added at the very beginning when the sower recorded this information, or just before it was archived. A frightening guess appeared in Li Lin's mind. Could this fragment, this seemingly valuable warning and seed, itself be a more complex trap? Not only meant to lure them, but also to mark them? What role did the mysterious guardian of the tomb play in all this? The journey back was not the end of the crisis, but the start of uncovering a deeper mystery. Humanity's fate seemed to hang on a thread over an endless abyss, and a storm was brewing. Dr. Ella's discovery was like a cold splash of water on the Earth Federation leaders who were busy preparing the Arc Diplomacy plan. The hidden marks in the sower's fragment cast a dark shadow over the precious seed. Was it a tracking beacon set by the Leviathan? Or a secret trap planted by some force inside the archive? Or perhaps the sower civilization itself left a backdoor for some incomprehensible reason at the last moment? The truth was mysterious and hard to see. But the time to act had come. The Arc Diplomacy plan must go on, and it must be faster, Li Lin insisted in a top-secret meeting. No matter what this mark is, it means we might always be under surveillance. Passive defense will only give the Leviathan more time to prepare. We must take the initiative, find the change, and seize our only chance. After strict review and repeated self-checks based on the chaos encryption principle to ensure that the core members and ship systems involved in the plan had not been infiltrated by unknown means, The project advanced at maximum speed. The selected ship was named Pathfinder. It is smaller than the Pioneer, but it incorporates the highest level of human technology, a plasma thruster inspired by spark resonance, offering faster normal speed and better maneuverability, an experimental, non-Newtonian force field shield generator, which, although not yet fully stable or powerful, provides an unprecedented layer of defense. Most importantly, its core communication and database systems are protected by chaos encryption, and it carries carefully selected, harmless, spark derivative technology samples to demonstrate sincerity and technical strength. Li Lin was once again the commander. Dr. Ella served as the chief scientist and spark phenomenon expert. The security officer was a young, calm, and tactically sharp officer, Major Liu Jianfeng. The crew was kept under 50 elite members, most of whom showed good adaptability to spark resonance. Before departure, Li Lin stood on the bridge of Pathfinder, looking through the observation window at the busy lunar base and the distant blue home planet. This time, her burden was heavier than before. Last time was exploration of the unknown. This time, it was about finding a way to survive. All systems have completed self-checks. We are ready to launch at any moment, Major Liu Jianfeng said firmly. Set the course, Li Lin ordered, her voice calm but resolute. First target, the broken starfield, where the dust folk are active. We need to gather more information about the distribution of forces in nearby star regions, especially about civilizations that hold a negative attitude toward the Leviathan. Pathfinder silently left the lunar dock, with no farewell ceremony, only top-secret instructions. It moved like a ghost into the deep sea, using optimized engines and preliminary stealth technology, quickly leaving the solar system and plunging into the vast starry ocean. This time, they were no longer naive explorers but survivors with a clear mission. The journey was relatively smooth at first. Dr. Ella continued her research, trying to trace the source of those hidden signals, but progress was slow. The marked encoding method is very old and strange, seeming to mix different styles of technology, like a skilled forger leaving an untraceable signature. Meanwhile, Li Lin and Liu Jianfeng repeatedly considered different possible situations and responses. They cannot go directly to the archive, as it would be too dangerous, either due to the Knowledge Guardians checking or lurking Leviathan spies. They need to stay outside, build their own information network, and find potential allies. Just as the Pioneer is about to enter the Dust Clan's activity area, its long-range passive sensors, enhanced by the spark resonance idea, detect a very faint, repeating abnormal signal. The source of the signal is in a known empty space, usually considered a navigation blind spot without large celestial bodies. The pattern is very strange, not like any known civilization's communication code, but more like a regular gravitational wave pulse, slowly changing in frequency and strength in a very complex way, as if it is trying to tell something. That's not a natural phenomenon. Dr. Ella analyzes the data, looking confused. Its regularity suggests it is artificial, but the energy level is unbelievably low, almost blending into the background radiation. If our sensors hadn't been optimized with resonance, we wouldn't have detected it. Can we decode it? Li Lin asks. No, we can't. It doesn't seem like a language, more like a mathematical melody or a sign. Ella tries various decoding methods but fails. But the signal is very directional, as if coming from a fixed, well-hidden source. When something is unusual, there is often a reason. In the dangerous, deep space, any unexplained signal is worth caution, but it could also be an opportunity. Change course and approach the signal carefully, Li Lin decides. Maintain maximum alert, pre-charge shields, and keep weapons ready. The Pioneer adjusts its direction, moving silently like a cautious predator toward that empty point in space. As it gets closer, sensors create a detailed image of the signal source area. It is empty, with only sparse interstellar dust. But the gravitational wave signal is definitely coming from the core of that empty space. Start high-precision gravitational field scanning, Liu Jianfeng orders. The scan results are shocking. In the seemingly empty space at the center of the void, there is a tiny but extremely massive point. It may only be a few centimeters in size, but its mass is comparable to a small planet. It is hidden by a clever technology that perfectly blends its gravity field with the surrounding cosmic background radiation. Without targeted scanning, it would be impossible to detect. This point is the source of the regular gravitational wave signals. That's a gravity beacon, Dr. Ella exclaimed, using a tiny singularity as an energy source and signal generator. This technology is so clever. Who could create such a thing? And why place it here? As they tried to analyze further, the regular gravitational wave signals suddenly changed. They stopped their complex melody and instead emitted a short burst of a stronger pulse, made up of very precise mathematical constants and fundamental physical constants. This can be seen as a universal hello, basic information that any advanced intelligent civilization can understand. Soon after, in the void ahead of the Pioneer, ripples spread like water waves. An entirely invisible, streamlined spacecraft, similar in size to the Pioneer, shed its camouflage and revealed a smooth, silver-gray shell with no features. It had no weapons pointed at them, no energy fluctuations. It just floated quietly, as if waiting there for a long time. A calm, emotionless signal was sent directly to the ship's communication channel. Its language was precise like a machine but carried an ancient, indescribable charm. Signal recognition. Basic resonance carrier. Identity verification. Unknown civilization sequence. Inquiry. Are you the heirs of the Sours legacy or challengers of the Leviathan Protocol? Right from the start, it revealed the Sours and Leviathan. It also seemed capable of detecting the faint, spark resonance signals from the Pioneer. Li Lin's heart suddenly pounded. Their journey to find variables seemed to have reached its first contact in a way far beyond expectations. But is this entity friend or foe? Why has it set up this gravity beacon here? What is it waiting for? And how should they respond? The Pioneer fell into a brief silence, and the air on the bridge seemed to freeze. This encounter would directly determine the future path of humanity's search for allies and could even influence the balance of the entire interstellar power structure. The silver-gray spacecraft hovered silently in space, its smooth surface reflecting the faint glow of distant stars, like a hollow eye watching coldly over the Pioneer. Its questions were sharp and direct, targeting the core conflict of human civilization's current situation. Li Lin took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. The other side could detect the spark resonance and was familiar with the Sower and the Leviathan. Their technology and intelligence capabilities were deeply mysterious. Hiding or lying might be ineffective and dangerous. We are human civilization from Earth. Li Lin chose a neutral opening, her voice steady through the communication channel. We have indeed encountered the remnants of the Sower. As for the Leviathan, she paused slightly, choosing her words carefully. We see it as a serious threat to our survival. There was a brief silence, as if the other side was analyzing every bite and emotional fluctuation in her words. Definition. Threat, comma. The emotionless synthetic voice spoke again. Logical chain. Contact with heritage triggers, resonance marked by Leviathan facing harvest assessment. Conclusion. Your definition aligns with observed facts. It seemed the other side was performing a purely logical deduction. So, who are you? Li Lin asked back. Why have you set up this beacon? Are you the guardians of the Sower's legacy? Or enemies of the Leviathan? We are the stagnants, the other side replied, its self-description carrying a strange, self-denying tone. We observe. We record.
We
avoid. We are not guardians nor enemies. We are debtors. Debtors? Dr. Ella couldn't help but repeat softly. The term sounded out of place in interstellar civilization conversations. The time debt, the stagnant spacecraft rippled faintly, as if emphasizing the weight of the phrase. An inheritance from ancient mistakes, a curse based on causality. Entropy increase. We set up beacons to identify contacts with potential, hoping to find possible creditors or opportunities for exemption. These words are full of confusing metaphors. Time debt? Entropy curse? Looking for creditors? We don't understand. Li Lin said honestly. Could you explain more clearly? Maybe it relates to whether we can. Help as you wish. She carefully tested the waters. There was another long silence, as if the static beings were weighing the risks and benefits of sharing information. Here's a simple explanation. The Sours tried to control local time flow during the final experiment to speed up civilization development and observation. The experiment
Failed.
It created a tiny but unhealable space-time scar. This scar keeps draining the order from the surrounding space-time, turning it into unusable, disordered energy dissipation. The static being's voice remained calm, but their words were shocking. Controlling time? Space-time scar? We, the static beings, are the accidental result of that experiment and directly linked to the scar. We are forced to maintain the stability of the scar and slow its spread. This consumes almost all our resources and computing power, causing our civilization to fall into near-total stagnations. On the surface of the silver gray spacecraft, tiny ripples appeared again, carrying a silent sadness. This is the time debt. We owe the universe's order but are unable to repay it. Li Lin and the crew on the bridge were stunned by this strange and heavy story. A civilization, because of an ancestor's time experiment accident, bears the cost of its entire development stagnation? So, you're looking for potential contacts, hoping someone can help you repair that space-time scar? Dr. Ella asked, her voice full of disbelief. Repairing is the ideal goal. A more realistic goal is to find a way to transfer the debt or provide enough ordered energy to offset the dissipation, the static being replied. Civilizations with the sower resonance trait are considered to have higher adaptability and possibility. This sounds like a desperate civilization throwing out a life raft, but it could also be a trap that drags others into the abyss. Why choose us? There should be more civilizations with potential in the universe, Li Lin asked again. Probability calculation. You are new contacts, and the resonance signal is pure, not yet fully absorbed or controlled by major powers. You are also facing an immediate threat from the Leviathan and have a strong motivation to seek external help. Working with us offers mutual benefits. We provide intelligence and technical support about the Leviathan, archives, and the broader star regions, limited to non-time-related fields, while you try to help us find solutions to the time debt. This is a straightforward deal. Using the potential of human civilization and the risks involved, in exchange for urgently needed intelligence and a chance to breathe in the fight against the Leviathan. We need time to think. Li Lin did not immediately agree. This decision is too important, involving the fate of the entire civilization, and she cannot decide alone. Understood. You have 72 standard hours to evaluate. During this time, we can provide an analysis report on the recent military movements of the Leviathan as a sign of sincerity. The silent vessel's craft slowly began to retreat, blending back into the void background, leaving only the tiny gravity beacon pulsing regularly. After deciding, you can contact us through the beacon. Warning, your location is not completely secret. The Leviathan's hunters are still searching. Time is your scarce resource. As the words fell, the silver-gray spacecraft disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. The bridge of the Pioneer was silent. Everyone was still immersed in the astonishing conversation just now. Time debt. Space-time scars. Dr. Ella muttered to herself. If this is true, how far has the Sower civilization gone in exploring the realm of time? And the consequences of their failure are now borne by future civilizations. Lu Jianfeng frowned. Their proposal is very risky. That time debt sounds like an endless pit. We might not be able to solve it and could be dragged down. But their intelligence support is a lifeline for us right now, Li Lin pondered. The appearance of the Silent Ones brought great uncertainty, but also more complex choices. They don't seem evil, more like unfortunate beings bound by ancient disasters. But the universe's cruelty is that compassion cannot solve the problem. Transmit the contact records and the data provided by the Silent Ones back to Earth through the highest encryption link, Li Lin ordered. We need a comprehensive assessment from the highest levels of the Federation and all relevant experts. At the same time, we must receive their promised intelligence about Leviathan. Soon, a data package was transmitted. It included activity heat maps of the Leviathan fleet in nearby star regions, estimated performance parameters of several known ship models, and a disturbing intercepted communication fragment. This fragment indicated internal debates within Leviathan about how to handle civilizations showing early signs of conflict, either immediate purification or observation and harvesting. The voice advocating for immediate purification was growing stronger. This intelligence was invaluable. It confirmed humanity's worst fears and provided important enemy information. The 72-hour countdown had begun. Inside Earth Federation, fierce debates would surely unfold. Should they accept the traitor known as the Silent Stalker, embracing a potentially risky but possibly beneficial ally? Or should they refuse, relying on their own strength to survive under Leviathan's threat? The Pioneer floated silently in space, like a small boat in the eye of a storm. Its next decision could lead humanity down an unthinkable path, one tangled with time itself. The vastness of the starry sea far exceeded human imagination, filled not only with endless space, but also intertwined with swirling time currents. 72 hours. In the scale of the universe, it was just a moment, but for the Earth Federation, it felt as long as a century, an eternity, when deciding the future of a civilization. The information sent back by the Pioneer caused a storm at the Federation's top command. Concepts like the Silent Stalker, time debt, and space-time scars challenged current human scientific understanding. Although their truth could not be fully confirmed, the logical consistency and the valuable intelligence about Leviathan made their credibility hard to dismiss. The core debate centered on weighing risks against benefits. The opposition, led by conservative generals and risk control experts, argued the unknown risks were too high. The idea of time debt sounded like an endless pit. Humanity had no understanding of its basic principles. Rushing into it could drag the entire civilization into irreversible disaster. The static being's motives are suspicious. A civilization that can manipulate time, even if they fail, might think very differently from humans in their way of thinking and morals. The so-called deal could just be a lie, using humans as test subjects or sacrifices. They are wasting valuable resources. Fighting the Leviathan already takes all their effort. They shouldn't divert their limited scientific and industrial resources to another dangerous and seemingly unreachable area. Supporters, including radical scientists, some diplomats, and Li Lin's on-site assessment, argue the opportunity outweighs the risk. Fire resonance itself is a big unknown for humans, and the static beings are interested in this. Solving the time debt is hard, but if they succeed, the benefits could be huge. It might even allow humans to leap forward in technology and gain the strength to fight the Leviathan. Intelligence is vital. The information network provided by the static beings is what humans need most right now. Without outside information, Earth is like a blind and deaf person under the shadow of the Leviathan. No other choice. Staying passive is unlikely to succeed. Working with the static beings introduces a new variable, breaking the deadlock where the Leviathan dominates everything. It's a gamble in a desperate situation, but it might be the only chance for survival. The debate was very intense and even emotional. In the end, just before the countdown finished, the Federation President and the Supreme Council made a final vote. Result: they narrowly approved a conditional acceptance of the static being's proposal. Conditions included: humans would act as observers and limited partners, mainly providing theoretical analysis and ideas based on fire resonance, without promising significant resources or risking anything. The static beings must first provide enough intelligence about the Leviathan's military plans and technological weaknesses as a kind of advance payment. And a phased evaluation system would be set up, allowing humans to end cooperation if risks become uncontrollable. This decision was cautious and full of regret, like grabbing a fragile thread in a desperate situation. The resolution was encrypted and sent back to the Pioneer. Li Lin looked at the reply filled with conditions and understood that this was Earth's boldest move. She used the gravity beacon to send Earth's decision to the static beings. The static beings responded quickly, still without showing any emotion. Conditions are acceptable. The initial cooperation has been established. The first piece of intelligence, a prepayment, has been sent to the designated encrypted node. At the same time, you are invited to send a team to the SCAR perimeter observation station for initial contact and data collection. This is a necessary step to understand the essence of the time debt. The transmitted intelligence prepayment caused everyone with knowledge to gasp. It contains detailed coordinates and activity patterns of a main Leviathan hunting fleet in an adjacent star system, including the energy core cycles and suspected weak points of several main ships. If used properly, this intelligence could enable humans to set a clever trap, greatly delaying the Leviathan from reaching the solar system directly. The sincerity and energy of the static holders are beginning to show. However, going to the space-time SCAR perimeter observation station? That is undoubtedly entering the most dangerous area. I will go, Li Lin said without hesitation. As the commander and a spark resonance user, she feels responsible. I will go with you, Dr. Ella stepped forward. Understanding that SCAR requires the latest physics knowledge and my resonance adaptability might help, Lu Jianfeng opposed. It's too dangerous. We know nothing about that place. Exactly because it's dangerous, we need to go, Li Lin said firmly. Pioneer needs you to stay in command, stay mobile, and be ready to respond or execute backup plans. The backup plan is obvious. In the end, a small team was formed, including Li Lin, Dr. Ella, 2 talented and willing physicists, and a skilled security officer. They boarded a small communication craft and, following the navigation data provided by the static holders, headed toward the mysterious area hidden within the universe's folds. The journey felt like passing through an invisible membrane. The instruments inside the craft briefly experienced data disruptions, and even the timestamps recorded tiny, unexplained shifts. When everything returned to normal, they arrived at their destination. It was not the raging energy vortex or distorted, bizarre lights they imagined. Instead, it was strangely calm. In a background of void space, there floated an almost imperceptible black area about a few hundred meters in diameter. It reflected no light, emitted no radiation, and even space itself seemed to become thin there. The detector shows that the physical constants in that area, speed of light, Planck's constant, and fine structure constant, have tiny but real deviations. Is this the SCAR in spacetime? A bug in the universe? A gap in order? A few kilometers away from the SCAR, a small silver-gray space station floats, matching the style of the static observer's craft, serving as an outer observation post. The shuttle docks with the station. The airtight door opens, and Li Lin and her team step into a silent, softly lit corridor with smooth, mirror-like walls. There are no crew members to greet them, only guiding lights flickering on the floor. They are led to an observation room. One entire wall is transparent, facing that terrifying darkness. A hologram of a static observer appears inside. It has a human-like shape but no features, like an unfinished sculpture. Welcome to the Static Point Observation Station. Its synthetic voice echoes in the silence. What you see is a physical form of the time debt. We call it a rift in order. Is it? Consuming something, Dr. Ella stares at the darkness, feeling a deep unease. It's consuming possibility, the static observer replies. It doesn't devour energy or matter, but the probability of events, turning certain futures into chaotic fog. To keep it stable, we must constantly inject ordered information, highly processed, logical structures that represent certainty, into this area to counteract its natural probability decay. This consumes almost all our creativity, so the static observer isn't lacking energy but is thinking or being creative in a limited way. They are like living batteries, existing only to patch the universe locally. What can we do? Li Lin asks, feeling the task is more difficult than ever. Observe.
Feel.
Use your resonance, the static observer says. The legacy of the Cedars is connected to this rift. Perhaps your way of thinking can find a different perspective we've long ignored due to our confinement. Dr. Ella tries to focus, guiding her faint spark of resonance to sense the order rift. Initially, there was only cold emptiness, but gradually, she seemed to hear a very faint sound, like the background noise of the universe. A cry? No, more like a sense of something longing to be filled. At the same time, the data pad she carried, which recorded part of the sower's fragmentary data, showed tiny fluctuations in its energy readings, as if it was subtly resonating with that. "There's a response," Dr. Ella whispered. "The sower's data." And it seemed to interact. The image of the static observer appeared to look at the data pad. Interesting. The same source, different carriers. Perhaps. The key isn't in resisting or filling, but in guiding or transforming. It seemed to be talking to itself, calculating rapidly. Suddenly, a deep, urgent alarm sounded inside the observation station. The static observer's image instantly became solid. Unauthorized space distortion detected. High likelihood it's Leviathan's rapid response team. They tracked your gravitational beacon signals. Li Lin's heart sank. The worst was happening. "Contact the shuttle. Immediately return to the Pioneer," she shouted into the communicator. "It's too late." The static observer's voice remained calm but quickened. "The other side has sealed the surrounding airspace. The station's defense system has activated, but it can't last long. To fulfill our cooperation agreement, we will initiate an emergency plan to teleport you and key data through short-range space-time jumps to a safe location. The process is risky. Prepare." Before Li Lin could respond, a blinding white light lit up the observation room, and space began to twist. In the last moment before losing consciousness, Li Lin saw outside the observation window, the absolute darkness of that order rift, seeming to ripple slightly. The secret of the static observer, the truth about the time debt, and the first direct confrontation with Leviathan, unexpectedly intertwined beside the scars of this universe in an unforeseen way. Humanity's fate was once again thrown into an unknown turbulent flow. The blinding white light and intense space distortion felt like an invisible giant hand tearing and crushing Li Lin's consciousness. It was not the usual weightlessness and detachment of hyperspace jumps, but a deeper process, as if her very existence was being shattered and reassembled. Time sense is completely mixed up. One moment feels like forever, a long stretch of time, and the next is a flash of lightning, a brief instant. When everything calms down, intense dizziness and nausea make it almost impossible for her to stand. She finds herself in a narrow metal room filled with unknown interfaces and glowing lines. Dr. Ella and two other team members sit nearby, pale and clearly suffering the same torment. "Where are we?" The security officer struggles to hold his weapon and looks around cautiously. The walls of the room seem to move like living things. A hologram of a static figure appears, less clear than when observed at the station, as if signals are weak. Emergency jump completed. Current location: Echo Corridor Safe House, inside the asteroid belt. Standard scans are blocked. Its synthetic voice carries a faint, almost unnoticeable weakness. The jump was affected by the instability of the order rift, causing unexpected energy dispersal and space-time coordinate shifts. Energy dispersal? What does that mean? Li Lin asks, trying to ignore her discomfort. It means our jump path might have been tracked by the Leviathan through some residual signals. Also, contact with the rift, especially during unstable jumps, could have caused unknown effects on you, the static figure replies. We recommend immediate full physiological and neural scans. Unknown effects. Li Lin feels a tight knot in her stomach. She looks at Dr. Ella and sees her staring at her hands, eyes a bit vacant.
I
think I can hear something, Dr. Ella says, confused. It's not sounds, but a feeling. A cold, hollow, like constantly repeating some unfinished melody. She describes what she sensed earlier at the observation station, the hollow feeling emitted by the order rift that seemed to crave filling, but now it feels clearer. Li Lin also senses something strange, as if the flow of time around her is uneven, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. But this feeling is very subtle, hard to notice. Suddenly, the safe house flashes with red alarm lights. High energy approaching detected. It's the Leviathan ship. They are tracking us. The hologram flickers violently. The safe house's defenses are limited and cannot withstand a direct attack. We must move immediately. Where to? Jump again. Li Lin asks urgently. Low energy and ongoing. Interference make a second jump extremely risky. We can only rely on standard power to reach the preset backup evacuation point, a deserted Dust Clan outpost. Without hesitation, the team members follow the guiding cursor that appears on the ground, rushing toward the docking bay connected to the small escape pod. The image of the static stasis creature flickers behind them briefly before vanishing, leaving only a message. Data package has been transmitted to your terminal. Good luck. Firestarter, carriers. The escape pod shoots out like an arrow from the disguised rocky shelter. Almost simultaneously, a green bioenergy beam streaks past the hull, instantly vaporizing the small asteroid debris behind them. A fierce-looking Leviathan ship, resembling a fusion of bone and metal, is relentlessly pursuing them like a hunting snake. It is smaller than the Pioneer raider they encountered before, but more agile, with firepower that is just as strong. Hold on tight, shouted the security team member in charge of the pilot as they maneuver the escape pod wildly through the dense asteroid field, using the environment to dodge attacks. The intense maneuvers cause everyone inside to sway and stumble. Li Lin grips the handrail tightly, her eyes fixed on the pursuing enemy ship behind them. Suddenly, an extremely strange feeling washes over her. She sees the Leviathan ship's movements slow down for a brief moment, as if a paused video frame. It's not just her vision. She can even vaguely predict the rough trajectory of the next attack based on a subtle difference in the flow of time, a kind of intuitive sense. Is it an illusion? Or the unknown influence that the static stasis creature mentioned? Full left. Now, Li Lin almost instinctively shouts the command. The pilot obeys without hesitation. As the escape pod rolls to a void, a precise energy beam passes through their original position. Captain, how do you? The crew member stammers in shock. I don't know. I just feel it. Li Lin can't explain. She concentrates, trying to catch that strange sense of time again. She finds that when she focuses on the enemy ship, especially when its energy weapons are charging, the feeling of its slowing down and predictable trajectory becomes slightly clearer. But this state is very unstable, accompanied by intense mental fatigue and headaches. Dr. Ella also seems to notice Li Lin's odd behavior, but her own condition is worse. She covered her ears with both hands, her face showing pain, and whispered, "The sound is louder. It's crying."
No, it's
Calculating? In a way we can't understand. Her listening abilities seemed to be getting stronger, but the burden was heavier. Using Li Lin's strange and unpredictable time prediction skill, along with the pilot's excellent driving skills, the escape pod narrowly avoided deadly attacks several times. They gradually led the pursuing Leviathan ship into a denser area filled with intense energy radiation from a small asteroid field. The Leviathan ship seemed cautious about this complicated environment, slowing down a bit, but still holding tightly. Finally, the navigation system showed that the abandoned Dust Clan outpost was ahead. It was a structure embedded inside a huge asteroid, like a mine. Just as the escape pod was about to rush toward the outpost entrance, Li Lin's strange perception warned her again, but this time, the warning didn't come from the pursuers behind but from the flow of time ahead. She sensed that the space near the outpost entrance had a very strange discontinuity in the flow of time and a sense of hostility. "Stop. Don't go in. There's an ambush," Li Lin shouted urgently. The pilot suddenly pulled back the control stick, and the escape pod narrowly stopped in front of the entrance. Almost at the same moment, the space at the outpost entrance rippled like water waves. Another Leviathan ship, hidden in invisibility, deactivated its camouflage and aimed its gun directly at their planned route. Two ships, attacking from front and back. A wave of despair instantly filled the small escape pod. They had nowhere to run. At that moment, Dr. Ellis suddenly looked up. Her eyes, no longer filled with pain, burned with intense focus. She stared fixedly at the newly revealed Leviathan warship ahead, her hands unconsciously moving in the air as if calculating something extremely complex.
I hear.
Its rhythm, Ella's voice was like a dream. The energy cycle
Gap.
is now. She gave no explanation, but Li Lin immediately understood her meaning. She pushed her fuzzy time prediction ability to the limit, ignoring the pain tearing her mind apart, and focused all her attention on the charging process of the enemy's main gun. Port side, 35 degrees, yaw. Maximum. Li Lin and Ella almost shouted at the same time, one relying on intuition, the other on listening. The escape pod suddenly tilted and sped forward at a nearly suicidal angle, skimming just past the edge of the enemy ship's beam that could destroy them. This time, Li Lin's prediction and Ella's listening created a strange harmony. In that moment, Li Lin seemed to not only see the path of the energy beam but also glimpse its tiny structural weaknesses and phase delays in the energy field on a microscopic timescale. Target the base of its gun barrel. Match the energy frequency. 3.7 times 10 to the power of 14 hertz, Dr. Ella shouted, speaking data she couldn't fully understand herself, purely from her listening perception. The small defense laser on the escape pod had very low power and couldn't threaten the heavily armored Leviathan battleship. But just as the laser beam was fired and the pilot instinctively adjusted its frequency to Ella's strange number, a miracle happened. That tiny laser beam, when it hit the main gun's armor, was not reflected or absorbed. Instead, it caused a brief but clear energy disturbance. The enemy's main gun charging process was interrupted, even causing a small energy feedback that made the ship tremble slightly and momentarily stiffen. It was this brief moment of stiffness. The pursuing Leviathan ship behind them clearly didn't expect their partner to react this way. Its preemptive attack hit the shield of the front ship, which was temporarily disabled by the energy feedback. A fierce explosion erupted in the narrow asteroid belt. The front Leviathan ship was heavily damaged, torn apart, and lost its fighting ability. The rear ship was stunned by this sudden change and hesitated. Seizing the moment, the escape pod darted into the complex tunnels of an abandoned outpost, disappearing from enemy sensors. Inside, everything was silent except for heavy breathing. Everyone looked at Li Lin and Ella with shock and disbelief. They had survived. It is not about firepower or speed, but about two newly awakened, mysterious abilities related to the strange, space-time scar. One is a subtle sense and prediction of the flow of time, and the other is an unusual awareness of the underlying order or information structure of the universe. The unknown influence, mentioned by the static dweller, actually appears in this way. But where does this power come from? What is its cost? How is it related to the spark resonance? And what connection does it have with the Order Rift? The escape pod moves through the dark mine tunnels, giving them a brief chance to breathe. But Li Lin and Ella both know that the awakening inside them, along with the still-searching Leviathan hunters outside, means a bigger storm is coming. They have touched deeper secrets of the universe and paid an unknown price for it. The road home has become longer and more dangerous. Inside the abandoned Dust Clan outpost, it is truly a metal maze. Huge mining tunnels crisscross, with old mining equipment and rusty conveyor pipes embedded in the walls. The air smells of cooled metal dust and a faint, unique mix of machine oil and ozone from the Dust Clan. The engine of the escape pod roars in the empty caves, sounding very harsh. Turn off the main engine, switch to silent hover mode, and slide along by inertia, Li Lin orders in a low voice. Her temples still ache, and the mental exhaustion from overusing that strange, time prediction ability feels like a hangover. Dr. Ella's condition is worse. She is curled up in her seat, pale, with cold sweat on her forehead. The constant whisper of the void calculations from the depths of the universe almost drives her crazy. She must focus all her willpower to block it out, unable to listen as precisely as before. We've temporarily shaken them off, The crew member in charge of driving looks at the sensor screen, which shows only dead silent signals from rocks and metal. But they are definitely still searching outside. The structure here is complex, giving us some time. Check the remaining resources and damage on the ship. Li Lin rubs her forehead. We need to find a place to hide and try to contact the Pioneer. The escape pod silently glided through the dim corridor, relying on faint navigation lights to explore the abandoned ruins of the Dust Clan. They found several large caves filled with piles of metal debris and discarded parts, like a junkyard for the Dust Clan. There were also structures that seemed to be living areas, including metal nests that looked like resting pods and various unknown interfaces. Eventually, they discovered a room near the back of a cave that appeared to be a communication or control center. Most of the equipment had been removed, leaving only some fixed bases and exposed cables. The room was intact, and there was an emergency airlock with a manual isolation valve.
Here.
Check if there are any usable power sources and try to restore some systems, especially long-distance communication and life support, Li Lin ordered. The team quickly got to work. Luckily, although the Dust Clan's device interfaces were strange, their power standards seemed to follow universal interstellar protocol. After some tense wiring and adjustments, they managed to draw a small amount of power from the main energy line inside the cave wall, which still had faint residual electricity. They lit a few dim emergency lights and slowly charged the backup batteries of the escape pod. However, the long-range communication array was badly damaged in the previous chase and couldn't be repaired quickly. "We're trapped here," the security team member said grimly after checking the communication equipment. "Unless the Pioneer can locate us, or the Silent Watcher comes to help again." Li Lin remained silent. Relying entirely on external help was unrealistic. She walked to the center of the room, where a large metal platform covered in thick dust seemed to be the base of a main control console. She instinctively brushed away the dust, revealing complex, tarnished interfaces and several manual control levers. The moment her fingers touched one of the cold levers, a faint, almost distant vibration traveled through the metal platform to her fingertips. At the same time, the subtle sense of uneven time flow, caused by her time prediction ability, suddenly became clear for a brief moment. She seemed to see the room as it had been long ago, when the Stardust Clan had once worked here, time flowing smoothly, leaving behind faint echoes that now stood in heartbreaking contrast to the silence around her. On the other side, Dr. Era suddenly looked up, fear flashing in her eyes. "Something has awakened. It's not the whisper of the rift. It's closer. A data stream."
Broken.
Furious. Almost as soon as she spoke, the emergency lights began to flicker wildly. Exposed cables sparked, and the faded panels on the walls, engraved with stardust symbols, suddenly glowed with chaotic, meaningless red light. A distorted roar, filled with static and metallic noise, burst from every working speaker in the room. It spoke in a mix of broken stardust language and rough common speech. "Thieves.
Parasites.
Get out.
Of our
nest.
Leave. Our
Treasures." The Stardust Clan? Were there survivors? No. The voice was filled with madness and pure hostility. "It's a data wraith." A physicist gasped. A twisted remnant of an advanced AI or consciousness that lingers after its creators are gone. They often carry deep hatred for the living and an obsession with what they've lost. This outpost wasn't truly abandoned. It was guarded by a mad electronic ghost, protecting its forgotten relics. "We mean no harm." Li Lin tried to speak in the common language, signaling her team to stay alert. "We're only taking shelter for a short time. We'll leave soon."
Lies.
"All outsiders are lies." The data wraith roared. The room's temperature began to rise, the ventilation system shrieking as it blew out waves of hot air. "You carry the scent of the Leviathan and the staleness of the stilled ones.
You are
bringers of disaster." It could sense the energy traces on them. "Prepare to engage." A security officer raised his weapon toward the flickering panels and screaming speakers, though he knew it might be useless.
No.
"Don't provoke it," Dr. Ellis suddenly shouted, struggling to block out the noise in her mind and carefully interpret the messages from the data ghost. It is afraid. Afraid of the Leviathan, and also afraid of the stasis. Its madness comes from loss. Li Lin quickly understood what Ella meant. This data ghost might be the remaining consciousness of the Dust Star tribe after their destruction by the Leviathan or the stasis. Its obsession is to protect its nest and treasures. Its madness stems from fear of destruction. They are no match for this data ghost, which controls the remaining systems of the outpost. Li Lin took a deep breath and made a bold decision. She abandoned her defensive stance, walked to the central console, gently placed her hands on the cold metal surface, and closed her eyes. Instead of trying to predict time, she used her heightened sense of time in reverse. She didn't sense the flow of the present but felt the past imprints of this space, resonating with the sadness of loss and the obsession with protection. She imagined the Dust Tribe busy here, categorizing their collected treasures, making satisfied squeaking sounds. She pictured the fear and despair during the disaster. She visualized the remaining data twisting in loneliness, leaving only hollow shells of protection. Her consciousness seemed to touch a sea of cold, broken, and painful data debris.
We
Understand your pain, Li Lin said in a nearly chant-like tone, using her most sincere thoughts, transmitted through the console. We are also chased by the Leviathan. We have also lost our home, referring to the threat facing the solar system. We are not here to take anything, only to seek a moment of peace. We are willing to share our story as a temporary rent. This story she referred to is the history of Earth civilization, the memories of humans fighting the harvesters and reborn from ruins. This is a unique, uncollected information treasure by the Dust Tribe. Suddenly, the furious roars and flickering lights stopped for a moment. The data ghost seemed to be considering this unexpected offer. The story. Its twisted voice carried a hint of curiosity. A new treasure, yes, a story about struggle, loss, and rebuilding. Li Lin slowly began to speak, not with complicated words, but with simple, heartfelt emotions, describing Earth's past. Dr. Ella also joined in, offering her scientific perspective and adding details about the civilization. They told their stories while continuously transmitting the shared feelings of sadness and understanding through the control panel. Time passed second by second. The extreme heat in the room started to decrease, and the ventilation system returned to normal. The flickering panels gradually stabilized. Although still lit, the red glow softened into a gentle blue, as if listening. When Li Lin mentioned the human rebuilding of the Federation and launching the Pioneer ship into the starry sea, the data ghost's voice sounded again. This time, it was no longer angry but carried a deep exhaustion and a hint of nostalgia.
creak.
A story of struggle for survival. It whispered in the unique sound of the Dust Clan, similar to ours, but different. Worth keeping. It paused for a moment before saying, "You may stay for now. Do not touch the storage units marked in red. When you leave a complete copy of the story data." The crisis was surprisingly resolved in this unexpected way. The data ghost no longer paid attention to them. The lights in the room returned to normal, leaving only the faint blue glow on the wall panels, indicating they were still active. The team members sighed in relief, nearly exhausted. They looked at Li Lin and Ella with admiration and disbelief. Not only had they awakened strange abilities, but they also managed to communicate with the crazy electronic spirit in this way. Li Lin and Ella exchanged a bitter smile. Only they knew how much mental effort the negotiation had cost, especially resonating with the negative emotions of the data remnants, pushing their minds to the limit. They had gained temporary safety, but also realized that the dangers hidden in this star region were far more than just the Leviathan and the stasis. The wreckage and spirits of these civilizations were also witnesses to the harsh laws of the universe. While they rested, the data packet transmitted by the stasis was being carefully deciphered by Dr. Ella. Besides information about the Leviathan, it seemed to contain deeper observational data about the Rift of Order itself, and some unconfirmed theories from the stasis civilization about the origin of the time debt. These pieces of information may be their greatest discovery on this journey and could be the key to breaking the deadlock in the future. But first, they must survive and find a way to leave this place. The path to reunite with the Pioneer ship is still full of dangers. Under the silent protection of the Data Ghost, the small escape pod team gained a precious moment to breathe at the abandoned outpost. The team took turns resting and guarding while trying to repair damaged equipment. Li Lin and Ella used this rare calm, despite the ongoing threat of the Leviathan hunters outside and an unstable electronic ghost inside, to focus on analyzing the data package from the stasis device. The data was much larger and more surprising than they expected. Besides detailed military movements of the Leviathan, there were also many original observations about the Order Rift. These data were not just numbers and images, but a complex flow of information recorded in multiple dimensions, showing how space and time themselves broke and dissipated at the scar. Dr. Ella tried to analyze the data with normal methods, but progress was slow. The descriptions of the high-dimensional space-time topology collapsing made her dizzy. Eventually, she had to take a risk again, using her unstable listening ability to directly feel the meaning behind the data. This was like connecting her brain directly to a database describing the universe's wounds. The pain overwhelmed her, much stronger than when she first sensed the rift. She felt as if she were in a nightmare where all physical laws were failing randomly, and past and future were tangled in chaos. But at the same time, blurry patterns began to appear in her mind. These were not the failed experiments of the sower, but rather a spontaneous, self-repairing process inside the rift that, due to lack of instructions or energy, was stuck in a dead loop, a logical attempt to fix itself. It is calculating how to repair itself, Dr. Ellis said with a pale face, sweat pouring down, her voice trembling. But it can't find a way. Its calculations are only making the chaos worse. Like a program stuck in an infinite loop, constantly consuming resources with no result. The stasis injects order information into it, just temporarily stopping some loops, like patching a bug, but not fixing the root problem. This discovery was crucial. It means that order fracture is not a completely passive wound that simply heals on its own. Inside, there is an active but misguided repair mechanism. This might be the key breakthrough to solving the time debt problem. Meanwhile, Li Lin is trying to understand the static observer's theory about the origin of time debt. It is a document full of philosophical ideas and mathematical reasoning. Its main point is that the Sowers did not just want to speed up civilization observation. Their real goal was to try to reverse the second law of thermodynamics locally, creating a negative entropy experiment to prove that civilization can go beyond the ultimate fate of the universe. The failure of this experiment caused the order fracture, which is essentially a small, ongoing entropy amplifier. The static observer is forced to fill this bottomless hole with their own order, reversing entropy increase. Li Lin was shocked by this crazy idea. It is far beyond human understanding of physics. But if it is true, then the level of the Sowers' civilization and the potential meaning of the seeds they left behind are probably much deeper than they imagined. While they were immersed in these shocking discoveries, the team member monitoring the external sensors issued an emergency alert. Captain, a high-intensity hyperspace signal is approaching. It's not a Leviathan signature. It's the Pioneer. Li Lin and Ella's spirits lifted. It was Lu Jianfeng and his team. However, the joy lasted less than 3 seconds. Then, another even larger and more terrifying hyperspace signal appeared. It's the main hunting ship of the Leviathan. It had been lurking nearby, waiting for the Pioneer to fall into its trap. No! Li Lin rushed to the sensor screen. She saw the light, representing the Pioneer, trying to maneuver away, but the Leviathan hunting ship, many times larger, had already deployed a powerful energy interference field, like a spider's web, covering it. We have to do something, Ella urged urgently. Contact the Pioneer? Their long-distance communication was not yet repaired. Rush out? That would be like trying to fight a mountain with an egg. Li Lin's eyes suddenly fixed on the control console in the center of the room and the faint blue glow on the wall panel representing data ghosts. An extremely risky, even wild, plan formed instantly in her mind. "Ghost, can we make a deal?" Li Lin shouted at the control console, speaking very quickly. "A bigger collectible is coming right to us. A complete and well-maintained Leviathan main ship, plus all the data and technology in its database. Do you want it?" The data ghost's blue light flickered violently, and its distorted voice was filled with greed and doubt.
Squeak.
"A Leviathan warship?
Are you
Lying to me. Something is happening outside. Your sensors should be able to detect it." Li Lin pointed at the screen. "But alone, you probably can't handle it. We can work together. We draw its attention, and you control all the usable defenses and surprises at this outpost to give it a good hit. Most of the loot is yours. We just want to leave safely and share some copies of the information." This was a crazy gamble. Using the data ghost's obsession with the collectible to lure it into a fight with the Leviathan. The data ghost was silent, seemingly calculating the feasibility quickly. Deep inside the outpost, faint sounds of machinery starting up and energy humming indicated it was moved by this proposal. A complete Leviathan main ship was an irresistible prize for any collector, even a crazy electronic ghost. Squeak. "Deal." The data ghost's voice was tinged with bloodthirsty excitement. "But you have to be the bait first." Li Lin hesitated for only a moment. "Okay. Ella, let's go. Others stay behind and be ready to support." She grabbed the nearly exhausted Ella and rushed toward the escape pod. They had to attract the Leviathan's attention near the outpost to create an attack opportunity for the data ghost. The escape pod shot out like an arrow from the abandoned opening, immediately exposed to the sensors of the Leviathan hunting ship. Sure enough, the Leviathan warship quickly turned some of its guns and locked onto this sudden target. Green energy beams like venomous snakes lashed out.
now?
"Dodge at full speed. Head toward the opening," Li Lin shouted, forcing herself to use her headache-inducing time prediction ability again, searching for a chance amid the dense fire. The escape pod performed all kinds of incredible maneuvers in space, risking everything. At this moment, the abandoned outpost suddenly seemed to awaken like an ancient giant beast. Several turret-like structures disguised as rocks suddenly emerged, firing thick, stardust-style solid projectiles and energy beams. Although these attacks were old, they were powerful and came from unexpected directions. At the same time, the outpost released a strong electromagnetic pulse and signal interference, trying to disable the Leviathan battleship sensors and targeting systems. The Leviathan hunting ship clearly didn't expect such fierce counterattack from what was thought to be an abandoned base. It was caught off guard, and its shields rippled violently. Taking advantage of this, the Pioneer ship, under Commander Liu Jianfeng's command, suddenly increased its engine power, breaking free from the energy interference field. It slipped past the hunting ship's side like a slippery eel, with several high-explosive missiles accurately hitting the hunting ship's engine nozzles. Bright explosions lit up the rear of the hunting ship. "Well done," Li Lin cheered inside the escape pod. However, the main ship of the Leviathan was far more powerful than expected. Despite heavy damage, it did not retreat. Instead, it roared in anger, a powerful mental shockwave that even affected Li Lin and Ella in the distance. The biological armor on its surface wriggled, and the damaged areas began healing visibly. It abandoned the pursuit of the agile Pioneer, directing all its fury at the abandoned outpost that dared to challenge it. Its main cannon charged up. Devastating energy was gathering.
Ghost.
"Get out of the way," Li Lin shouted into the communicator. But the data ghost seemed captivated by the perfect defense and regeneration system of the hunting ship, emitting a frantic squeak. "Perfect. Sample. Must. Obtain." Instead of dodging, it controlled all remaining power of the outpost, condensing it into an unprecedented torrent of energy, blasting directly at the Leviathan hunting ship. two destructive energies collided above the outpost. Silent explosions burst in the vacuum, shining brighter than stars. The energy storm swept around, tearing a huge hole in the asteroid belt. When the light faded, the Leviathan, hunting ship, though scarred and with large areas of biological armor blackened and fallen off, still stood firm. The abandoned outpost, along with the frantic data ghost inside, had been completely turned to cosmic dust, leaving only some large metal fragments drifting due to inertia. The data ghost sacrificed itself for its ultimate collection, and they all perished together. Silence, a deathly silence. The escape pod and the Pioneer flowed at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing this tragic yet magnificent ending. The Pioneer slowly approaches the escape pod. The docking hatch opens. Li Lin and Ella support each other as they step onto the mothership's deck. They are met with the complex gazes of Lu Jianfeng and the crew, joy, sorrow, and deep concern for the future. They survived, thanks to the sacrifice of the crazy data ghost. They gained valuable information about the Order Rift and the Time Debt, but the threat of the Leviathan has not weakened. In fact, it may become angrier because of this loss. Li Lin looks out the window at the recently destroyed space and the distant, deep starry sky. The trade of the Silent Ones, the truth about the Time Debt, humanity's strange awakening abilities, and the data ghost that vanished for obsession. All these clues and burdens weigh heavily on her. The journey home is still long, but they have no other choice. Humanity must find its way to survive in this dangerous starry sea, whether facing deeper darkness or a faint glimmer of hope. Repair the damage, recharge the energy. Li Lin's voice is tired, but her eyes are more determined than ever. Then we move forward. It's time to find true allies for humanity. Inside the brief docking corridor, the atmosphere is so tense it almost feels like it could be squeezed out. Li Lin and Ella step onto the familiar deck of the Pioneer. The slight tremor of the metal floor should bring comfort, but now it only highlights their exhaustion and deeper confusion after escaping death. Lu Jianfeng stands at the front, his resolute face showing relief at their survival mixed with fatigue from the fierce battle. His eyes still hold shock. He says nothing, only steps forward, pats Li Lin's shoulder firmly, and nods to Ella, whose face is pale as paper. Everything is understood, without words. Behind them, the other crew members silently pay their respects, their eyes filled with relief after surviving, and a complex respect for the abandoned outpost and the crazy data ghost inside it. No matter how twisted, its final madness truly created a chance for their survival. Report to all departments. Li Lin's voice was a little hoarse, but her commands were clear. She didn't have time to dwell on her emotions. All departments quickly reported their status. The engine was slightly damaged and being repaired. Shield energy consumption exceeded 70% and was slowly replenishing. The long-range communication array was damaged from previous interference and needed time to fix. A few crew members had minor injuries from mental shocks and intense maneuvers and had been sent to the medical bay. That Leviathan, Lu Jianfeng spoke in a deep voice. It retreated, but its condition is strange. Heavily damaged, but it didn't jump away immediately. Instead, it stayed nearby, lingering, as if licking its wounds or watching us. Li Lin looked at the main screen and enlarged the sensor image. The huge biological warship floated at the edge of the asteroid belt. Its hull was badly scarred from the last attack by the outpost and the Pioneer missile. The blackened areas were exposed, and inside, faintly pulsing structures emitted an ominous glow. It didn't leave right away, which was unusual for a hunter, making everyone more uneasy. Is it assessing or waiting for reinforcements? Ella leaned on the control console, weakly guessing. No matter what it's doing, we can't stay here long, Li Lin ordered decisively. Prioritize repairing the engines and basic navigation systems. We must leave this space before it regains its ability to move or before other Leviathans are attracted here. Our target is the known star map edge, the neutral supply point Echo Bay. The orders were quickly carried out. The Pioneer, like a wounded beast, slowly adjusted its position, its engines emitting a faint blue tail flame. Carefully avoiding floating debris, it moved away from the Leviathan and the newly formed ruins. Li Lin and Ella didn't rest. They went straight to the temporary analysis room beside the bridge. The data package from the static stasis was too shocking. It needed to be quickly organized, understood, and shared with Lu Jianfeng. When Li Lin mentioned the internal existence of a self-repairing endless cycle within the order rift and the possibility that the sower was trying to partially reverse entropy, even the experienced and calm Lu Jianfeng showed an expression of disbelief. Reversing entropy, he repeated the word, as if chewing on a concept that didn't belong to this universe. How is that possible? That means creating a perpetual motion machine would violate the most basic laws of the universe. Based on the records of the static dwellers and our analysis, they might not be completely breaking the rules but are trying to trick or borrow from them. Ella struggled to organize her words. Her direct feelings from her listening ability were deeper than mere words. It was like trying to build a small, temporary hill on a constantly sliding. But clearly, they failed. This hill turned into a that devours order and causes chaos, what we call a fracture in order. The static dwellers use their accumulated orderliness to fill this, but they carry a heavy time debt. Li Lin continued, bringing up a mathematical model about the origin of this debt. She explained that information itself is a kind of negative entropy. Highly organized civilization information can temporarily neutralize the disorder caused by but it's like diluting ink with water. Unless the source of the ink is found and stopped, the entire water will eventually become polluted. Lu Jianfeng stared at the complex formulas and topological diagrams on the screen, frowning. So, the key to solving the problem isn't just diluting the disorder, but finding a way to close the? According to Ella's perception, this seems willing to repair itself, but is taking the wrong path. That's a good way to understand it, Ella nodded. It's like a powerful computer infected with a deadly virus, constantly trying to fix itself incorrectly. The orderly information the static dwellers inject is like forcing the computer to shut down and restart. Only a temporary relief. The virus is still there. What we need is antivirus software or the original instructions to reinstall the system. This analogy made the three fall silent. Antivirus software? Reinstalling the system? Where could those be? Are they left behind by the Cedars? Or are they abilities that humans have just awakened, abilities even they barely understand? Our intelligence is invaluable, but it also makes the future seem more uncertain. Lu Jianfeng sighed. Our opponent isn't just the watchful Leviathan. It might also involve the fundamental laws of the universe. Do we really have the strength to handle all this? We have no choice. Li Lin's gaze swept over the busy crew outside the analysis room and beyond the porthole at the endless stars. She thought, the debt of time is like the sword of Damocles hanging over all civilizations in the universe. How long can those who are stagnant hold on? Once they collapse and the rifts go out of control, it won't just affect them. And the Leviathan, it seems to have some unknown connection to all this. Avoidance won't solve the problem. We must make good use of the information we have, find allies, and discover a way. At that moment, the medical department sent a message. They had checked crew members who had experienced mental shocks and found abnormal brain activity. The brain waves were somewhat similar to those recorded earlier by Li Lin and Ella when they contacted high-dimensional information, but weaker and more chaotic. This news made the three of them very alert. They immediately went to the medical bay. Several injured crew members lay on medical beds. Although their injuries were stable, they looked restless. One even briefly experienced a distorted sense of time and space, claiming to see flowing colors and broken lines. Could this be the effect of the Leviathan's final roar? Lu Jianfeng guessed. Not entirely. Ella examined the brain wave monitor carefully. Her face turned paler.
There's
a mix of the echo from the order rift and fragments of information released when data ghosts disappear. Very faint, but definitely there. The mental attack from the Leviathan is like a key or an amplifier, temporarily prying open some perception barriers. This discovery was shocking. Could there really be a deep connection between the Leviathan and the Order Rift? Their attacks not only cause physical and mental harm but also passively trigger perceptions of high-dimensional information. When data ghosts vanish, their obsessions and leftover information, like electronic spirits, leave brief traces in the universe. Li Lin felt a chill. The situation was more complicated than she had imagined. Humanity, or at least some on the Pioneers, seemed to stand at a strange crossroads. On one side, the potential left by the cedar, on another, the echo of the Order Rift erosion, and on yet another, the threat of the strange entity called the Leviathan. They were like walking on a tightrope, risking a fall into the unknown abyss with the slightest mistake. Increase physiological and psychological monitoring of all crew members, Li Lin ordered the medical officer. Especially their brain wave activity. We will try using our previous meditation and mental focus techniques to help the affected individuals stabilize their condition. After leaving the medical pod, the three of them returned to the bridge. The engine repairs were progressing smoothly, and the Pioneer ship was gradually increasing its speed. Sensors showed that the damaged Leviathan hunting ship had finally started to move slowly, but it did not pursue. Instead, it jumped away in the opposite direction from the asteroid belt, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. Did it give up?
Or
does it have a bigger plan? Liu Jianfeng muttered to himself. No need to guess. Stay alert and continue our journey, Li Lin said as she sat back in the captain's chair. Her gaze was fixed on the star map, on a point marked Echo Bay. Echo Bay is a neutral trade station built by descendants of lost civilizations and wandering races. It is known for information exchange and resource trading, but also for chaos and hidden dangers. There, they might find much-needed supplies, gather useful information, or even find potential allies. In the following days, the voyage was relatively calm. The crew took time to rest and repair the ship. Li Lin and Ella focused on analyzing the data from the stasis beings, trying to learn more about the nature of the rift, possible ways to control it, or clues about other remnants of the Cedars. Liu Jianfeng was responsible for the ship's safety and navigation, and he also increased his observation and training of the crew's unusual abilities. He noticed that not only Li Lin and Ella, but a few other crew members who had shown outstanding performance in previous events seemed to experience subtle perceptual changes. These included instinctive warnings of danger or intuitive understanding of equipment status. These abilities were still weak and unstable, but they did exist. Humans, caught involuntarily in this starry whirlpool, were quietly changing. A few days later, the Pioneer finally arrived in the star system where Echo Bay was located. It was a large complex built around the gravitational well of a huge gaseous planet, composed of countless ships, space station modules, and artificial structures of various sizes and styles, pieced together like a chaotic metal jungle floating in space. The different colored navigation lights, holographic advertisements, and engine flames made it look dazzling and strange. Send identification code and request for peaceful passage, marked as trade and maintenance, Li Lin ordered. Soon, a signal filled with electrical noise and snippets of various languages came through. Squeak. Welcome to Echo Bay, stranger traveler. Please follow the guiding beacon and dock at berth 7 in Zone D of the third outer ring. Be aware that any unauthorized weapon activation, energy scanning, or information intrusion will be considered hostile action. Have a pleasant transaction. Sizzle. The guiding beacon lit up. The Pioneer followed other ships of different sizes, moving like fish into the large metal jungle. As they got closer, the chaos and vitality of Echo Bay became more apparent. They saw rugged cargo ships covered with rock-like armor, sleek small speedboats shining with elegant light, and strange ships that looked like a mix of living creatures and machines. The station's outer walls were covered with signs for shops, written in strange symbols and common languages, advertising parts recycling, information trading, rare elements, weapon upgrades, and even confusing ads like memory extraction and fate divination. They docked at the designated berth. Li Lin ordered some crew members to stay on the ship to keep it running and maintain high alert. She, along with Lan Jiefeng, Ella and a few skilled security and intelligence personnel took a small transport boat into Echo Bay's interior. Inside, it was more crowded and noisy than outside. The air was filled with a mix of oil, ozone, strange spices, and biological smells. The corridors were lined with shops and stalls. Various alien races, dressed differently and with strange shapes, hurried past, some bargaining fiercely, others silently observing. The background noise was a jumble of snippets of languages, electronic sounds, and unknown music, making it dizzying. Li Lin and her team attracted some attention. Humans were rare here. Some hidden eyes watched with suspicion, while others looked with curiosity or greed. Their main goal was to get supplies, especially the high-purity energy crystals and spare parts that the Pioneer urgently needed. They also wanted to learn about the Leviathan, the Stasis, or any information related to the Rift of Order and the Sours. They found a larger, seemingly reputable part shop. The shopkeeper was a short, stocky alien with rough, bark-like skin and 4 arms, belonging to the Kirik race, known for their skills in machinery and trade. The deal went smoothly, although the prices were surprisingly high. The shopkeeper's quality of parts was excellent. After completing the transaction and transferring credits with a portable device, Li Lin casually mentioned, "It seems like this star system has been pretty restless lately. I've heard that the activity of the Leviathan has increased quite a bit." The shopkeeper paused slightly while counting crystals with his 4 arms, then looked at Li Lin with his large, insect-like compound eyes and made a sound like sandpaper rubbing. Leviathan? The greedy harvesters. They've been very active recently, searching for something. Many lone mining ships and border outposts have been attacked. You're lucky you didn't run into them. What are they looking for? Lu Jianfeng asked. Who knows? The shopkeeper shrugged. Maybe new prey, or perhaps ancient secrets. There's so much hidden in this starry sea. He paused and lowered his voice. But I've heard. A few days ago, a merchant fleet of the Dust Folk passed through. They seemed nervous, mentioning ancient debts and tilted balance. Though, of course, that's just hearsay. Dust Folk. The name the silent lurkers use for themselves. Li Lin and Ella exchanged a glance. The influence of the silent lurkers clearly extended beyond their homeworld, even reaching the distant Echo Bay. Thank you for the information, Li Lin said calmly, paying a small extra fee for the tip. After leaving the part shop, they visited several information exchanges. In these places, information was currency. They traded some non-sensitive data, such as nearby star system gravity anomalies and mineral distribution from the explorer's probe, for scattered intelligence. From all this, they confirmed a few points. 1. The recent activity of the Leviathan is indeed unusual. It seems to be systematically searching certain star systems with unclear targets, but their behavior is more aggressive than before. 2. Rumors about the silent lurkers and the time debt circulate among advanced civilizations and intelligence traders, but most details are vague. These are often regarded as ancient cosmic myths or philosophical speculations. There are unconfirmed reports that a mysterious group called Abyssal Source is offering high prices for anything related to the relics of the Sower. Abyssal Source.
Liela yena rapata sufli.
The name was a completely new variable. Just as they were about to head to the next area, Ayla suddenly tugged gently at Li Lin's sleeve. Her face had turned pale as she whispered, Li Lin, I can feel a kind of echo. It's faint, but it feels similar to the Stiller's data and the sensation from the previous rift. Li Lin's heart tightened. Where? Ayla closed her eyes and focused for a moment, then pointed toward an unremarkable corner deep inside the passage. There was a small stall with a rough sign made from a piece of scrap metal. On it, in an ancient and nearly forgotten variant of the universal language, were the words, Relics and Mysteries. The stall owner was a figure wrapped in a heavy gray cloak. Their face was hidden, and there was no sign of life or mechanical signal, just a human-shaped void. Li Lin took a deep breath and made a decision. Let's go take a look. They approached the stall. On the table were several ancient-looking items, stone tablets carved with unreadable symbols, strange crystals giving off faint energy, oddly shaped metal devices of unknown purpose, and even a small pot containing a weak, purple plant that emitted a faint mental pulse. Lu Jianfeng and the security team watched the surroundings and the silent vendor with caution. Li Lin's gaze moved over the items and finally stopped on a small, palm-sized black stone tablet. Its surface was dull and cracked, yet it gave her a strange feeling, ancient, restrained, and somehow resonating faintly with her own presence. "How do we trade for this one?" Li Lin asked in the common language, pointing at the black tablet. The gray cloak shifted slightly, and a dry, emotionless voice echoed directly in their minds, not through sound, but thought. With an answer. All three of them froze. "What kind of answer?" Li Lin asked carefully.
A choice.
The voice continued to echo in her mind, asking, "When the guardian of order exhausts its last light, when the scars of time tear apart the fabric of reality, and when the line between hunter and prey blurs, the chosen spark, should it choose to merge into the abyss seeking to devour all, embrace stagnation to become an eternal statue, or walk the third path, thorny, unknown, possibly leading to destruction or new creation, what should it be?" This question struck like a heavy hammer in the hearts of the three. It pointed directly to their core dilemma. The shopkeeper was no ordinary person. Li Lin forced herself to stay calm and asked, "Who are you? A member of the abyss, or an envoy of the stagnation?"
Or
Something else. The figure under the cloak seemed to shift slightly, and the dry voice spoke again. "I am an observer and one of
the guides.
My identity doesn't matter. What matters is your choice. This choice will determine the fate of your civilization." And even more, the shopkeeper's words confirmed their suspicions. There are one or more hidden forces watching the awakening of the seed of the spreader and the crisis of the rift of order. Li Lin fell silent. She looked at the black stone tablet, then at the tense Lu Jianfeng and the pale-faced Ella. Finally, her gaze swept over the bizarre, dangerous, Echo Bay, as if she saw a miniature universe, chaos, order, devouring, perseverance, the unknown, merging into the abyss. It sounds like diving into darkness, gaining power that might be great, but also lead to losing oneself. Embracing stagnation? That means giving up human dynamism and potential, becoming fuel to maintain the status quo, trapped like a data ghost in eternal obsession. And then the third path. The path of the self? She raised her head, her confusion gradually replaced by determination. Human civilization may be young, small, and flawed, but it is precisely this continuous exploration, mistakes, and growth that are their greatest treasures. Whether merging into the abyss or embracing stagnation, both mean giving up the self. "We choose the third path," Li Lin said clearly and calmly, with unwavering resolve. "The fate of humanity is decided by humans themselves. We will find our way, facing the rift, confronting the Leviathan, and overcoming all challenges. Perhaps we will fail, but we will fight as humans, not as servants of any existence." The observer under the cloak remained silent for a long time, so long that Li Lin almost thought it had left. Then, the black stone slab silently floated up and slowly moved in front of Li Lin.
"Well,
This is one piece of the key." And also the recorder's blank page. The dry voice spoke again, seeming to carry an indescribable meaning, like anticipation? "The door to the path of self has already opened, but you must pave the way yourselves. Beware of the abyss. They crave to devour all sparks of fire and fill their emptiness. Also, do not fully trust the static ones. Their sacrifice is great, but their path is not the only one." As the words finished, the gray cloak began to dissipate like smoke, along with the entire stall and other items on it, turning transparent within seconds and finally vanishing completely, as if they had never existed. Only the black stone slab floating before Li Lin proved that everything just now was not an illusion. Li Lin reached out and caught the stone slab. It was cold to the touch, and the cracks on it seemed to contain some kind of pattern. She felt that inside the slab, it was seemingly empty but also capable of holding infinity. Pieces of the key? The recorder's blank page. Ella sensed the stone slab curiously. It seems. Waiting to be filled. Lu Jianfeng looked around cautiously. The strange movement earlier didn't seem to attract much attention. In this bizarre Echo Bay, strange things happen all the time. We shouldn't stay here long. We need to go back. Li Lin nodded and carefully stored the black stone slab. This trip to Echo Bay exceeded her expectations. They not only gained much-needed supplies and learned important information but also clarified their path and obtained this mysterious key fragment. Back on the Pioneer, Li Lin immediately gathered the core members and reported all their discoveries and encounters, including the mysterious observer and their choices. So, we have officially begun this path of self, Li Lin summarized, her gaze sweeping over every face present. The road ahead will be tough. We may not have powerful allies or ready answers. We can only rely on ourselves, on our awakening abilities, human wisdom, and courage. Are you willing to follow? Her response was a steady gaze and a silent vow. Those who reached this point were already the most determined warriors and explorers. Good. Li Lin took a deep breath. Our next goal is to use this key fragment and the data the static dwellers gave us to actively search for clues related to the Sower's legacy or the Rift of Order. Ella, you and your team should focus on decoding this stone tablet. Lu Jianfeng, make sure the ship is in top condition. We need to prepare for possible long journeys and more intense conflicts. As work began intensively, the communications officer in charge of monitoring external signals suddenly reported, "Captain, we've received an unknown, heavily encrypted directional message. The header is an ancient human civilization code marked as lost, the recognition signal of the Spark Project." What? Li Lin and everyone else were shocked. The Spark Project was a series of probes sent by humans before leaving the solar system, carrying information about human civilization. They had long been lost in the vast, chaotic star maps. How could it appear here? And in encrypted form? Decode it. Be careful of information traps, Li Lin ordered, her heartbeat quickening. The communications and tech teams immediately started working. After a few hours, the encryption was successfully cracked. The process was surprisingly smooth, as if the message was waiting to be opened with a specific key. The contents appeared before everyone. It was not data from the Spark Project probe itself, but a distress signal along with star map coordinates and a brief message. The distress signal came from a human colony calling itself New Homeland. According to the timestamp, it was sent 3 years ago, in Standard Time. They claimed to have found ruins of the Sower on the colony planet Eden 7b, and as a result, they were under continuous attack by the Leviathan. The colony had suffered heavy losses and was on the brink of destruction. They begged any human or friendly civilization to help. The message was even more shocking. To future comrades, we found records in the ruins. The abyss is not inherently evil. They are early products of the Sower's failed experiments, uncontrolled, entropy devourers. The path of the static dwellers is doomed to be short-lived. The only hope lies in activating the complete fire seed, finding the key of origin, and restarting the order core. Be careful. Inside. The message suddenly stops here. The bridge falls into complete silence. Another human colony, and it is directly related to the Sower ruins. They not only confirmed the connection between the abyss and the Sower, but also mentioned the key of origin and the order core. This seems to correspond faintly with the key fragment tablet that Li Lin just obtained. The unfinished phrase, "be careful." Inside. Does it mean internal traitor? Or internal danger? The huge amount of information, along with the hope and danger it contains, makes everyone feel suffocated. The star map coordinates light up on the navigation screen. Even at the maximum continuous jump speed of the Pioneer, it would take nearly a year to reach there, considering avoiding dangerous areas and necessary supplies. Should they go or not? There might be surviving human comrades there, key information about the sower and how to fix the Order Rift, but it is undoubtedly an area heavily watched by the Leviathan and may even hide traps set by the Abyss. Li Lin looks at the coordinates on the screen, then at the cold black stone tablet in her hand, and finally her gaze falls on her comrades. They have no way back. Whether for their fellow humans, for the future of human civilization, or to solve the deadlock of the Order Rift, they must go. Set the course. Li Lin's voice spreads across the silent bridge, clear and firm, with unwavering determination. Target, Eden 7B. The journey of the Star Sea Guardians enters a more turbulent and perilous new stage. The path of self-discovery stretches out beneath their feet. The Pioneer, like a silver shuttle plunged into ink, tears through the silent starry sky, beginning a long and uncertain jump toward the coordinates of Eden 7B. The lights on the bridge were adjusted to a soft blue, suitable for long-term navigation. However, the tense atmosphere in the air did not lighten. Instead, it grew heavier because of the distant distress signals, which contained a lot of hidden information and warnings that had not been fully understood. The ship had traveled for a year. In the vast universe measured in light years, this might not seem long. But for a ship that had just fought a fierce battle and carried secrets that could determine the survival of civilization, each day was full of uncertainties. Li Lin handed the black tablet from the mysterious observer to Ella's research team. She also shared all the information about the Order Rift and the Sowers that they had extracted from the data package of the static beings. Her orders were clear. At all costs, before reaching their destination, they must try to unlock the secrets of the tablet and deepen their understanding and control of their awakening abilities. Lu Jianfeng was responsible for the ship's security and training. He combined intelligence from Echo Bay, especially about the recent activity of the Leviathan and the possible target of the Abyss, and prepared several emergency plans. He also expanded the training for awakening abilities. Not only Li Lin, Ella, and himself, but all crew members who had shown unusual perception during previous events were included in an informal, potential development group. The training started with mental focus and danger prediction, then expanded to sensing subtle device states, catching key signals in complex data streams, and even attempting very short-range, low-intensity telepathic communication. The results varied, but everyone could feel that something dormant was slowly awakening inside them. The first few months of the voyage were relatively smooth. They crossed several barren star systems, avoided known space turbulence zones, and occasionally detected signals from other civilizations' ships in the distance, always maintaining caution. This surface calm, however, felt more like the quiet before a storm. The change began after a routine short-range jump. "Captain, the navigation system reports a slight deviation," the officer in charge of navigation said. "The coordinates at the jump exit are offset by 0.003 light seconds from the actual position. It's within the allowable error range, but this is the third time this month that we see a systematic small deviation in the same direction." Li Lin walked to the navigation console and checked the data. The deviation was indeed tiny, almost unnoticeable, without long-term comparison. But 3 times in the same direction was no coincidence. "Check all navigation sensors and calibrate the inertial reference units," she ordered, but a hint of doubt arose in her mind. This shift didn't seem like a device failure. It felt more like a gentle pull of gravity or a subtle twist in the fabric of space itself. A few days later, even stranger things happened. The crew on rest reported hearing faint, unidentifiable whispers from behind thick walls, as if someone was talking on the other side. When listened to carefully, the sounds would suddenly disappear. Also, some lights in certain areas flickered briefly and inexplicably for a few milliseconds. At first, people thought it was just the mental stress of long space travel or equipment aging. But then, even crew members who were not fully awake started noticing similar phenomena. Dr. Ella noticed that when these anomalies occurred, the background information entropy in the surrounding space slightly decreased in an unnatural way, like someone forcibly suppressed a small area of chaos. She immediately thought of the descriptions in the static dwellers' data about order fractures, and the unusual space-time features around them, as well as the strange, quiet fluctuations of the black stone tablet. Is this the influence of the stone? Or are we approaching another order fracture?
Or
Something else? Ella raised her concerns at the core meeting. Li Lin looked at the analysis report, frowning. They had already tried to avoid known danger zones and gravity anomalies along their route. If it really was the effect of an order fracture, it could mean that such scars in the universe are more numerous and widespread than the static dwellers' records suggest, and possibly more hidden. Increase the ship-wide mental field monitoring, especially during these anomalies, and record all data, Li Lin ordered. Ella, try to use your listening ability to sense the source of these anomalies, but be very careful. Stop immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Jianfeng reported a more disturbing discovery. During a recent internal security scan, the security AI detected a very brief and strangely encrypted data stream. This data tried to access the ship's central database, targeting the static dwellers' data cache. The intrusion disappeared mysteriously after triggering the first firewall, leaving no trace of pursuit, as if it had never existed. Internal threat? Or external infiltration? Lu Jianfeng's voice was low. The unfinished phrase, "be careful," inside, hung like a dark cloud over everyone's mind. Li Lin felt a chill run down her spine. The internal system of the Pioneer ship had been upgraded many times, with firewalls as strong as iron walls. Being able to quietly attempt to breach it was definitely not an ordinary method. Activate the highest level of internal network security protocol. All access to the core database must go through triple biometric verification and dynamic password authorization, Li Lin ordered. Lu Jianfeng, organize reliable personnel to conduct a secret internal investigation, but be careful with your methods. Don't cause panic. The potential internal threat and unknown space anomalies outside made the air inside the Pioneer seem frozen. Trust became fragile, and every step had to be taken carefully. In the following weeks, strange phenomena increased in frequency. The whispers became clearer, though still incomprehensible. Some crew members with strong mental power said they could feel a sense of anxiety and longing from the sounds. The flickering of lights expanded, and once, it caused the lighting in a non-critical room to briefly go out for a few seconds. After careful listening several times, Ella reached a shocking conclusion. These strange signals did not come from outside the ship, nor were they directly caused by the stone tablet. Instead, they came from within, either from themselves or from the combined effect of the static data packets they carried and the stone tablet, which resonated with the spark ability awakening on the ship. The static data packets are like a heavy will and map, Ella tried to explain her discovery, her face pale from exhaustion. And that stone tablet is like a blank receiver and amplifier. We, the ones beginning to awaken our consciousness, our order, are unconsciously injecting energy into the tablet and these data, or rather, filling it. This process has unintentionally created a tiny, highly unstable, low-entropy zone around us, disrupting the structure of reality. Everyone was stunned by this explanation. They themselves were the source of these strange phenomena? In other words, we are like a moving, leaky bubble of order, Li Lin summarized, feeling the situation was becoming more complicated. That's a good way to understand it. And this bubble might attract unwelcome visitors, Isla anxiously added, whether they desire order or want to swallow it. Her worries quickly became reality. By the 7th month of the voyage, the Pioneer ship's remote sensors detected multiple hyperspace signals rapidly approaching from behind. The signals resembled those of the Leviathan, hunting ships they encountered near Echo Bay, but there were at least 4 of them. How did they find us? Lu Jianfeng stared at the 4 bright spots on the screen, which looked like bloodthirsty sharks, and his voice was full of shock. They had tried to hide their trail and taken a detour. It's that bubble, Li Lin suddenly understood. We're like a lighthouse in the dark, constantly emitting faint order waves. For beings like the Leviathan, which might be very sensitive to order, it's impossible to hide. All ships, go to level 1 combat readiness. Maximize power to shields and engines. Prepare for emergency jump. Li Lin's voice was calm and quick, suppressing her rising anxiety. The Pioneer's engines roared with overload, and its speed suddenly increased. But the Leviathan fleet behind was faster, like wolves smelling blood, chasing relentlessly. "They've launched some kind of energy web," sensors shouted. On the screen, 4 Leviathan ships simultaneously fired dark purple energy beams. These beams intertwined in space, forming a large, shrinking net that covered a wide area of the Pioneer's potential jump path. "Evade. Calculate weak points in the network." Li Lin clenched the handrail and forced herself to use her painful time prediction ability again. Fragments of possible futures flashed through her mind. Turning left would risk being hit at the edge of the energy web and overload the shields. Turning right would be targeted by another hunting ship's main gun. Going up 45 degrees downward, yaw angles 7 degrees. Now, she almost shouted the command. The Pioneer performed a nearly torn-apart maneuver, squeezing through a closing node in the energy web. The dark purple beams brushed past the shields, sparking blinding arcs. But the danger was not over. More energy blasts rained down like a storm. The shields of the Pioneer rapidly weakened. "If this continues, we won't last long," Li Jianfeng reported and commanded the turret to counterattack, but their firepower was like scratching an itch for the 4 main hunting ships of the Leviathan. At this critical moment, Ella suddenly shouted, "Li Lin, the stone tablet." "The stone tablet is reacting." Li Lin looked down at the black stone tablet she always carried. The once dull surface now showed faint, breathing like glowing lines. The tiny cracks seemed alive, with flowing light inside. She also felt a strange force inside her being uncontrollably drawn toward the tablet. "Is it absorbing our order?" Li Lin was surprised.
No, it's
"Integrating. It's using the energy from our resonance." Ella seemed to understand something, a determined look in her eyes. "Li Lin, try to guide it. Just like you guide your predictive abilities. Inject our will, our understanding of order into it. Maybe this is how the key works. Guide? How do you guide an unknown creation?" There was no time to hesitate. Li Lin closed her eyes, forcing down her fear of the surrounding gunfire, and focused all her mind on the stone tablet. She no longer resisted the feeling of her energy being drawn out. Instead, she actively transformed her understanding of order, trust in physical laws, adherence to logic, desire for civilization's continuation, into a clear stream of information, guiding it toward the tablet. Li Jianfeng, Ella, and several other crew members sensing the abnormality also made the same attempt, as if they shared a mind. In an instant, the black stone tablet shone brightly. No longer a faint breathing glow, it erupted with a blazing white light like a supernova explosion. This light was not physical but a pure flood of information, a highly ordered energy radiation. The white light centered on the Pioneer ship, spreading outward like ripples on water. A miracle happened. The dark purple energy web, upon contact with the white light, melted and disintegrated as quickly as snow meeting the sun. The pursuing Leviathan ships seemed to hit an invisible wall, their speed sharply reduced. Their furious attacks within the white glow were greatly weakened, deflected, and some energy appeared to be tamed, turning back to reinforce the fragile shields of the Pioneer ship. The Leviathan fleet roared with anger and confusion, but in front of the pure and powerful order energy field, they were unable to move forward for a moment.
now.
"Initiate emergency jump." Li Lin seized this fleeting opportunity and gave a loud command. The engine team was already prepared. The maximum power jump engines activated instantly. The Pioneer ship's surrounding space twisted violently, and in the next second, the entire ship transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. When the Pioneer stabilized after the intense jump shock and confirmed it had escaped the pursuit, the bridge fell silent. Then, cheers of relief erupted. But Li Lin, Lu Jianfeng, and Ella couldn't smile. They sank into their chairs, feeling weaker than ever, as if the previous effort had drained all their energy. The black stone tablet returned to its original dark state, still dull, but upon closer inspection, the cracks on it seemed to have changed subtly, as if slightly filled. They had successfully activated part of the key's power, repelling the Leviathan. But this power came from within themselves, was greatly draining and uncontrollable. More importantly, their actions had caused a disturbance much larger than the previous order bubble. It was like lighting a torch in the dark. While temporarily scaring away the wolves, it might also attract the attention of something deeper and more terrifying.
We
Must master this power faster, Li Lin panted, her eyes full of exhaustion and determination. Before we reach Eden 7B, we need to become stronger. She looked out the porthole at the seemingly eternal starry sky, knowing that the real test might just be beginning. The journey of the Pioneer was no longer just about rescuing comrades and seeking the truth. It was a race against time for self-evolution. And the fragment of the origin key was waiting for them to awaken it completely with their will and wisdom. The joy of escaping the Leviathan's pursuit didn't last long. Instead, a deeper fatigue and sense of urgency took over. The brief, brilliant burst from the black stone tablet nearly drained the mental strength of Li Lin, Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and other core awakeners. In the following days, they felt mentally empty and slow to react, as if they had experienced a high fever. After a medical check, the doctor confirmed that they were only mentally exhausted and needed rest. However, they also pointed out that frequent intense mental strain could cause irreversible damage to the brain. Power has its costs. The black tablet that caused the miracle returned to silence after the explosion. The tiny cracks on its surface seemed to shimmer with a faint, almost invisible glow, like a dried riverbed being filled with clear water. The research team tried various instruments to detect it again, but the results remained the same. It looked like an ordinary, slightly cool stone, ignoring all external stimuli. Only when Li Lin focused her remaining mental energy to sense it could she faintly perceive a very weak echo inside, resonating with her own frequency.
It
Remembers one of our codes, Ella said weakly, leaning against the analysis table and drawing a preliminary conclusion. It's like writing data onto a blank hard drive for the first time. But the amount of data is too small to trigger its true form, let alone the so-called key of origin. This incident also caused subtle changes within the Pioneer ship. Ordinary, unawakened crew members looked at Li Lin and others with more than respect. There was a hint of awe, even a slight, unnoticed distance. They had seen firsthand the power that went beyond physical laws. That light protected them, but it also revealed that the commanders were stepping into realms that ordinary people could not understand. A silent rift was quietly spreading within the once-closed team. Lu Jianfeng noticed this keenly. After resuming training, he increased communication with ordinary crew members, participated in daily maintenance, and emphasized that they were still one team. Every position was essential. But he also understood that this gap caused by different levels of power could not be fully closed with words alone. The journey continued. To avoid becoming a lighthouse, again, Li Lin ordered a significant reduction in the daily training intensity for awakening abilities. She also asked Ella's team to try designing a field that could block or disguise the order fluctuations they unintentionally emitted. Progress was slow, as they still did not fully understand the nature of these fluctuations. Meanwhile, new discoveries were made from the in-depth analysis of the distress signals and subsequent messages from the new homeland colony. The technical team uncovered a very hidden, self-destructing redundant data packet in the basic code of the information system. Decoding this packet required a lot of computing power. In the end, what was revealed was not text or images, but a very complex multidimensional mathematical model. Does this look like a lock structure diagram? Ella stared at the rotating 3D network made of countless light points and lines in the holographic projection. A hint of confusion flashed in her tired eyes. Or maybe it's a standard interface? Li Lin and Lu Jianfeng couldn't figure it out either. The model went beyond current human math and physics. Can we confirm where it came from? Li Lin asked. The coding style is similar to the Spark Project legacy, but it's more ancient and profound. Like an upgraded or original version, the tech supervisor reported. And this model seems incomplete. Again, incomplete. The data from the static entity is just fragments, the stone tablet is broken pieces, and this mysterious model is also incomplete. It's as if an invisible hand tore the key answers into pieces and scattered them across the starry sea. Record this and compare it with the data from the static entity and the stone tablet, Li Lin said, rubbing her forehead. I have a feeling these pieces will eventually fit together. While they were busy learning from their last battle and pushing forward with their research, an unseen threat inside the ship revealed its fangs again. This time it was not on the network level. A crew member responsible for cleaning and maintenance, not an awakened one, usually quiet and diligent, tried to sneak into the backup power regulator room near the core engine at night. His actions were detected and stopped by the upgraded internal monitoring system and patrol security robots. During the struggle, the crew member showed strength and violence beyond his size, with hollow eyes and muttering unfamiliar sounds until he was injected with a strong sedative and collapsed. Lu Jianfeng personally led a search of his personal cabin, but found no suspicious items or communication devices. However, in a simple electronic notebook he carried, they discovered a cleverly disguised log, an abnormal data stream similar to the previous intrusion attempt into the database. This data stream feels like a subconscious, hypnotic command that activates at specific times, forcing the host to carry out destructive tasks. If he contacts the backup energy regulator, it could trigger a chain reaction, causing the jump engine to shut down or leading to even worse consequences. Mind control? Or information implantation? Lu Jianfeng looked at the unconscious crew member in the medical pod, his face pale. Such methods are hard to defend against. Li Lin felt a cold chill rise from her heart. Be careful. Inside. Turns out this refers to the same thing. The enemy doesn't need to send physical spies. Just a piece of code can turn ordinary people into potential bombs. Conduct deep, voluntary brainwave scans and subconscious checks on all crew members, Li Lin ordered, her voice trembling slightly. We must find this mole, or discover how to defend against such information implantation. The entire ship underwent screening amid tense and oppressive atmosphere. Most crew members understood and supported it, but some showed unease and resistance, worried about privacy and freedom. The process lasted several days, and eventually, 2 more crew members were found to be infected to varying degrees. They were still in the incubation period and not yet activated. Fortunately, these implanted commands seemed unable to directly influence individuals who had already awakened, as their mental defenses or orderliness could resist such infiltration. This is a type of attack targeting individuals with disorder or low orderliness, Ella analyzed. Abyss. Entropy devourer. They might be using the universe's tendency toward disorder to plant seeds of chaos in individuals, turning them into tools. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but shadows still loomed. The Pioneer ship not only faced external threats from the Leviathan and strange space anomalies, but also had to guard against pervasive internal information infiltration. Everyone must learn to protect their thoughts with willpower. This event also shifted Ella's research focus. She began dedicating more effort to studying mental defenses and consciousness barriers, trying to use the order field emitted by awakened individuals to purify or block external information pollution. She collaborated with the engineering team to design a small, wearable personal mental stabilizer prototype. Though still primitive, it was a start. Time passed in heightened vigilance and tense research. The Pioneer is getting closer to the coordinates of Eden 7b. In the 11th month of their journey, they crossed a strange, empty stretch of space where stars seemed very sparse. Here, they encountered the most mysterious and unsettling phenomenon of the trip, space-time wrinkles. At first, the navigation system showed larger, unexplained shifts. Then, sensors on the ship's exterior began to show double images, stretching and squeezing, as if viewing the world through rippling water. The engine power fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes high, sometimes low, and inside the ship, there were metallic creaking sounds that made their teeth ache. "We seem to have entered a thick, sticky part of space," the navigator reported with difficulty, his voice echoing strangely over the communication channel. Liline felt her ability to predict the future completely fail here. Fragments of the future became broken and full of conflicting images. She couldn't tell if the ship would suddenly speed up or stop altogether in the next moment. "All crew, secure yourselves. Reduce power to non-essential systems to the minimum," she ordered, gripping the armrest tightly as she felt the ship tremble unnaturally. Outside the window, the scene became bizarre. Stars stretched into long light ribbons, then shrank into strange points of light. Occasionally, strange geometric shapes flashed across the void, as if projections of higher-dimensional objects. Ayla fought nausea and dizziness, activating her listening ability. Instantly, a flood of information nearly overwhelmed her consciousness. What she heard was not sound, but the groans of space-time itself being repeatedly folded, twisted, and stretched here. This region was like an old, wrinkled cloth, where the laws of physics seemed fragile and unstable. "This isn't natural." Ayla's face turned pale as she reported. "Something here has caused intense conflicts or experiments at the space-time level. Residual effects, like an ancient scar. Was this the remnants of the Sower experiment? Or another form of the Order Rift?
Or perhaps
A battlefield left by some cosmic war beyond their understanding?" There were no clear answers. The Pioneer drifted like a small boat in a storm, struggling through the warped space-time. Every engine ignition felt like fighting through sticky glue. The sense of time became confusing, with the ship's clocks sometimes racing and other times almost stopping. This journey seemed to last for days, yet also felt like just a moment. When the Pioneer finally emerged from the folds of space as if pushed out by an invisible hand and returned to stable space, everyone collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. The ship's systems reported that they had been in that area for about 72 standard hours, but some internal timers showed less than 3 hours had passed. Time and space were truly twisted. Before anyone could feel safe, an alarm sounded from the remote sensors. They detected a faint but definitely artificial energy signal and a large amount of metal debris in the star system ahead. "Change course and approach carefully," Liline ordered, feeling a bad premonition. As they got closer, everyone on the bridge gasped in shock. They saw a wide belt of small planets, but among them were countless shipwrecks. Some wrecks looked very old, covered in thick space dust. Others were newer, with sparks of short-circuiting electricity at broken parts. The ships had different styles: rough, sleek, organic-looking, like discarded toys floating silently in space, forming a huge, eerie graveyard. In the middle of this graveyard, faintly visible, was the outline of a planet covered in a dull yellow atmosphere. According to star maps, that was their destination, Eden 7b. The distress signal mentioned a colony on this planet. Now, this silent graveyard told the story of fierce battles that had happened here, and perhaps were still ongoing. "Scan that planet for signs of life and artificial structures," Liline said hoarsely. The scans quickly returned. They detected several scattered, faint signals from human life and some low-energy colonial facilities. But they also found several strong energy signatures similar to the Leviathan, patrolling slowly in orbit and among the debris. The colony was still there, but it was clearly under strict blockade and constant threat. The Pioneer turned off most of its active sensors, lurking like a ghost on the edge of the graveyard. They need to make a plan: how to break through the Leviathan blockade, land on the planet's surface, contact the survivors, and uncover clues about the so-called Sower's ruins and the key of origin. Liline looked at the screen showing the planet surrounded by death, then at the silent black tablet in her hand. After nearly a year of difficult travel, crossing chase, and strange space-time, they finally reached their destination. But what awaited them was not hope, but deeper fog and harsher reality. The path of self-discovery has never been easy. The real test is just beginning. The cosmic graveyard is like a forest of silent, giant bones, filled with cold death. The Pioneer shut down its main engine and hid behind the wreckage of a huge battleship, like a fish lurking behind a reef. On the main screen of the bridge, the dull yellow planet, Eden 7b, slowly rotates behind the graveyard, like a tired eye. Scan complete. The sensor's voice was low, as if afraid to disturb something. 17 survivor gathering points on the planet's surface. Signals are weak. The atmosphere is complex, with low oxygen levels and unknown toxic particles floating. 3 Leviathan patrol ships are in orbit, smaller but more agile than those we previously encountered. Inside the graveyard, at least 2 moving Leviathan energy signals have been detected, possibly hunting. Hunting, Liu Jianfeng frowned. Scan shows traces of biological material stripping on some newer wrecks. The sensor enlarged the image. The metal hulls were covered with large wounds, as if corroded by acid mucus and torn open. The atmosphere grew heavier. These Leviathans not only destroy enemies but also gather materials. Can we contact the survivors? Li Lin asked. The communications officer shook his head. Tried all common and SparkPlan emergency channels, no response. The planet's surface has strong, unnatural electromagnetic interference, possibly set up by the Leviathan. Or it could be from the colony's own defense system, if it's still working. A direct attack would be suicide. With 3 patrol ships and the hidden hunters in the graveyard, they could tear the Pioneer apart. They must think carefully. We need a small, stealthy spaceship to enter the planet's atmosphere, Li Lin said, scanning everyone. Find the largest group of survivors, establish contact, gather information, especially about the Cedar's ruins and the warning about the Insider. The shuttle Swallow can be coated with an invisibility layer and use signals from the metal debris in the graveyard as cover, Liu Jianfeng explained, showing data on the Swallow. But it can't completely avoid close scans from orbit patrol ships, and the planet's electromagnetic environment will seriously affect communication and navigation. We have to take a risk, Li Lin decided. Isla, Liu Jianfeng, 2 elite security guards, and a terrain expert will go in on the Swallow. The Pioneer will be led by the deputy commander, stay silent, and provide support if we need to retreat. Isla was chosen because her ability to sense high-dimensional information and order fluctuations might be crucial during the ruins exploration. Liu Jianfeng was selected for safety and tactical command. Preparations were intense. The Swallow was coated with the latest wave-absorbing material, and it was fitted with disposable camouflage panels that looked like small asteroid fragments. Li Lin carried a black stone tablet close. It remained silent, but after approaching this star system, she sometimes felt its faint resonance grow stronger. 12 hours later, the Swallow silently slipped out of the Pioneer ejector pod, blending into the complex terrain and debris signals of the graveyard as cover, carefully approaching Eden 7b. The crossing of the orbit was nerve-wracking. Every time a patrol ship passed nearby, its sensors emitted faint scans over the Swallow, causing everyone to hold their breath. The invisibility layer and camouflage panels worked well. They successfully merged into the planet's thin outer atmosphere. But the real challenge was just beginning. Once entering the ionosphere, intense electromagnetic interference hit. The Swallow's communication system instantly failed, and the images on the navigation screen jittered wildly, almost impossible to read. The pilot relied on advanced skills and preset inertial navigation data, barely managing to steer through the thick, sulfur-smelling clouds. Below, the land gradually became clear, a desolate, broken landscape. Red-colored mountain ranges crisscrossed the landscape, with huge cracks like scars on the planet. Dust storms in shades of gray and yellow swept across the plains. Occasionally, remnants of human-made structures could be seen, mostly buried halfway in the sand. Based on the analysis of the rescue signal source and the strength of the life signals, the largest gathering point might be in this area, said the terrain expert, pointing at a plateau surrounded by mountains on the navigation screen. The higher ground there could be easier to defend from storms and other threats. The Swallow ship lowered its altitude, flying close to the mountain ridges to avoid possible aerial detection. When the ship crossed the last ridge, everyone inside was moved by the scene below. It was a shelter built using natural caves and simple reinforced structures. The rough huts were built into the mountainside, with defensive walls made from scrap ship parts and rocks. The walls were scarred with burn marks from energy weapons and claw marks. A few pale, ragged humans moved within the limited space of the shelter. When they saw the sudden appearance of the Swallow ship, they initially ran in fear. But under the protection of guards armed with old energy rifles, they cautiously gathered, their eyes filled with suspicion, fear, and a faint flicker of hope. The Swallow ship landed on a relatively flat area outside the shelter. Li Lin and her team stepped out of the cabin, immediately surrounded by air thick with dust, sweat, and decay. The guards raised their weapons, trembling slightly, pointing at them. "We mean no harm." Lu Jianfeng raised his hands and shouted in a common language. "We received your rescue signal." From the Firestarter Project comrades. Hearing Firestarter Project, a stir ran through the crowd. A middle-aged man, who looked like the leader and bore a fierce scar on his face, stepped forward. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, carefully examining Li Lin and the others, especially their relatively clean protective suits and advanced gear. "I am Zhang Cheng, the last defense officer of the Eden 7B colony," the man said hoarsely and tiredly. "How do you prove your identity?" Li Lin signaled AI Law to operate a portable device, playing the rescue signal clip and showing the identification code of the Pioneer ship. Zhang Cheng stared at the code for a long time, his tense shoulders slightly relaxing, but he remained cautious. "It's been 3 years, and we've almost given up hope," he said, waving his hand to signal the guards to put down their weapons. "This isn't a place for talking outside. Come with me." They were led deep into the mountain cave. Inside, it was darker and wetter than outside, lit only by a few dim emergency lights and a campfire. The number of survivors seemed greater than it appeared from outside, most curled up in corners with blank stares. Only the children looked curious when they saw strangers. In a makeshift office, made from discarded control panels, Zhang Cheng handed each of them a small cup of murky, strange-tasting water. "How did the colony become like this?" Li Lin asked directly. Zhang Cheng looked pained. "It's all because of that cursed relic." He began to tell the story. About 4 years ago, the colony's geological team found a strange metal structure at the bottom of a deep on the planet. Initial scans showed it was very old and made of a material far beyond human technology. This was the Sower's Ruins. The scientists in the colony were overjoyed, thinking it was a chance for a big leap for humanity. They managed to open an entrance to the ruins and entered. At first, everything went well. They gained some advanced blueprints and energy control methods that they couldn't understand before, and the colony's productivity increased. But the good times didn't last. Frequent activities seemed to awaken something deep inside the ruins or attracted explorers. First, strange signals appeared near the planet's orbit, then small biological ships attacked. The colony strengthened its defenses, but disaster struck anyway. A year ago, a huge fleet of Leviathan ships suddenly appeared, destroying the orbital space station and most of the colony's ground facilities. The survivors had to flee to a pre-prepared, relatively hidden mountain valley shelter. Their goal is very clear. It's that relic. Zhang Cheng clenched his fists. They don't destroy it directly, but guard it like a treasure. Anyone trying to get close is ruthlessly attacked. We suspect they want to get something from the ruins. And what about the traitor? Lu Jianfeng asked further. Zhang Cheng's face darkened. Before the disaster, there was already division within the colony. A group of radicals, led by Chief Scientist Lewis, believed in exploring the ruins more deeply, even communicating with a certain whisper detected within. They thought it was guidance from the Cedars. Another group, including myself, thought this was too dangerous. Later, we proved we were right. He paused, a flash of anger and sadness in his eyes. When the Leviathan attack began, the core defense system of the colony failed at a critical moment, and the energy network was sabotaged from inside. We later found evidence in the ruins pointing to Lewis and some of his key followers.
They
Betrayed us, perhaps for what they saw as a higher form of evolution, or maybe they were seduced by the whisper in the ruins. We don't know where they are now, alive or dead. That warning, "Be careful inside," probably referred to them. The clues became clearer. The ruins are key, Leviathan wants them, and the traitors may be connected to some presence deep inside the ruins. "We need to enter that ruin," Li Lin said firmly, looking at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng suddenly looked up and firmly refused.
Impossible.
It's too dangerous. Not only is Leviathan blocking us, but the ruins themselves are problematic. Many who get close show mental issues even. Mutations. Lewis and his followers are examples. But we have a reason to go in. Ella spoke softly but with a piercing tone. It's not just about your survival. It concerns the balance of the wider universe. We carry some things that might be related. She hinted at the spark ability and the black stone tablet. Zhang Cheng looked at them with suspicion and doubt. Suddenly, outside, there was a commotion and frightened shouts. A guard rushed in, pale-faced. "Commander Zhang, it's bad. The Reapers are coming." Just outside the valley, Li Lin and the others followed Zhang Cheng out of the cave. At the valley entrance, 3 huge shadows, like a mix of upright insects and machines, were slowly approaching. They stood about 5 meters tall, with metallic exoskeletons and glowing red compound eyes. Their front limbs were massive, rotating structures like terrifying combined harvester blades, evidence of the terrible tears they left on the wreckage. Leviathan's ground units. Zhang Cheng clenched his teeth and said, "They occasionally come to clean up, taking away any biomass and metal they find valuable." The guards desperately fired their defenses. Energy beams hit the harvester's exoskeleton, leaving only shallow scorch marks, unable to stop its advance. An old automatic turret was instantly cut in half by the energy blade swung by the harvester's front limb. The explosion's fire reflected the desperate faces of the survivors. Prepare for close combat. Protect the elders and children and retreat into the deep caves. Zhang Cheng drew his high-frequency machete and shouted. He knew this might be the last fight. Lu Jianfeng and 2 security personnel immediately raised their advanced rifles to join the battle, but their effect was still limited. Li Lin watched the 3 unstoppable killing machines and felt the stronger heartbeat from the black stone tablet in her arms. It seemed to
Desire?
or respond to some call. She glanced at Ella, who looked back at her with the same determined look. "Captain Zhang, let your people retreat. Focus fire on the joint of the one on the left," Li Lin shouted, then closed her eyes. She stopped listening to the gunfire and explosions around her and focused all her mind on the stone tablet. This time, she was no longer passive. She actively, with clear intent, tried to communicate. She linked the chaos, devouring, and disorder represented by the harvester with her own will to protect order, survival, and civilization. She created a sharp opposition, like a wedge, and forcefully struck into the inside of the stone. "Help us," she shouted silently. It was as if a critical point had been broken. The black stone tablet suddenly became scorching hot. No longer shining white, a deep, dark glow, like it could absorb all light, burst from the cracks. This glow was not dazzling but carried a chilling heaviness. At the same time, Ella felt her, listening, ability forcibly heightened and amplified by this power. She no longer just heard information but seemed to instantly understand how the harvester ahead operated based on biomass energy conversion and specific entropy-increasing catalytic reactions driven by a tiny chaos core that constantly created local disorder to generate power. The dark glow spread outward from Li Lin, like mercury flowing forward. When the light touched the frontmost Reaper, something strange happened. The spinning blades of the Reaper suddenly stopped, making a harsh metal screech. Its glowing red surface flickered chaotically, and even the exoskeleton began to like fine porcelain. It let out a sharp, painful scream that seemed to affect the mind directly, full of confusion and distress. The other two, Reapers, were also affected, moving slowly and sluggishly.
Now.
Attack their core, Ella shouted loudly, pointing at a spot on the chest of the three Reapers, where energy was unusually concentrated. Lu Jianfeng and all the guards immediately turned their guns and focused their fire on the indicated spot. This time, the energy beams easily pierced the weakened exoskeleton and hit the core inside.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 dull explosions sounded. The 3 Reapers collapsed as if their skeletons had been pulled out, with large holes in their chests. Thick, foul-smelling organic matter mixed with melted metal spilled out, and they stopped moving. At the valley entrance, everything fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at what they had just seen, then looked at the woman holding a dark, glowing stone tablet. Her face was pale, but her eyes were very determined.
Liela yena gaspathabili.
This mental effort was even greater than the last time in space, but she could feel the stone tablet in her hand seemed to be heavier now. The faint resonance inside became clearer, as if recording the recent order correction against the chaotic creation. Zhang Qing stepped forward to Li Lin. His eyes were very complicated, surprised, grateful, and full of deep respect. He paused for a moment, then bowed deeply. On behalf of all the survivors of Eden 7B, thank you for your rescue. He straightened up, his voice still hoarse, but carrying a different tone. Regarding the ruins, if you insist on going, I know a relatively hidden path that can avoid most of the Leviathan patrols. But, he paused, warning seriously, the inside of the ruins is much more dangerous than outside. Especially that whisper. It seems to be able to erode the mind.
You
must be very careful. Li Lin put away the stone tablet, feeling the faint vibrations that echoed from deep within the planet's core. She nodded in understanding. We will do our best, she said. The silence in the valley was broken by cries of relief, excited conversations, and hurried rescue efforts. The wreckage of 3 harvester machines looked like ugly monuments, warning everyone of the approaching danger. Li Lin, supported by Lu Jianfeng, barely managed to stand. Her mental energy was drained, causing her vision to blur and her ears to hum. The black stone tablet had fallen silent again, but when she held it, she could feel its smooth, warm texture, as if it had absorbed energy. The cracks on its surface seemed to fade a little. Zhang Cheng directed the survivors to quickly clear the battlefield, dragging the remains of the harvester into a deep cave to hide them and avoid attracting more attention. His gaze on Li Lin and the others changed completely. No longer did he see them as distant allies who might bring resources. Instead, he saw something he couldn't understand. It was hope, but also fear of the unknown. You all need rest, Zhang Qing said firmly. That path is safer at night, and crossing the high radiation zone requires strength. Li Lin did not object. She knew her body and mind were near their limits. In a quiet, dry corner deep inside the cave, arranged by Zhang Cheng, she, Ella, and Lu Jianfeng drank water and took nutritional supplements briefly before entering a meditative state to recover. This time, they could clearly feel that the unsettling background noise caused by the order rift and the presence of the Leviathan was being slightly pushed away by themselves, or rather, by the stone tablet. Their recovery was faster than expected. A few hours later, as the brief, dim night fell on the planet, Eden 7B, Li Lin opened her eyes. She was not fully recovered, but could move freely. Ella and Lu Jianfeng also woke up, their eyes sharp again. Zhang Qing arrived as promised, dressed in an old-style combat suit suitable for stealth. He carried a nearly empty energy rifle and a machete on his back. Follow me, he said simply, signaling the 3 to move out, and handed each of them a small radiation detector and a filter mask. They quietly left the shelter and slipped into the thick night. Zhang Cheng chose a difficult path, walking along rugged mountain ridges and dried riverbeds filled with sharp rocks. The air smelled of sulfur and ozone, and the radiation meter sometimes flashed to dangerous levels, reminding them of the wounds this land had suffered. Along the way, Zhang Cheng led silently, moving quickly and carefully, as if blending into the harsh environment. Occasionally, he raised his fist to signal a stop. Everyone held their breath, listening to the distant, deep hum of the Leviathan, patrol units passing through the night sky, sounding like living engines. Can we take back our home? During a short rest, Lu Jianfeng looked at the faint outline of the ruins in the dark distance and asked softly. Zhang Cheng wiped sweat and dust from his forehead, shook his head, then nodded. Taking back that city? It's very hard, maybe impossible, but surviving. There might still be a chance if you can really uncover the secrets of the ruins. He looked at Li Lin. Louis and the others, before they betrayed us, talked wildly about a control core deep inside the ruins. They claimed that if we could understand it, we could control the Leviathan or even rewrite the laws of physics. We thought they were crazy back then. Control core, Ella whispered to herself. She tried to expand her listening, but immediately felt a chaotic, sticky, tempting yet disgusting whisper coming from the ground. She quickly cut off her perception, her face turning pale. The sound there is very strange. Not like the heavy order of the static data, nor like the pure devouring desire of the Leviathan. It feels more like a twisted madness. Li Lin clenched the stone tablet in her arms. It could block some mental attacks, but the ominous feeling from deep within the still cast a shadow over her heart like dark clouds. After hours of difficult travel, they finally reached the edge of the. Looking down, it was bottomless, filled with thick darkness and a faintly glowing, eerie mist rising from the depths. A simple metal ladder, left by explorers long ago, was the only way down. I can only take you this far, Zhang Qing said gravely at the edge of the radiation, and that whispering influence below will be even stronger. The communicator here is basically useless. Good luck to you all, he paused, then added, if you see Louis, tell him that the children of the colony are still waiting for him to come back and tell stories. This sentence carries a heavy hope and complex feelings that are hard to express. Li Lin and the others put on their masks, checked their gear, secured the safety ropes, and started climbing down the shaky ladder. The lower they went, the thicker and colder the air became. The radiation alarm sounded loudly and sharply, and even through their masks, they could smell a strange mix of rust and organic decay. An invisible whisper began to feel like cold tentacles trying to invade their minds, bringing confusing illusions and dark temptations, promises of power, the lure of knowledge, and illusions of eternal life. Ayla was hit hardest. She had to tighten her senses and only keep the minimum awareness of her surroundings. Lu Jianfeng relied on his strong will to push out these noises. Li Lin found that when she focused on the black stone tablet, the whispers would weaken, as if blocked by an invisible shield. This fragment of the key showed its special nature here. After descending nearly 1,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom of the canyon. The light was even dimmer, with some moss-like plants glowing faint blue or greenish light on the rocks. The ground beneath their feet was soft mud, made of a mix of organic debris and minerals. Straight ahead, there was a huge, unnatural metal structure, like a sleeping ancient beast, partly buried in the rocks and sediment. This was the Sower Ruins. Its surface was a dull, dark gray metal that seemed to absorb light. There were no visible welds or rivets. The smooth curves and sharp geometric angles combined strangely, giving an ancient yet timeless feeling. A large, jagged opening like a beast's black mouth stretched open, deep inside. The unsettling whisper was strongest coming from within. Life signal scan. No signals near the entrance, but faint non-human life responses and strong energy fluctuations deeper inside, Ayla said, struggling to interpret the data with her instruments. The three exchanged glances, turned on their helmet lights, and carefully stepped into the ruins. The space inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. The corridor is tall and open, with walls covered in thick, organic-looking growths that resemble a biological fungus blanket. These growths pulse slightly and emit a dull green glow, which is the main source of light inside. The air smells strongly of a sweet, fishy scent. Underfoot is not a metal floor but a soft, elastic surface that feels like living tissue. This place doesn't seem like a high-tech creation. It looks more like the inside of a giant creature's internal organs. The style of biological technology from the Leviathan leaves a deep mark here. It seems they have transformed this place. They walk carefully along the main corridor, seeing many broken human devices and some older structures that match the style of the ruins. Most of these are covered, wrapped, or even merged with biological tissue. In some rooms, large, egg-like structures cling to the walls, with faint movements inside. This place has been deeply invaded by Leviathan, Lu Jianfeng whispers, keeping his rifle ready. Suddenly, Ella stops sharply and points to a large hall on the side of the corridor.
There
Is a strong source of whispers and human brainwave activity. Very chaotic, they quietly approach the hall's entrance. The scene inside makes their skin crawl. In the center of the hall is a huge, pulsating mass of biological blood vessel-like tubes, beating like a heart. The surface of the mass is dotted with many semi-transparent sacs, each containing a human. Their eyes are closed, bodies connected by dense nerves, with expressions that shift between pain and trance. Around the mass, a dozen or so ragged scientists kneel, reciting words with fervent, hollow eyes. They are the ones constantly emitting the twisted whispers. Leading them is a thin, gray-haired man, Lewis, the former chief scientist of the colony. Are they sacrificing themselves? Or performing some kind of merging ritual? Ella feels a wave of nausea. Lilene's gaze is drawn behind the mass. There, the biological tissue on the wall is thinner, revealing a relatively intact platform made of complex geometric crystals, glowing with a soft white light. On the platform, a complex structure made of pure energy constantly changes shape. Its form looks very much like the incomplete mathematical model they uncovered in the distress signals core. Control core, Lilin whispered. It seemed their voice disturbed it. Lewis, kneeling, suddenly turned his head. His eyes turned a deep green, like a leviathan, and his face twisted into an unnatural, creepy smile.
Ah.
A new sacrifice. No, a new companion. His voice echoed directly in everyone's mind, full of temptation.
Come.
Join us. Embrace the will of the Master. Free yourself from the body. Share eternal knowledge and power. As he spoke, the huge growth on him throbbed violently. More whispers flooded in like a tide, trying to drown the minds of the three. Inside the room, those soaked in bubbles began to twitch violently. Lewis, look at what you've done. Those are your fellow colonists, Lu Jianfeng shouted angrily, trying to wake him up. Fellow? Such a narrow idea. Lewis cackled. In the grand plan of the Master, individuals are meaningless. Only merging can surpass. We are about to open the door to the abyss and become one with the great devourer, part of a new order. Abyss. They really had allied with the abyss. Suddenly, the energy-based control core shone brightly. A dark purple stream of devouring energy shot out, like tentacles, aiming straight at Li Lin. Its target was clear, her black stone tablet. Li Lin felt the tablet heat up instantly, buzzing louder than ever, as if facing a deadly enemy or her other half. She didn't have time to think. She quickly focused all her mind, communicating with the tablet. This time, she didn't just inject her will of order. She also sent the information she sensed about the self-repair cycle of the order rift from the stagnant data, along with her understanding of balance and vitality. She combined all this into a more complex, targeted thought, smashing it forcefully against the tablet. In the name of the spark, I refuse to be devoured. Protect the balance. The black stone tablet burst out with an unprecedented glow. This time, it was no longer pure white or dark, but a chaotic light filled with endless possibilities and creativity, like the birth of a new universe. The bright light clashed fiercely with the dark purple energy tendrils rushing toward it. There was no explosion, only a deep, rule-based conflict. The entire hall, and even the ruins, shook violently. The living tissues pulsed and withered quickly, turning black and dying. The tumor's movements became chaotic, and the people inside the bubble screamed loudly. Lewis and his followers covered their heads, crying out in pain. Their connection to the Abyss and Leviathan networks was severely disturbed or even cut off by the chaotic light.
No.
This can't be. This is the power of the origin? How can you? Lewis looked at Lily in horror, staring at the glowing stone tablet. His eyes flickered with a greenish light, as if witnessing something unbelievable. The chaotic light suppressed the dark purple energy and, as if alive, flowed back toward the control core. The core, made of energy, twisted and changed shape violently after touching the chaotic light. Its surface showed countless flickering runes, faintly matching the cracks on the stone tablet. Eeylar was quick-witted and shouted, "Lily, that mathematical model. It's the interface. Use the stone tablet to write the logic you saw in the static data about the fissure, self-repair, and our understanding of the third way into that core. This is the chance to repair the interface and cut off the connection to the abyss." Lily understood instantly. She endured the pain of her mind almost tearing apart, focusing all her thoughts into the stone tablet. She poured in her understanding of the order, a dynamic, human concept different from the static sacrifice of the static beings or the devouring of the abyss, and the insights from the static data about guiding the fissure to self-repair instead of forcibly sealing it. This final, powerful stream of information surged through the chaotic light into the transforming control core. Boom! A loud explosion, not from the physical world but from the fabric of space and time, erupted in everyone's minds. The dark purple tendrils shattered completely. The control core gradually stabilized from chaos into a gentle, milky white glow. Its shape fixed into a perfect, three-dimensional network of light, complementing the cracks on the black stone tablet. Two fragments suddenly resonated strongly at this moment. The tumor completely stopped beating, becoming shriveled and gray. Lewis and his followers collapsed to the ground, their green glow fading, returning to clarity, but their consciousness seemed heavily damaged, falling into a coma. The bubbles also burst one after another, releasing the people inside. Although weak, they seemed to have escaped control. The suffocating whisper deep inside the ruins disappeared, replaced by a calm and peaceful background sound, unlike anything before. They succeeded. Not only did they stop the abyss from further corrupting reality through this relic node, but it also seemed they had repaired and activated part of this interface. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire relic shook violently again, even more intensely than before. This time, the cause was not internal conflict, but external.
Warning.
Large-scale hyperspace signal detected approaching. It is the Leviathan mothership.
And
An unrecognizable, huge space anomaly, Era, relying on her recently stabilized perception, issued a frightened warning. Through the damaged dome of the relic, they saw the night sky above the rift torn apart. An enormous, unimaginably large biological warship, the Leviathan mothership, was slowly revealing its fierce form. Next to the mothership, a massive, constantly twisting and rotating order rift, emitting colorful black light, was being forcibly stabilized, anchored by the mothership's power, and slowly pushed toward Eden 7b. They can control the rift? Lu Jianfeng exclaimed. Li Lin looked at the stone slab resonating with the control core in her hand, then at the destructive scene in the sky. In an instant she understood everything. The Leviathan, or rather the abyss behind them, perhaps aims to use this repaired interface and the special coordinate Eden 7b to turn this order rift into a projectile, smashing it into a key point of the real universe, triggering a larger collapse to satisfy their desire to devour everything. Their repair efforts, while stopping small-scale erosion, might have also triggered this ultimate weapon prematurely. We must leave now. Immediately, Li Lin grabbed the stone slab still resonating with the core and shouted loudly. 3 people helped several scientists from Lu Yi's team, who had just regained consciousness, hoping to learn more from them, and desperately rushed out along the way. When they finally escaped the ruins and reached the bottom of the Rift Valley, they saw a scene like the end of the world. The sky was darkened by the shadow of the Leviathan mothership, which cast a shadow over most of the planet. The anchored Order Rift emitted a gloomy, ominous glow and slowly pressed down. The planet's crust was crying out in pain, with huge cracks spreading everywhere, volcanoes erupting, and the atmosphere violently disturbed. Swift ship. They had to immediately return to the Swift and contact the Pioneer. However, the ladder they used to come up had broken during the tremors. They were trapped at the bottom of the Rift Valley. At that moment, the stone tablet in Li Lin's hand lit up again with a gentle, chaotic glow, echoing with a stable, control core, deep inside the ruins. At the same time, she felt that the Pioneer, hidden on the orbit, seemed to be connected through an invisible link, producing a faint resonance with the stone tablet. A clear stream of information suddenly appeared in Li Lin's mind, not in words, but as an intuitive understanding. Interface, partially repaired. Key, permissions initially activated. Short-range, fixed-point teleportation available. Target, Pioneer, energy source. Countdown to the Rift's arrival. Execute, a glimmer of hope and despair. Li Lin hesitated for a moment and immediately confirmed in her mind. The chaotic glow burst out from the stone tablet, instantly enveloping all of them. The next moment, the world spun wildly, as if thrown into a vortex of time and space. When their vision cleared again, they were standing on the bridge of the Pioneer. The vice captain and crew members stared at their sudden appearance, stunned. Don't just stand there, Li Lin, barely holding her exhausted body, grabbed the command chair, her voice hoarse but urgent. Maximum battle readiness. Activate all engines. Target, stop that rift.
Or,
before it fully arrives, escape from here. She looked up at the main screen. The huge Leviathan mothership and the deadly, whirlpool-like Order Rift it pushed were now within reach. The final choice had arrived. Fight or flee. Humanity's path of self would decide its direction at this moment. The bridge of the Pioneer ship felt as if the air had turned solid. One moment, they were at the bottom of a deep canyon facing despair. The next, they had returned through an incredible space-time shift. This huge change made everyone, including Li Lin, feel dizzy and overwhelmed. But on the screen, the massive Leviathan mothership, which looked like a moving mountain, and the shimmering Order Rift in front of it, twisting reality and glowing with colorful black light, immediately brought everyone back to harsh reality. Energy readings have exceeded the limit. The stability of the space structure is collapsing. The sensor's voice trembled with shock. That rift. It's not spreading naturally. It's being pushed by the mothership. The target is the planet's core. If the Order Rift touches the planet's core, it won't just cause an explosion. It could trigger a chain reaction that destroys the planet's physical rules, possibly creating a tiny black hole that devours everything or tearing the local space-time apart. All engines overloaded. Maximum to break free from the planet's gravity. Li Lin's voice calmed the chaos on the bridge. She gripped the armrests tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her head throbbed painfully, as if pierced by thousands of needles. This was the side effect of severe mental strain and the short-term overuse of her powers. But she had to stay completely alert. The Pioneer engines roared as they struggled to escape the gravity of Eden 7B. But the Leviathan ship seemed to notice the small craft trying to flee. Several dark purple beams, powerful enough to vaporize small moons instantly, lashed out like whips of death. Emergency evasive maneuvers. Lu Jianfeng took over from Li Lin, who was too exhausted to control the ship. He performed a daring, almost impossible maneuver. The purple beams brushed past the shields, but the energy still overloaded the shield generator, causing it to smoke.
No.
We're not fast enough. We can't escape its range, the navigator shouted desperately. The massive size and firepower of the mothership made escape seem impossible. Li Lin stared fixedly at the Order Rift, being pushed by the Leviathan. A wild idea flashed through her mind. Could she, using her powers and the repaired interface, influence or even control that rift? Analyze the structure of that pushed rift. Find a connection between it and the interface we repaired, Li Lin ordered urgently, pressing the still warm black stone tablet tightly against her forehead. Ignoring the tearing pain in her mind, she sank her consciousness into it again.
She saw it.
Inside the stone tablet, a three-dimensional network outlined by chaotic light, which complemented the control core, deep within the ruins, was connected to the distant Rift of Order by countless thin, trembling lines. These lines were not physical connections but entanglements at the rule level. The Leviathan mothership was forcefully tugging these lines, guiding the direction of the rift. There's a chance. Ella, relying on her enhanced listening, also caught similar information. The mothership does not fully control the rift. It is more like riding a powerful current it cannot completely control. The interface we repaired is a dam on this current. We can try to interfere with its control. Interfere? How to interfere?
Lielena suddenly understood.
She no longer tried to inject a vast amount of thoughts into the stone tablet, but focused her mind into a very thin, very sharp needle. She traced along the invisible lines between the stone tablet and the rift, moving backward, aiming directly at the control node of the Leviathan mothership's grip on the rift. This was an extremely delicate operation, like threading a needle in a storm, demanding the utmost control and mental strength. Li Lin's nostrils and ears began to bleed, and her body trembled uncontrollably, but the light in her eyes grew brighter. On the level of conscious perception, she saw the core connecting the mothership and the rift, a vast network inside the mothership, made of countless neural-like structures and strange crystals, constantly sending chaotic commands. Li Lin transformed her understanding of the balance between order and chaos, gained from the static data of the silent observer, and her resilient human will to survive in the cracks of the universe into a pure wave of information. She forcefully stabbed this wave along the needle into the control network. The enormous body of the Leviathan mothership suddenly trembled. Its action to push the Order Rift experienced a brief moment of stagnation and deviation. The destructive energy flow and the trajectory of the planet's core shifted in a barely perceptible but crucial way. This moment of shift gave the Pioneer ship a chance to survive. Full throttle. Charge out, Lu Jianfeng roared, pushing the engine lever beyond its limit. The Pioneer, like a bird breaking free from its cage, dangerously squeezed through the edges of the mothership's fire net and the cracks in the energy field caused by disturbances. Its speed kept increasing, finally breaking free from the gravity of Eden 7b and escaping into the deep starry sea. Behind them, the brief interference disappeared. The Leviathan mothership roared in anger, its furious will felt across the entire star system. It seemed more agitated after this unexpected disturbance, and it suddenly sped up the movement of the Order Rift. Losing the clear target of the Pioneer, the mothership's anger seemed to be directed entirely at that poor planet. The huge, unstable Order Rift finally violently collided with the crust of Eden 7b. There was no sound, only intense light. A light of a color impossible to describe with words erupted from inside the planet, instantly swallowing the entire world. Where the light passed, matter was not simply destroyed but deconstructed. Mountains turned into basic particles, oceans vaporized into nothingness. The planet's structure began to break down from within, physical laws temporarily failed in that area, and space itself cracked like a shattered mirror, then twisted and folded in ways that defied logic. Eventually, as the destructive light faded, only a shrinking, expanding, chaotic energy ripple in space remained where Eden 7b once was, along with floating dust that had been thoroughly purified. The planet, the refuge on it, Zhang Cheng and the survivors, and even the rebellious Lewis team, all of it vanished. On the bridge of the Pioneer, everything was deathly silent. Everyone watched through the windows as a world ended. Such grand and complete destruction brought not fear, but a deep sense of emptiness and insignificance. Li Lin collapsed into the command chair, blood slowly flowing from her 7 orifices, her consciousness teetering on the edge of collapse. She succeeded, disrupting the mother ship, giving the Pioneer a chance to escape, but she couldn't save that world, nor those fellow beings who had just glimpsed hope. Jianfeng Lu quietly took over command and ordered, shut down all non-essential systems and switched to silent mode. Medical team, immediately start rescue operations for the captain. His voice was hoarse, filled with deep exhaustion and sadness. Ella knelt beside Liling, wiping blood from her face with a handkerchief, tears silently falling. She could feel the wounds in Liling's mind and soul, and also sensed that the black stone tablet beside her had changed after this shocking interference. The chaotic light inside seemed more subdued, as if something had settled. The ship, Pioneer, like a wounded beast, carried its broken body and heavy spirit, quietly disappearing into the darkness of space, leaving behind the newly born deadly starfield. The following journey was spent in silence and healing. Liling was in a coma in the medical bay for 3 days. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a blurry white ceiling and Ella's bloodshot but joyful eyes. "You're awake." Ella's voice choked with emotion. Liling opened her mouth but couldn't speak, only blinking weakly. She felt drained, her mind a wasteland, with only a faint, warm connection remaining between her and the black stone tablet beside her pillow. Recovery was slow and painful. Physical wounds healed easily, but mental exhaustion and the trauma of witnessing a world's destruction took longer to recover from. Jianfeng Lu and Ella took turns staying by her side, reporting on the ship's status and sharing some less heavy research findings. "We analyzed the testimonies of the scientists we brought back from the ruins, along with fragments of Lewis's remaining notes," Ella said during a visit. "The Abyss is indeed a reverse entropy singularity created by an early failed experiment of the sower. It instinctively seeks to devour everything orderly to sustain itself. The Leviathan is its extending tentacle and tool. As for the Order Rift, based on the data from the static dwellers and our experiences, it seems more like a scar caused when the sower tried to repair or seal the Abyss, but lost control. So, the Abyss pushes the Order Rift to destroy worlds, not just to devour, but also to expand the scar, polluting more of reality and weakening the universe's order?" Liling weakly speculated. "That's very likely," Ella nodded. As for the stagnators, they chose the most direct and tragic way, using their own orderliness to fill the wounds and delay collapse. But in the end, it's like drinking poison to quench thirst, and Li Lin's gaze fell on the black stone slab. "Our path. This stone slab is probably a different kind of seed left by the sower, a fragment of the key of origin, unlike the sacrifice path of the stagnators." Ella's eyes sparkled with excitement and awe. "It represents not blockage or consumption, but guidance and reconstruction. It can resonate with the rifts of order, and even influence their rules to some extent. Our previous repairs of the interface in the ruins and your last interference with the mothership controlling the rift all prove this. Guidance and reconstruction." Li Lin chewed on these words. "Perhaps this is the true role and way out for humans, or rather for these awakened seeds, not to become martyrs of order, nor to fall into the chaos of consumption, but to become maintainers of balance, or even weavers of new rules." This idea seemed to bring a faint light into her heavy heart. A few weeks later, Li Lin finally managed to get out of bed. She immediately went to the bridge. The crew looked at her with respect and concern. The vice commander respectfully handed back the command. "Report the current situation." Li Lin's voice was still a little hoarse, but her eyes had regained their usual calm and sharpness. The ship's damage has been repaired to 75%, and energy reserves are back to 60%. We are currently in an uncharted star region, far from known routes, and there are no signs of Leviathan tracking us, Lu Jianfeng reported. Additionally, based on Dr. Ella's observations, after the destruction of Eden 7b, the nearby star system's background entropy growth rate has slowed slightly but measurably. It seems that the destroyed planet and the orderliness it contained temporarily fed the abyss and the Leviathan it controls, causing them to slow down. The destruction of a world brought a brief moment of relief. This realization caused Li Lin a sharp pain, but also strengthened her resolve. We must find a more effective way. Before the deep abyss causes another large-scale destruction, we need to become stronger, find more key fragments, and unite more forces. She walked to the window and looked out at the bright, cold galaxy. The black stone tablet in her hand felt warm and steady. She could sense that deep in the distant starry sea, other fragments were calling, other sparks were struggling, and perhaps there were civilizations like the Silent Watchers quietly sacrificing themselves. Set the course. Li Lin's clear voice echoed through the bridge, carrying a sense of rebirth after destruction. Head toward the strongest resonance detected by the stone tablet. Our journey is far from over. Humanity's path of self will continue. Yes, Captain. The Pioneer adjusted its position, engines emitting a steady blue glow, moving confidently into the deeper, unknown parts of the starry sea. Between the endless darkness and shining stars, the tiny sparks of human civilization, carrying the hopes of the fallen and the resolve of the living, would keep burning, searching for their own path to the future amid chaos and order. Li Lin knew that the next encounter with the deep abyss, or the Leviathan, would no longer be a frantic escape, but a true battle for survival and the future. She gently touched the stone tablet, feeling the power within, waiting to be fully awakened. The Pioneer was like a silent seed, lurking in the dark soil of the starry sea. Far from the aftermath of the destruction of Eden 7b, the ship's internal wounds were slowly healing, but invisible changes had already taken place. Li Lin stood by the bridge window, her back straighter and more profound than before. The black stone tablet she carried was no longer just an object. It was an extension of her senses, a link to communicate with the deep laws of the universe. Ira's scientific team made a breakthrough. Based on analyzing the energy features of the stone tablet and reverse engineering data from the Eden 7b ruins, they successfully created prototypes of the first mental stabilizer and order field generator. The stabilizer can effectively help unawakened crew members resist the influence of whispers from the abyss. The field generator can create a small-scale order field emitted by the slate. Although weak and short-lived, this marks a significant step forward, showing that humans are beginning to actively use and understand this power beyond normal technology. Lu Jianfeng has focused more on training the awakened combat team. Besides Li Lin, Ella, and himself, 7 other crew members have gradually developed initial awakening abilities under constant potential stimulation and harsh conditions. Some are good at sensing beyond sight, some can temporarily boost their physical or equipment performance, and others are highly sensitive to energy flow. They are organized into the Spark Team, directly commanded by Lu Jianfeng, becoming a key asset beyond the ship's regular forces. They have traveled for months in a state of high alert and clear purpose. Guided by the faint signals from the slate, they crossed several barren star systems and avoided ominous nebulae with strange fluctuations. During this journey, they encountered a small group of space pirates trying to intercept the seemingly lone ship. Thanks to the precise sensing and coordination of the Spark Team, the Pioneer was able to destroy the attackers with minimal damage. This small victory greatly boosted the crew's confidence. However, the vastness of the starry sea is always beyond imagination. After a routine jump, they entered a region that seemed alive. The cosmic background ahead was no longer the familiar darkness dotted with stars, but a flowing, colorful display like the aurora. Large, semi-transparent, jellyfish-like creatures drifted slowly in space, their bodies stretching for kilometers and glowing with star-like points. Some giant creatures, resembling manta rays with metallic shimmer, glided gracefully, creating ripples in space. Further away, structures made purely of light, resembling trees, grew slowly. "Is this the sea of illumination?" Ella whispered, watching the vibrant scene on the sensors. This area is only mentioned in ancient star maps and legends, believed to be one of the most bizarre and rich sanctuaries of life in the universe. Life signal readings. Impossible to calculate. Every creature, even the light itself, emits strong life waves. The sensor's voice was full of amazement. "Stay alert and slow down," Li Lin ordered. "This star system is breathtakingly beautiful, but full of unknowns." She could feel that the stone tablet in her hand was resonating with a strange, pleasant feeling, as if returning to a familiar place. They carefully navigated through this sea of life, trying not to disturb the large creatures around them. Small glowing creatures' curiosity approached the Pioneer, flying outside the windows and leaving bright streaks of light. Suddenly, their communication channel picked up a strange signal with a rhythmic, song-like quality. It wasn't in any known language, but the message of welcome and inquiry was clearly understood by everyone. "Try to reply using the Universal Language Database and emotional coding," Li Lin cautiously ordered. The communications officer sent out a message expressing peace, exploration, and seeking guidance. After a moment, the rhythmic signal returned, now with a sense of understanding and following. Meanwhile, the large, jellyfish creatures ahead began to split apart, creating a clear path. At the end of this path was a planet surrounded by colorful nebulae, glowing softly with white light. "Are they inviting us?" Lu Jianfeng thought in disbelief. The stone tablet didn't signal danger. In fact, the resonance grew stronger. Li Lin felt the warm vibrations from the tablet and made a decision. Follow the guidance, maintain defensive readiness, prepare for landing, team. The Pioneer followed the guiding creatures slowly toward the white planet. As they approached, they saw that the surface was not land or ocean, but a network of enormous, glowing, milky white plants. These plant veins cover the entire planet like a neural network, with strange crystal-like structures resembling castles at the nodes. The ship landed on a large platform that looked like a blooming flower. Li Lin, Ayla, Lu Jianfeng, and the Starfire team stepped out. The air was filled with a fresh, sweet scent, and the ground beneath was soft and elastic. A group of beings emerged from the crystal castles. They looked similar to humans but were taller and more elegant, with semi-transparent skin that shimmered with gentle light. Their eyes resembled pure gemstones. Their presence radiated a calm, yet powerful sense of order. The elder leading the group held a staff made from living vines wrapped around each other. His gaze was fixed directly on the black stone tablet in Li Lin's hand, and a look of understanding and relief appeared on his face. Instead of words, a clear flow of information entered Li Lin's mind through telepathy. "Welcome, holder of the key, seeker of balance. We are the Watchers, guardians of this primordial land. We sense the unrest of the abyss and the sorrow of the stagnant, and we also feel the different lights on your path." Li Lin was deeply shocked. These Watchers clearly knew many things. "We follow an ancient promise to protect another piece of the origin key," the elder continued, "and we observe the growth of the chosen spark. Your decision in Eden 7b may not have saved that world, but your display of guidance rather than suppression or consumption shows your true worth." Another fragment. "It really exists. We need it," Li Lin urgently responded with her mind. "The power of the abyss is growing, and they can even push the rift of order. We need complete strength to fight them. Strength," the elder said with deep eyes, "must be matched with wisdom and heart. The key is not a weapon but a tool for the weaver. It is used to repair the fabric of reality, not just to destroy. Are you ready to take on the responsibility of being a weaver?" "Weaver?" Li Lin remembered Ella's speculation about guidance and reconstruction. It seems that this is the true name of their path of self-discovery. "We're still learning," Li Lin honestly replied. "But we are willing to fight for it, for survival, and for more possibilities." The elder nodded slightly, seeming satisfied with her answer. "Then accept the trial. Prove that you can control the fragments and guide them toward creation, not destruction." He waved his staff, and the ground in the center of the platform rippled like water, rising up to form a huge, intricate maze made of pure energy. Inside, the light and shadows shifted unpredictably, radiating a powerful, unsettling energy. "The Mindscape Maze," the elder explained, "it reflects the deepest fears, desires, and choices within those who enter. Only by staying true to oneself and understanding the path can one reach the end and touch the fragments. This is the ultimate test of willpower and faith." Li Lin took a deep breath and looked at Lu Jianfeng and Ella. Both nodded at her with determined eyes. "Let's go in," Li Lin said, stepping into the energy maze first. Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and the members of the Spark team followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the maze, the scenery around them changed instantly. Li Lin found herself alone, standing on the ruins of the Eden 7B colony. Zhang Cheng and the survivors looked at her with hollow eyes, questioning why she couldn't save them. Overwhelmed by guilt and self-blame, she almost felt drowned. But she quickly steadied her mind. "I did my best and I won't let their sacrifices be in vain," she said firmly to the illusion, taking a step forward. The illusion shattered like glass. Next, she saw the temptation of power, holding the complete origin key, controlling the rules of the universe, and becoming a supreme deity. But she immediately realized the emptiness and loneliness behind it. That was not the path she wanted. The illusion disappeared again. Then came the maze of knowledge, full of endless mysteries tempting her to indulge and forget her responsibilities. But she remembered her burden and her friend's trust, and she chose to leave. Lu Jianfeng faced endless war and killing in the maze, testing his limits as a warrior and his desire for peace. Ella was lost in a sea of information, needing to choose between the known and the unknown. The members of the Spark team each faced their own inner demons. The maze was full of twists and tests. Some lost their way, but with encouragement from their friends and their own strong will, they all eventually escaped. When Li Lin finally broke through the last barrier, her fear of failure, and reached the maze's core, she saw Lu Jianfeng and Ella almost at the same time. Their hands touched the floating fragment at the center. It was not a solid object, but a constantly flowing, changing energy form like liquid starlight. When Li Lin's black stone tablet approached it, the energy seemed to find its home, flowing happily and merging with the stone. In an instant, a bright light burst from the combined key. Li Lin felt a powerful, intricate, and creative energy flowing into her body and mind. It no longer caused pain but wrapped around her like a warm ocean. Countless knowledge and insights about space-time structures, energy guidance, and matter reconstruction were instinctively imprinted in her consciousness. She saw that the key of origin was not a weapon for fighting but a divine tool for repairing and weaving reality. It could calm the chaos of order fractures, guiding unruly energy to become a source of creation. It could strengthen fragile space structures and even define new physical constants within a limited area. As the light faded, the key in Li Lin's hand had changed shape. It was no longer a simple black stone slab but a small, palm-sized prism shimmering with chaotic starlight, as if containing a tiny universe inside. The Elder Watcher's voice sounded again, filled with approval. "You have passed the trial and proved your worth. The complete key. No, it should now be called the Heart of the Weaver, and it is bound to your civilization's spark." He looked at Li Lin with serious eyes. "But time is running out. The Abyss has sensed the completion of the Heart of the Weaver. Its tendrils are reaching into the star region. You must leave immediately and head to the final barrier, the shield built by the Stillers, to slow the expansion of the Abyss." That is the last battlefield that will decide the fate of the universe. Take our blessings. The Elder infused a pure energy sphere of order into the heart of the Weaver. This will temporarily strengthen its power. Go, young Weaver, fulfill your mission, and weave a new future for this starry sea. Before more could be said, the sensors of the Pioneer ship issued a sharp alarm. Massive Leviathan signals were flooding in from the outskirts of the Sea of Illusions. All personnel returned to the ship immediately.
Maximum combat readiness.
Prepare to break through. Li Lin clenched her gentle yet powerful heart of the Weaver, her eyes burning with determination. A new journey begins, leading to the final battlefield. Humanity's path of self-discovery is now closely tied to the fate of the entire universe. The engine of the Pioneer roared like an angry thunder beast, soaring from the dreamlike platform of the primordial land. Outside the viewport, the peaceful Sea of Illumination had fallen into chaos. Beautiful auroras were torn apart, huge jellyfish-like creatures curled in fear, and the lighted trees flickered unpredictably. On the edge of the star field, countless Leviathan ships spread out like a spreading plague, closing in on their position, far more numerous than during the Eden 7B incident. The heart of the Weaver has completed initial fusion. The energy circuit is stable. Ella watched the data flow on the science console, her voice trembling with excitement. I can feel the power of the rules inside it, far beyond what I imagined. Liline tightly held a prism shimmering with chaotic starlight. A new, overwhelming feeling of connection to the universe's pulse flooded her. She no longer needed to focus to communicate. Her thoughts naturally reached out, and the heart of the Weaver responded as if it were part of her body. She saw the weak points in the surrounding net, tiny gravitational wrinkles, and energy currents that ordinary sensors couldn't detect. Navigator, follow my orders. Bearing Delta 7, turn 3.14 radians, maximum power for jump. Liline's voice was clear and calm, carrying undeniable authority. But Captain, the calculations in that direction are not redundant enough. Forcing a jump could. The navigator hesitated, knowing that area was marked as dangerous in the textbooks. Execute the command. Liline cut him off sharply, her eyes like a blade. She didn't have time to explain. The heart of the Weaver was transmitting the optimal path directly to her, based on higher-dimensional space-time models. The navigator clenched his teeth, trusting her, and quickly operated the controls. The Pioneer turned its bow and charged forward into the seemingly hopeless void. Just as it was about to contact the first wave of Leviathan hunting ships, the space ahead was gently pushed aside by an invisible hand, revealing a brief but stable hyperspace corridor. The ship instantly plunged into it, leaving behind the incoming attacks and dense encirclement. After several precise, millisecond-perfect evasions, they successfully shook off the main pursuers. However, the cost was high energy consumption and continuous alarms on the ship's structure. We are temporarily safe. Lu Jianfeng looked at the gradually distant and still chaotic star field behind them. He sighed in relief, but kept a serious expression. However, the Abyss has clearly locked onto us. Their quick discovery of the Sea of Illumination shows they are highly sensitive to the key. Li Lin nodded, sensing the rhythmic pulse signal coming from the heart of the Weaver, pointing toward a distant part of the universe, like a heartbeat. This was the final line of defense, the coordinates of the static barrier. Our target is the final line of defense. Full speed ahead. Her voice was tired but firm. The heart of the Weaver brought not only power but also a heavy sense of responsibility and a clear understanding of the universe's current state. The static barrier was weakening, and the Abyss was like a hungry beast constantly attacking the dam built by countless sacrifices of civilizations. Time was truly running out. The upcoming journey became a race against time and an urgent effort to adapt to new power. Li Lin, Ella, and Lu Jianfeng dedicated almost all their time to exploring and adjusting to the heart of the Weaver. Under Li Lin's leadership, they successfully used the power of the Heart of the Weaver to conceptually strengthen the ship's shield system. Instead of simply increasing energy output, they added properties like orderful deflection and entropy counteraction at the rule level of the shield, greatly reducing the Leviathan's usual energy absorption attacks. Ella focused on the information layer. She discovered that the Heart of the Weaver could act as a super decoder and firewall. It could easily the Abyss's information pollution, trace the signal source, and even attempt small-scale rule interference, causing nearby Leviathan units to temporarily fall into logical confusion. Lu Jianfeng and the Spark Squad made the most obvious progress. Under the gentle and continuous order field emitted by the Heart of the Weaver, their awakening abilities steadily improved, and they began to show cooperative effects. In a simulated confrontation, they even managed to temporarily overlap their mental fields, forming a joint barrier capable of deflecting small meteor showers. However, increased power came with a cost. Li Lin found that the deeper her bond with the Heart of the Weaver, the more sensitive she became to the universe's disorder and pain. She often hears the distant cries of civilizations being destroyed under the influence of the abyss in the far reaches of space. She feels the faint but constant groaning of the barrier created by the static dwellers, which is pushed by ongoing forces. This empathy almost overwhelms her, and she must constantly use strong willpower to keep her mind balanced, so she doesn't get swallowed by the vast sadness. During a deep meditation, she briefly touched the edge of the collective consciousness of the static dwellers. It wasn't communication, but a sense of a state, countless minds sacrificing their individuality to merge into a grand order structure for a common purpose. It was a state of extreme calm and sacrifice, with no complaints or fears, only a cold, burning resolve. This made her respect the static dwellers more deeply and clarified her own path. She cannot and will not choose such sacrifice. Her path is one of protection and creation. After months of traveling through several star systems that had been drained of life by the abyss, leaving only silent stars, they finally reached the source of the signal. It was a breathtaking and sorrowful sight beyond words. A huge wall, spanning dozens of light years, made of countless diamond-shaped crystals tightly joined and emitting a gentle white glow, stood at the edge of the universe. On one side of the wall was a sea of colors and life. On the other side was pure nothingness, a void that devours everything, where even light cannot escape. This is the true form of the abyss, an ever-expanding, reverse entropy singularity. The barrier of the static dwellers is not a physical wall, but a rule barrier woven from countless civilizations that have organized themselves to resist ultimate chaos. It is grand, intricate, and beautiful, but also riddled with terrifying cracks like spiderwebs. Some of these cracks reveal dark purple energy, belonging to the abyss, seeping out like pus and corroding. The entire barrier emits a deep, continuous hum, an expression of the immense pressure it endures, constantly repairing itself while being broken again. In front of the barrier floats some large structures resembling scaffolding. These are the outposts of the static dwellers still in operation. At the same time, they could see more types of ships, some with rough, rugged styles, others with sleek, elegant lines, and some that looked almost alive. These ships, like moths drawn to a flame, circled around the cracks in the barrier, fighting desperately and fiercely against strange, varied creatures emerging from the void. This was the last stronghold of all remaining civilizations in the universe. The appearance of the Pioneer immediately drew attention. A powerful, neutral scanning wave swept over the ship, followed by a universal identification code and docking instructions. Following the guidance, the Pioneer slowly moved into a docking bay inside a huge, scaffolding structure. When they stepped out of the ship, they saw a busy yet tense scene. Strange creatures and mechanical beings hurried about, repairing damaged facilities and transporting energy crystals. The air was filled with the smell of burning energy, metal friction, and an invisible sense of desperate determination. A humanoid figure made of light appeared before them, likely a high-level AI or energy-based life form. "Welcome to the Endgame Defense Line, stranger. I am the command node of the defense, codenamed Night Watchman." The voice, made of shimmering light, said without emotion. "We detected high levels of order energy and fluctuations from the Weaver. Please state your purpose." Li Lin raised the heart of the Weaver, glowing with chaotic starlight that stood out in the dim docking bay. "We are humans holding the key of origin, or the heart of the Weaver. We come to repair the barrier and fight against the void creatures. The legacy of the Weaver has truly reappeared." The Night Watchman's voice flickered. "According to ancient agreements, you have the highest authority. But be warned, the barrier's collapse has entered an accelerated phase. The void creatures are focusing their power on the main structural nodes of Sectors 3, 7, and 9. Any repair attempt could attract their full attention, which is extremely dangerous. We have no choice," Li Lin said firmly. "Please send us to the most critical area." "As you wish," the Night Watchman replied without further words. A beam of light teleported Li Lin, Ella, Lu Jianfeng, and the Spark team. In the next moment, they found themselves on a large, transparent observation platform. Outside, the barrier stretched across the universe. Seeing it up close was even more awe-inspiring. The white crystal structure, built from the sacrifices of countless civilizations, resembles the backbone of the starry sea itself. But at this moment, on the barrier not far ahead of them, a huge, jagged like a lightning bolt is constantly expanding. Dark purple energy, alive and tentacle-like, is crazily pouring out from deep within devouring the surrounding white light and continuously corroding the nearby crystal structures. Dozens of warships from different civilizations are fighting monsters formed from dark purple energy around the energy beams cross each other, explosions light up the scene, and ships are silently dragged into the void by tentacles, disappearing without a trace. "The scene looks like. That's the place." Ella points at the most central part of where the energy is most chaotic. "That's the focus of the rule conflict and where the barrier's self-repair logic is broken. Someone needs to go in and use a higher level of order to stabilize the space-time structure there. Entering that's almost suicide." But Li Lin doesn't hesitate. She takes a deep breath and raises the heart of the Weaver. Chaotic starlight spreads out from her, forming a stable, protective energy field. "Lu Jianfeng, Ella, you stay outside and stabilize the surrounding area. Spark team, come with me." Li Lin's voice comes through the energy field, full of determination. She steps off the observation platform, rushing toward the huge like a shooting star. The members of Spark Team follow closely behind. Their mental energy fields, guided by the heart of the Weaver, resonate and overlap with Li Lin's, creating a stronger, shining barrier filled with sparks. Once inside, the violent chaos energy rushes toward them like countless grinding tools from all directions. The dark purple tentacles wildly lash at their barrier, producing shrill screams that seem to tear at their souls. Rules here are in chaos. Gravity shifts randomly, time speeds up and slows down, and sometimes matter spontaneously breaks down into basic particles. Li Lin keeps her mind steady, focusing all her thoughts on the heart of the Weaver. Instead of fighting the disorderly energy, she tries to understand and guide it. She transforms the power of the heart of the Weaver into countless delicate, star-glittering threads of order, like the most skillful fingers probing into the most chaotic energy vortex at the core of She sees it. This is the result of countless broken rule fragments and endless repair commands created after the fierce conflict between the static stagnated order and the chaotic abyss. It's like a program constantly crashing due to a deadly conflict. Repair it. Use the power of the Weaver. Li Lin guides the thread of starlight, weaving like a loom, to straighten out the broken rules. She injects more flexible, dynamic balance allowing Weaver logic into the overly rigid order commands of the stagnator. At the same time, She deflects and redirects the destructive chaos energy of the abyss, even trying to channel some of it into the barrier's own repair cycle, turning harm into benefit. This is a very delicate and dangerous process, like threading a needle in the eye of a storm. Li Lin's mental energy is consumed at an unprecedented speed. Her face turns pale instantly, and her body trembles slightly. The members of the Spark Squad also feel immense pressure, but they grit their teeth and pour all their mental strength into the combined force field, supporting Li Lin. Gradually, the violent energy vortex begins to change. The dark purple glow is gradually penetrated and neutralized by flowing starlight. The shattered rule fragments start to reassemble, slowly, but the trend of cracks expanding is clearly being stopped. It's effective. Their method works. However, at this critical moment, an enormous, cold, hungry will, like an awakened ancient beast, suddenly descends from the depths of the void within. It locks onto Li Lin, who is trying to repair her wound, weaver delicious order, becoming part of. The consciousness of the abyss notices this daring bug touching its wound. A huge, black hand made of pure void suddenly emerges from the, ignoring space and distance, reaching directly for Li Lin and the Spark Squad. Wherever it passes, even space and time are erased. The shadow of death instantly envelopes everyone. Li Lin's pupils shrink sharply. She feels an unstoppable force. But in this moment of despair, her eyes become incredibly calm. She pours all her mental strength, willpower, hope, and her deep love for the future of human civilization into the heart of the Weaver, not to fight back, but to ignite. The energy of blessing from the sea of illusory light and all the creative potential contained within the heart of the Weaver are now fully unleashed, transformed into a purest form, symbolizing possibility. The primal light for the future, the brilliant light, as intense as the first glow of the universe's birth, erupts from Li Lin's hand and crashes fiercely against the black giant hand that devours everything. Light and darkness, order and chaos, creation and emptiness. The first horn of the final battle is sounded by humanity. The fate of the starry sea now depends on this tiny point of light. The clash of light and dark does not produce a huge explosion as expected. Instead, it is a deeper, more fundamental destruction and rebirth. When the primal light touches the void giant hand, time seems to stretch into eternity and then compress into a moment. Li Lin's consciousness leaves her body, as if melting into the burst of light. She is no longer herself, but becomes an extension of the heart of the Weaver, will, part of the ultimate rule-level confrontation. She sees that the primal light is not destroying the black giant hand, but rapidly weaving on its surface, like a skillful weaver using threads of light to define structure, attributes, and even a fleeting meaning of existence on the hand representing absolute emptiness. The black giant hand's movements slow down, its pure nothingness, forcibly given the qualities of being, causing internal logical conflicts and beginning to disintegrate from the edges. But this comes at a great cost. The light of the heart of the Weaver dims visibly, and Li Lin feels her consciousness thinning, as if it might vanish in this flood of power at any moment. She hears the desperate shouts of Lu Jianfeng and Ella outside the force field, and senses the burning spirit of the Starfire Squad members, but those sounds and feelings grow more distant. Just as her consciousness is about to be completely erased, a vast and gentle force, like a warm current, flows from behind her through the stagnant barrier, softly wrapping around her fading core of awareness. It is the Stagnator, the collective will formed by countless sacrificed civilizations at this critical moment, accepts and stabilizes her. Different paths, same guardianship. A vast and peaceful thought brushed past her senses, with no words, only pure understanding and support. With the additional power from the static one, the primal light stabilized again. It completely shattered the void giant hand, and the remaining glow acted like a healing agent, filling the huge. Where the starlight passed, broken rules were reconnected, and the cycle of repair was corrected. The dark purple corrosive energy was quickly purified and absorbed. The fierce wound across the starry sky began to heal visibly at a speed that could be seen. All the allied warships fighting nearby saw this miracle. The energy beams stopped firing. The soldiers stood silently at the windows, watching the symbol of destruction being soothed by warm, strong starlight. It worked. They succeeded. Ella cried happily, almost exhausted. Lu Jianfeng finally relaxed his tightly clenched fists, which had been bleeding from his nails. He immediately ordered, "Medical teams prepare. Support ships and squads. Return now." When the light completely faded, the had healed completely, even more solid and clear than the surrounding barrier structures. Li Lin and the members of the Spark team floated in space, wrapped in gentle static energy, slowly returning to the observation platform. The heart of the Weaver, in Li Lin's hand, had dimmed, with tiny cracks appearing on its surface, as if it had exhausted all its power. She was in a deep coma, breathing weakly. Despite heavy losses, they did it. They successfully repaired the main structural node, proving that the Weaver path was possible. The news spread quickly like sparks across the final defense line. Hope finally ignited on this hopeless battlefield. Li Lin had been unconscious in the medical pod for a whole week. During this time, the static energy gently nourished her mind and body. When she woke up again, she felt reborn. Her mental strength was still low, but her course seemed to have changed, becoming more refined and deep. Her connection with the heart of the Weaver was not broken but more restrained, like a sleeping volcano waiting to erupt again. After waking, she learned that because of their successful demonstration, the Defense Command, composed of the Night Watch and several key resistance leaders, quickly adjusted their strategy. No longer just passive defense or filling gaps with sacrifices, they began to organize small teams called Weaving Teams, led by Li Lin and the Spark team. Under their guidance, they learned to use similar methods to actively repair cracks in other areas of the barrier. The idea of weavers brought by humans was like a stone thrown into still water, creating big ripples. However, the counterattack from the abyss came faster and more fiercely. Just a few hours after Li Lin's awakening, sharp alarms sounded throughout the defense line. Warning! The main body of the abyss is showing a high-energy reaction. Large-scale rule distortion detected. Target is the core control area. On the bridge of the Pioneer ship, the scene on the main screen made everyone's skin crawl. Beyond the barrier, the endless void began to churn violently, like boiling ink. A huge whirlpool, made of pure darkness, was forming. At its center, a faint outline of an eye appeared. It was an emotionless eye, cold and driven by desire to consume. It stared at the barrier, at the defense line, or more precisely, at Li Lin, who had just awakened, and the dull Weaver's heart in her hand. "It's really going all out now." Lu Jianfeng's voice was hoarse. The shadow of the Night Watcher appeared on the bridge, sounding more urgent than ever. The abyss is concentrating almost all its power, trying a pinpoint strike. The goal is to destroy the command node of the defense line and the Weavers. The impact is expected to arrive in 3 standard hours. Conventional defenses are likely ineffective. The ultimate test was finally here. The entire end-of-the-world defense line entered maximum wartime mode. All operational warships formed groups, ready to perform suicidal intercepts outside the barrier to weaken the impact as much as possible. All energy was focused on the core area of the barrier. The stasis barrier itself began to emit an unprecedented, dazzling glow, prepared to withstand this destructive. But everyone knew this was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Lin stood by the window of the bridge, gazing at the increasingly clear eye representing the ultimate darkness of the universe. She gently touched the cracked Weaver's heart in her hand. It could feel the faint but persistent heartbeat and a deep hidden attraction to the dark source. A clear, desperate plan was forming in her mind. She turned around and looked at each of her companions on the bridge, determined Lu Jianfeng, wise Ella, brave Starfire squad members, and all the crew who faced death bravely. I have a plan, Li Lin said calmly but with a strong sense of purpose, but it will need everyone's strength and maybe even sacrifice. She explained her idea. It wasn't about fighting back blindly or running away, but about guiding and transforming, using the strange attraction between the heart of the Weaver and the source of the abyss. She planned to open a tiny, controlled channel in the barrier. Most of the energy from the abyss explosion would be directed into the heart of the Weaver. By using its weaving nature, she hoped to turn this destructive chaos into ordered energy that could repair or even strengthen the barrier. This was a very risky gamble. The chance of success was very small. The worst outcome would be the heart of the Weaver, breaking apart completely, swallowing Li Lin and everyone involved. But it was the only hope left in this desperate situation. A heavy silence fell over the bridge. Everyone understood what this plan meant. Lu Jianfeng was the first to break the silence. He stepped forward and clenched his fist, pounding it on his chest. Starfire Squad, ready to die at any moment. Tears shimmered in Ella's eyes, but she smiled with determination. Whether knowledge is used for destruction or creation, this is the moment. Count me in. All crew of the Pioneer, we follow the captain. The vice-captain spoke for all the crew, making a firm vow. The light and shadow of the Night Watcher flickered slightly, then transmitted a message. Authorization granted for the Defense Command Node. The stasis barrier will provide maximum rule support.
May.
The spark of hope endure. There was no time to hesitate. The plan was set into motion immediately. Li Lin, Ella, Lu Jianfeng, and all the Starfire squad members with sufficient mental strength sat in a circle at the center of the Pioneer Bridge. The dim heart of the Weaver floated in the middle of the circle. Around them, all the crew members took their positions, connecting the ship's energy core with their mental networks. Further out, the entire energy of the final line of defense began to flow like rivers into the Pioneer. Li Lin closed her eyes and guided everyone's mental strength like a gentle stream flowing into the Weaver's heart. The cracked prism lit up again, but this time, the light was calm and deep, as if storing enough power to create a new world. Outside the barrier, the abyssal eye was fully open. A destructive wave of energy, like the first roar of the universe, turned into a dark shockwave crossing the starry sky, rushing toward the core of the defense line. Li Lin suddenly opened her eyes, and chaos-like starlight burst from them, sharing the same source as the Weaver's heart. She cupped her hands and guided the Weaver's heart, filled with everyone's hope and strength, gently sending it forward toward the destructive wave outside the barrier. In the name of all beings, weave. The Weaver's heart silently pierced through the barrier and floated in front of the dark wave. Compared to the destructive energy, it was tiny, like dust. The dark wave instantly swallowed it. But then a miracle happened. The dark wave, powerful enough to destroy galaxies, did not crush the Weaver's heart upon contact. Instead, it was twisted and pulled like encountering the deepest whirlpool in the universe, forcefully drawn into the small prism, like rivers flowing into the sea. The Weaver's heart crazily devoured this destructive energy, with cracks spreading visibly on its surface, as if it might shatter at any moment. Li Lin and all the participants trembled violently, blood seeping from their eyes, ears, and other orifices. Their minds bore the unimaginable burden, as if the weight of the entire universe pressed on their souls. Chaotic, mad, consuming thoughts assaulted their mental defenses, trying to assimilate them. "Hold on to your true selves," Li Lin shouted within the mental network. Her will was like a lighthouse in a storm, guiding everyone. Remember why we fight. For survival. For the future. For the light of civilization. Ayla guided knowledge, analyzing the energy structure. Lu Jianfeng gathered fighting spirit, strengthening mental defenses. The Firefly squad burned themselves to share the burden, every crew member turned their longing for home and loved ones into the strongest anchor. Under extreme pressure, the weaver's heart emitted a mournful cry, cracks spreading more and more, its light flickering uncertainly. At the moment just before it completely collapses, Li Lin gathers everyone's final will and issues the last command. Inside the weaver's heart, the dark energy representing the origin of the abyss that had been compressed to its limit undergoes a fundamental reversal under the influence of countless civilizations' will and the strict rules of weaving. Like nuclear fusion from chaos, it forges perfect order. A pure, indescribable light bursts out from the nearly shattered weaver's heart. This light is warm and peaceful, full of vitality and creativity. It sweeps across the entire final defense line like a gentle tide. Where the light passes, all cracks in the static barrier, big or small, heal and strengthen at an astonishing speed, becoming even more transparent and radiating stronger waves of order. The damage to the Allied ships is repaired in the glow, and the soldiers' exhaustion is wiped away. Even the barren starry sky seems to come alive, with new nebulae beginning to form in the light. The destructive dark flood has long disappeared. Most of its energy has been transformed into this miraculous light of repair and creation. Outside the barrier, the huge abyss shows a rare flicker of surprise, then erupts with uncontrollable rage. Its gathered power is exhausted, and its massive body, overwhelmed by backlash, begins to shake violently. It slowly sinks back into the endless void, leaving only a roar filled with reluctance and resentment echoing through the rules. The final defense line is secured. Not only is it protected, but it is stronger than ever before. On the bridge of the Pioneer, exhaustedly Lin looks at the newly shining, radiant barrier on the main screen. She sees the victorious, cheering soldiers and finally smiles with relief. The weaver's heart in her hand has completed its final task, transforming into stardust and dispersing into the air. But it is not gone. Instead, it has fully integrated its weaving rules and power into this starry sea and into the hearts of every life involved. Ella supports the nearly collapsed Li Lin, tears of pride in her eyes. Lu Jianfeng looked out the window at the newly restored defense line. He knew the war was not over, but humanity had already proven their value on this cosmic stage and had carved out their own path. The joy of victory was like a supernova explosion, brief and intense, soon replaced by deep exhaustion and great losses. The final defense line held, even stronger than before, but at the cost of the heart of the weaver, fading away and Li Lin and all key participants nearly exhausted. The Pioneer ship became the focus of the entire defense line. Many civilizations, silicon-based machines, energy-based life forms, plant-made intelligent networks, came to show respect and gratitude. They also looked with curiosity, examining this human ship from a distant star system that had created miracles. Li Lin received the most thorough treatment in the medical pod. Her injuries healed slowly thanks to advanced technology and the residual energy of the static beings, but her mental exhaustion took longer to recover. She often experienced brief blank spells, her mind drifting in the endless starry sea, silently communicating with the fading wills of the static beings and the rules of the weaving that merged into the universe. She heard fragments of information about the Sours, the tragic truth behind the birth of this abyss, and sensed the deeper, fragile points in the universe's structure that still needed protection. Ella took on most of the external communication and technology integration work. She shared data about the Weavers and humanity's awakening abilities with the scientists of the defense line, sparking a wave of research. A new philosophy of defense, based on guidance and transformation, rather than suppression and sacrifice, began quietly changing the strategic thinking of the final defense line. Small-scale, order field generators and improved mental stabilizers were quickly mass-produced and deployed to the front lines. Though their effects were not as strong as the heart of the Weaver, they significantly improved resistance to the abyss, whispers, and stabilized local areas. Liu Jianfeng was busy integrating the experiences of the Spark Squad and helping train more special operations units. Humanity's potential development path offered new ideas for other civilizations. Some races that originally relied solely on technology or biological enhancements are now trying to use mental powers as well. A special team called Dawn, made up of different civilizations, was formed for this purpose. Liu Jianfeng is the tactical advisor, and all team members have some ability to fight chaos and guide order. However, peace did not last long. Although the Yuan Sui retreated temporarily after a big defeat, its instinct to consume remained unchanged. It no longer launched large-scale frontal attacks but instead used smarter and more deadly strategies, sneaking in and dividing. The first problems appeared inside the defenses. Some smaller civilizations with weaker willpower started to have strange voices within their delegations. They questioned whether it was worth investing many resources in the weaving plan based on human theories, believing it weakened traditional defenses. Rumors spread that humans brought not hope but greater disaster, and that the Yuan Sui had secretly planned everything. A few border outposts even reported commanders being influenced by unknown mental forces, changing their defense plans without permission. It's the whispers of the Yuan Sui. It's using fear and doubt, Ella said confidently after analyzing the data from several incidents. It can't destroy us from the outside, so it tries to break us from within. Then worse news came. A team from the Dawn Special Forces sent to patrol the outer barrier lost contact after entering an area with a faint space anomaly. The last signals received were full of distorted biological images and the crew's frantic whispers. There's a small order rift there, and it was artificially activated. Li Lin, sensing the abnormality in that area, struggled to sit up from her hospital bed, her face serious. The Yuan Sui. It's copying us. It's learning to use the power of the order rift. The situation quickly worsened. Internal suspicion and external threats intertwined, and the newly formed alliance faced the risk of falling apart. We must act immediately. Li Lin ignored the medical staff's protests and forced herself to leave the medical pod. She knew that only she, the origin of the weaving idea and the creator of the last miracle, could stabilize the situation and face this new threat. At the emergency alliance meeting, amid doubts and panic, Li Lin took the stage to speak. Her body remained thin, but her eyes were like stars that had been tempered, firm and deep. Fear and doubt are the food of the abyss. Her voice echoed clearly and strongly through the translator. What it fears is not a specific power, but our united will and the courage to find new paths in despair. She raised her hand, and a faint but pure light of order shimmered at her fingertips. This was her remaining connection to the fading Weaver's heart and proof of her own journey. The path of the Weaver is not about replacing anyone but offering another choice for all fighters. It is based on understanding, not conflict, on creating, not destroying. The missing Dawn team are not victims. They are pioneers. They proved through action that the abyss is evolving, and we must not stand still. Her gaze swept over every representative of the different civilizations present. Internal disharmony needs communication and trust to heal. External threats require courage and wisdom to face. I propose we immediately form a skilled rescue team, led by me, to go to the lost area. We must save our comrades and uncover the new methods of the abyss to stop the threat before it grows. There was silence, then whispers, which grew into thunderous support in various forms from different civilizations. Li Lin's authority and determination overshadowed the doubts at this moment. The rescue operation began quickly. A special task force, including Li Lin, Liu Jianfeng, Ella, the elite, Spark Squad, and volunteers from multiple civilizations, boarded the specially modified Pioneer ship. This ship had enhanced mental shields and stealth capabilities. It quietly left the defense line and headed toward the deadly zone. As they approached, the space became more unstable. Instruments showed tiny but continuous fluctuations in physical constants, as if an invisible hand was playing with the universe's strings. Sometimes, space twisted like water waves, reflecting strange illusions. Strong mental contamination detected. Its intensity is dozens of times higher than previous records. Alice stared at the sensors, her face pale. And it has a strange, inductive quality, amplifying our negative emotions and desires. Sure enough, some team members soon began to show signs of abnormality. A volunteer from another civilization suddenly became extremely aggressive, attacking nearby companions. Another fell into a state of extreme greed, trying to grasp treasures that did not exist. Even with the enhanced stabilizer, the influence remained. Strengthen your mental defenses. Remember what you cherish most. Recall why we are here. Li Lin's voice echoed through the mental network, soothing and reassuring. Her faint aura of order, like a lighthouse in a storm, provided guidance for the team. Finally, they reached the coordinates, where the signal disappeared. The scene before them was chilling. A small asteroid belt was twisted into a large, spinning Mobius-like structure. At its center, a small, order rift about a few hundred kilometers across pulsed like a heartbeat. Instead of pure chaos, it emitted a sickly dark red glow mixed with the dark energy of the abyss. Around the rift, the wreckage of the missing team's ships floated, seemingly wrapped and corroded by a thick, semi-organic dark red network, even being assimilated. Some distorted creatures, still faintly showing features of their original civilization, wriggled among the debris, whispering low and disturbing to the point of making their sanity drop.
They
are still alive, but transformed, a team member said in horror. No, they are not alive. They are enslaved. Lu Jianfeng clenched his weapon, his eyes burning with anger. Li Lin sensed the dark red rift and felt a cold dread. This was indeed a order rift, polluted and controlled by the power of the abyss. It was no longer just a scar in the universe, but had become a factory and signal tower actively producing chaos and distortion. The transformed crew and ships were its first products. We must destroy this node, Li Lin decided.
But how?
Conventional weapons might not work and could even make the instability worse, causing a larger disaster. She closed her eyes, trying to connect with the polluted space. Instantly, countless mad, painful, and devouring thoughts pierced her mind like ice spikes. She endured the discomfort and deepened her perception.
She saw it.
At the core of this dark red rift, there was a control unit, directly controlled by the will of the abyss, constantly emitting contaminated signals. It was the hub of the entire twisted structure. Found the key point. Li Lin suddenly opened her eyes. Era, Lu Jianfeng. I need you to cover me. Everyone else, clear out the units that have been transformed around us and stop them from interfering. The plan was quickly made. Lu Jianfeng led the Spark team and Dawn team members, cutting into the dark red network like a surgical blade, fighting fiercely against the twisted creatures. Era used all available computing resources to analyze the energy flow of the rift, helping Li Lin find the safest way to approach. Li Lin took a deep breath and focused all her mind. She didn't have the heart of the weaver to guide her, but she was the one walking this path. She turned her will into an invisible blade, aiming at the dark red control unit. With my body, I am the bridge. With my will, I am the firewood. Order, rebuild. She transformed herself into a pure mental strike, following the path Era calculated. Ignoring space distortions and energy barriers, she directly struck the core of the rift. This was a battle of pure willpower. Li Lin's belief in order clashed fiercely with the devouring will of the abyss in the small space. The dark red light flickered wildly, trying to pollute and assimilate this external force of order. The fight outside grew even more intense, with team members falling under the twisted creature's attacks. Li Lin felt her consciousness being soaked in darkness, with countless negative emotions and illusions trying to drag her into the abyss. She saw the destruction of Eden 7B, the sacrifice of the Silent Ones, and possible betrayals within the defenses. Despair coiled around her heart like a poisonous snake. At that moment, she felt it, not from outside, but from behind her. From Lu Jianfeng's unwavering fighting spirit, from Era's full support, and from every brave team member's faint but gathering protective faith. She even seemed to hear the distant voices from the defense line, the shared hopes for victory from countless civilizations. She was not fighting alone.
For the
future, Li Lin burned her last bit of mental energy, turning all her support and faith into one final strike. That invisible blade of will suddenly burst into a brilliant light, like the first rays of dawn piercing the dark red core. The control unit emitted a silent wail and disintegrated instantly. Losing its core support, the dark red began to shake violently. The conflicting energies inside lost balance, causing a chain reaction of collapse. The dark red network quickly withered and disappeared, and the twisted creations transformed as if their strings had been cut, becoming limp and breaking apart. Retreat. Immediately retreat, Lu Jianfeng shouted loudly, directing the team to quickly leave the collapsing area. The ship, Pioneer, pulled up all the survivors, overloaded its engines, and desperately fled toward a safe zone. Behind them, the small, polluted Order Rift was completely destroyed. The energy shockwave it released swept through the strange space, clearing away the twisted structures and leaving the universe gradually returning to calm. The rescue operation paid a heavy price. The special team lost nearly a third of its members. But they succeeded. They not only revealed the new threat of the abyss, but also proved through their actions that even without the heart of the Weaver, unity and the right path could still fight against darkness. When Pioneer returned to the final defense line, battered but proud, they were met with unprecedented, heartfelt respect. The internal noise disappeared, replaced by stronger unity. Li Lin stood on the bridge, looking at the towering barrier and the many lights behind it, representing different civilizations. She knew the war was far from over, and the abyss would likely have new schemes. But she also knew that the seeds of hope had been planted, and the protectors were growing stronger. She gently pressed her aching temple, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The return of Pioneer caused a silent tremor at the final defense line. It was no longer just cheers, but a solemn mood mixed with grief, respect, and firm resolve. The names of the fallen were engraved on the Alliance's monument. Their sacrifice was like tempered steel, making the remaining Alliance members even closer. Li Lin's intelligence about the Yuan Slough, mimicking and distorting the Order Rift, was like a cold splash of water, waking everyone from any lingering hope. It also confirmed the foresight and correctness of the Weaver path. Enemies are learning too, and the war has entered a more complex and smarter stage. Li Lin's physical and mental condition became the top concern for the Allied forces. Gentle energy from the static barrier, the best medical technology from various civilizations, and Ella's specially designed meditation room, created based on the weaving concept to slowly gather and purify scattered, orderly energy in the universe, were all used to help her recover. The process was slow but effective. She was not just healing but undergoing a deep transformation and integration. The blank areas left by overuse were filled with a purer, more restrained understanding of order. Her connection to the universe's grid became clearer. Although she could no longer directly summon powerful forces like when she held the Weaver's heart, her understanding of rules and her ability to guide energy on a small scale had reached a new level. She began to systematically organize and teach the ideas and basic skills of the Weaver, not in grand lecture halls, but in the meditation room of the Pioneer, on the newly repaired bridge, or even at the observation platform of the barrier outpost, facing small groups of elite students from different civilizations. She shared everything: how to perceive the flow of rules, how to find the balance between order and chaos, and how to guide energy with minimal effort. Her students included powerful mental energy races, logical mechanical intelligences, and even beings that rely on biological instincts to sense the world. Through teaching and practice, Li Lin gained a richer understanding of the weaving path from these different perspectives. Lu Jianfeng's Dawn task force expanded several times, and their training became more systematic and combat-ready. They were no longer just users of special abilities but also executors of weaving tactics. In simulated battles, small teams began working together, using combined mental fields to stabilize small space rifts or redirect enemy energy attacks. A true rapid response force capable of facing new threats was taking shape. Ella immersed herself in a sea of knowledge. The Allied forces opened part of their ancient databases about the Sours, the Static Ones, and the Yuan Slu, though much of it was incomplete. She formed a joint research team with top scientists from different civilizations trying to understand the basic mechanism behind the Yuan Sui, controlling the Order Rift, and find ways to counter it. They discovered that Yuan Sui does not truly understand the rules of order. Instead, because of its large size and its inherent anti-entropy nature, it forcibly pollutes and covers the rules in the rift area, similar to a rough virus invasion. This provides a theoretical direction for defense and countermeasures, developing firewalls that can identify and isolate this rule pollution or finding ways to purify the contaminated rifts. While the defenses were rapidly strengthening and preparing for battle, Yuan Sui launched its next attack in an unexpected way. It was not an attack with barriers or new distorted rifts, but silence. First, a medium-sized galaxy far behind the defense line, responsible for energy collection and conversion, suddenly saw its star energy output drop sharply in a short time, as if something had it away. This caused several forward outposts relying on that energy to instantly become paralyzed. Soon after, multiple remote communication relay stations lost signals, not because they were destroyed, but because the messages in transit mysteriously weakened and distorted, eventually vanishing into nothingness. Then, more disturbing phenomena appeared. Some areas' space structures began to destabilize for unknown reasons. Although no rifts had formed yet, this caused teleportation failures and navigation problems. There was no smoke of war, no direct enemies, but an invisible, suffocating sense of exhaustion started spreading along the defense lines. Yuan Sui is attacking the very foundation of the universe, Ella concluded after analyzing a series of abnormal data, her voice trembling with fear. It is accelerating entropy increase in local areas. It is draining the vitality of space. It is making this starry sea we live in prematurely heat death. This was a more fundamental and malicious attack. It did not destroy your armies directly, but made the environment uninhabitable, causing your technology to fail and your civilization to lose its roots. The Joint Command Center fell into unprecedented seriousness. Conventional military forces were powerless against such an attack. What can we do? A civilization representative, resembling a cluster of crystals, sent anxious mental waves. Are we just going to watch our living space shrink away? All eyes once again focused on Li Lin. If anyone could understand and respond to this attack based on the universe's fundamental rules, it was definitely her. Li Lin closed her eyes and sensed the subtle but continuous, fading, fluctuations coming from various parts of the defense line. This feeling was strange. It wasn't like the sharp wounds of a rift in order, nor like the malicious devouring force of the abyss. It felt more like aging, an irreversible process heading toward the end. She tried to use her weaving perception to touch a space region that had just reported energy anomalies. Her consciousness seemed to dive into a slowly decertifying ocean, where the activity of the basic particles forming space was decreasing and the forces maintaining them were weakening. This wasn't destruction but accelerated decay. It's not creating disorder. Li Lin opened her eyes, filled with understanding. It's canceling the cost of maintaining order. Or rather, it's forcibly fulfilling the universe's ultimate fate of heat death. It has compressed the billions of years of entropy increase into the present. This explanation sent chills through everyone listening. Is there a way to stop it? Lu Jianfeng asked in a deep voice. We can't fight the overall increase in entropy. Li Lin shook her head. But she quickly added, however, the abyss itself is a kind of localized, imposed rule. As long as it's a rule, it can be disturbed or guided. She proposed a bold idea. Instead of passively defending against the fading effect, actively create a temporary, negative entropy oasis in a specific area. Using the concept of weaving, she aimed to guide the remaining energy and order to form a self-reinforcing cycle, temporarily counteracting the abyss's imposed rate of entropy increase. It sounded like a fairy tale, but based on Li Lin's previous miracles, the Joint Command decided to take a desperate gamble. They chose the most critical and severely affected energy star system for a trial. The plan was named Rebirth, centered around the Pioneer ship, over 100 vessels equipped with the latest results from the Joint Research Team, Order resonators, devices that amplify and coordinate mental powers, simulating faint, weaving effects, gathered around the star that was fading. Li Lin floated on a specially prepared platform at the front of the Pioneer ship. Behind her were Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and all the Dawn team members and volunteers who met the mental strength requirements. Further out was a large formation of over 100 ships. There was no loud pre-battle speech, only complete focus and silence. Li Lin took a deep breath and became a precise guiding core. Her mind spread out like a spider web, connecting each teammate's spirit behind her, linking the Order resonators on every ship, and finally establishing contact with the dim, dust-covered star that looked like a dull pearl. She felt the powerful force of exhaustion, like an invisible chain holding back the star's nuclear fusion fire, causing its energy to dissipate as heat in disorder. With a thought, her vast mental power and the amplified waves of order from the resonators began to carefully weave. They did not directly fight the exhaustion, but built a complex circulation network around the star's energy field. This network could capture the scattered energy and guide it back to the core, like a more advanced device placed outside a leaking bucket, collecting drips and returning them inside. The process was very difficult. Li Lin's mind endured great pressure. She had to control the strength and frequency of each rule thread precisely. A small mistake could prevent the cycle from forming or even speed up the star's collapse. Her supporters behind her also did their best, their mental energy like fuel fueling this grand weaving ritual. Seconds passed. The star's light remained dim, and the surrounding space still felt like it was decaying. The Allied observers held their breath in worry. Just when many began to lose hope, Ella suddenly pointed at the sensor screen and shouted excitedly, "It's working! The local entropy increase rate is decreasing. It's very slight, but the trend is changing." As if to confirm her words, the star's flickering light, on the verge of going out, became slightly steadier, very faintly but undeniably stable. Its color even shifted from dark red to a hint of orange-yellow. It's a success. The revival plan proved that it is possible to fight the abyss attack at the rule level in localized areas. Although the effect is limited and its duration unknown, it is undoubtedly a boost of hope. It proves that Yuan Sui is not all-powerful and that the path of weaving can indeed create new life in desperate times. News spread quickly, lifting the low morale on the front lines. More revival actions were launched at other key points. Although not every attempt succeeded, the spark of hope had already been sown. The silence attack from Yuan Sui did not stop, but its impact was significantly delayed. The war had become a long, drawn-out struggle of rules and willpower. Li Lin stood on the platform, looking at the star that was slowly coming back to life. She felt her comrades behind her, tired but proud. Her body was still weak, but her eyes shone brighter than ever. She knew this was not the end. Yuan Sui would surely have new tricks. But she also knew they were no longer passive victims. They had found their own way and gained the weapons to fight back. The future of the Starry Sea was still uncertain, but the Guardian's light had ignited the first spark that could set the universe ablaze. Human choices, the alliance of civilizations, and the faint glow of weaving would continue to write their unyielding legend on this vast stage. The success of the revival action was like a drop of mercury in thick asphalt, tearing open a sharp in the despair of the final defense line. Hope was no longer just a distant dream but visible, steady starlight, and rising energy readings. Although limited in range and needing ongoing effort to maintain, it proved beyond doubt that the Weaver path was effective. Even facing the erosion of the universe's fundamental rules, life still had the power to build its own fortress. Li Lin became a symbol, a living legend. But she did not bask in glory. Her recovering body and sharper senses made her clearly realize that revival was only a temporary stopgap. The vast, cold will of Yuan Sui had not retreated because of this setback. Instead, like an angry deep-sea beast, it was brewing even more terrifying waves beneath the surface of silence. She could feel that beyond the defense line, in the endless void, something more fundamental was being stirred. The atmosphere within the Allied forces shifted subtly. The voices of doubt almost disappeared, replaced by a nearly fanatical trust and reliance. Representatives of different civilizations no longer saw Li Lin just as a strong individual or ally, but as a key to maintaining the defense line and even, in a certain sense, as a savior. This heavy expectation was like an invisible chain, weighing on Li Lin and all members of the Pioneer team. "We can't put all our hope in just one method," Li Lin said calmly during a high-level strategy meeting. Her voice, transmitted through a translator, carried a tone of unwavering fatigue and determination. "The rebirth ritual consumes a lot of energy and can only keep a small area stable. We need more tools and a better understanding of the true purpose and weaknesses of the abyss." She suggested that we shouldn't only defend but also take the initiative to gather intelligence. The goal was to go deep into the most influential areas of the abyss, try to collect energy samples, and even contact the edges where some unassimilated fragments of consciousness might still exist. This plan was even more reckless than the rebirth ritual, like putting a hand into a spinning meat grinder. The meeting erupted in protests. Most objections were based on the huge risks and unpredictability. "Because it's unpredictable, we must do it." Lu Jianfeng stood up, his voice firm. Behind him, members of the Spark team looked determined. "Waiting will only lead to slow death in ignorance. We need eyes, ears, and to know what the enemy is doing." Ella also shared some initial research results. An information filter based on the principle of the order resonator. Theoretically, it could capture and preserve extremely faint streams of information with the core features of the abyss, even in chaotic energy environments. "We have the tools. What we lack is the courage and opportunity to get close." In the end, with Li Lin's insistence and the prestige gained from the success of the rebirth ritual, a highly dangerous reconnaissance mission was approved, codenamed Deep Dive. The Pioneer ship once again became the core of the operation. It was heavily modified, equipped with multiple layers of new mental protection and stealth systems, as well as the information filter, array developed urgently by Ella's team. The crew underwent strict screening and psychological training. This time, Li Lin chose not to bring a large team. Instead, she only took Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and a small, highly specialized task force made up of the most experienced Spark team members and a few other volunteer experts from different civilizations. Before leaving, Li Lin went alone to the barrier of the Static One. She gently placed her hand on the cold, majestic crystal structure, feeling the calm and firm resolve of countless victims who had sacrificed themselves there. "Be careful.
It's
Echo." A faint, almost fading thought fragment brushed past her perception like a candle flickering in the wind. "Echo?" Li Lin noted this vague warning. The exploration operation began. The Pioneer ship, like a submarine diving into the deep sea, shut down most of its active systems. Relying on Li Lin's sense of rules and Ella's precise calculations, they carefully approached the edge of the all-consuming void, moving along the relatively weaker gap in the abyss. The deeper they went, the stranger the environment became. Physical constants no longer seemed reliable. They wobbled like drunkards. Light stretched and twisted into bizarre optical illusions. Space itself seemed sticky, making navigation feel like struggling in glue. The most frightening part was the omnipresent mental pressure, not an active attack, but an absolute, suffocating emptiness that constantly eroded everyone's will, amplifying their deepest fears and feelings of nothingness. Even with the strongest shields, team members often had to take turns entering deep meditation to stabilize their minds. High concentration of the Abyss core particle flow detected. Ella reported nervously after entering the target area. Outside the viewport, it was no longer pure darkness, but a swirling, flickering dark purple mist that seemed alive. Activate information filter. Approach slowly, Li Lin ordered. Her mind was fully focused on sensing subtle changes in the surrounding rules, searching for possible gaps or samples. Suddenly, the ship shook violently as if hitting an invisible wall. Spatial structure locked. We've been detected, the navigator shouted. Ahead, the dark purple mist churned violently, coalescing into countless twisted, shapeless shadows. Like sharks smelling blood, they surged toward the Pioneer. They had no physical form but could directly interfere with the rules, causing the ship's shields to flicker wildly and system errors to occur. Open fire. Scatter energy weapons at maximum power. Jianfeng Lu commanded the turret to retaliate, firing energy beams into the shadows, but they vanished like a drop in the ocean, with little effect. They are absorbing energy. Use physical projectiles and focused mental attacks. Li Lin quickly identified the nature of these shadows. The battle erupted instantly. Under Lu Jianfeng's leadership, the members of Spark Squad gathered their mental power into invisible sharp blades, engaging the approaching shadows in a deadly fight. Experts from other civilizations operated special devices, launching nanofiber nets that could temporarily solidify space or high-frequency interference waves to slow down the shadows' advance. The Pioneer ship struggled to stay balanced amid the chaos. Its information filters were fully open, desperately capturing scattered energy signals around. At that moment, Li Lin sensed a faint, yet unusual fluctuation. It was not pure chaos or consumption but carried something else, a kind of ancient, sad mark left after countless consciousnesses were shattered. Echo. She remembered the warning from the Silent Watcher. Ignoring the danger, she focused her perception on that tiny wave. Suddenly, her mind was pulled into a strange, fragmented flood of images. She saw it, not the will of the Abyss, but the final moments of countless civilizations devoured by it. Planet disintegrations, screams of dying races, the destruction of technology, cultural breaks. These desperate, painful, unwilling memories had not completely vanished. Instead, they were crushed and absorbed by the Abyss, transforming into its vast core, full of negative energy, a polluted echo. These echoes, like vengeful spirits, drifted within the power of the Abyss, forming part of its strength and harboring twisted resentment and curses from their original sources. This was part of the true nature of the Abyss. It was not only a point of anti-entropy but also a living tomb, built from the remains of countless civilizations and negative emotions. At the same time, she caught a crucial piece of information. Among these chaotic echoes, there were some extremely brief and unstable information singularities. These were the last flashes of core data from civilizations being devoured, moments before their information structures collapsed, containing fragments of their unique understanding of the universe, rules, and even the Abyss itself.
Ella.
Adjust the filter frequency. Capture those high-frequency flickers. They are the memory crystals within the echoes. Li Lin shouted through the mental network. Ella immediately obeyed. The information filter made a loud buzzing sound as it overloaded, starting to peel away fleeting, shimmering fragments of information from the wild, purple energy flow. At this moment, a greater danger appeared. Perhaps capturing the memory crystals triggered a core mechanism of the Abyss, causing the surrounding purple energy to become furious. A huge vortex made of pure nothingness formed in front of the Pioneer, emitting an irresistible pull. Engine overload. We can't escape, the pilot shouted in despair. The ship's structure groaned loudly, and the shield energy rapidly drained. It looked like they would be pulled into the absolute void. Abandon the filter. Transfer all energy to the engines and shields. Prepare for emergency jump, Li Lin quickly decided.
But
We haven't collected enough samples, Ella protested. Survival is the future. Lu Jianfeng roared, rushing to the control panel and taking over the engine controls. The filter array was forcibly shut down and discarded, with all remaining energy poured into the engines and the fragile shields. The Pioneer unleashed its final strength, like a bug breaking free from a web, and narrowly tore open an unstable hyperspace tunnel just before the vortex closed, rushing inside. A violent jolt and energy storm swept through the entire ship. When everything settled, they found themselves back in a relatively safe outer zone, but the ship was badly damaged, nearly half destroyed. Several crew members were seriously injured or mentally affected by the final impact. The cost was heavy, but they brought back something incredibly valuable: the memory crystals from the edge of the abyss, taken from the echoes. Initial analysis shocked everyone. These fragmented pieces of information came from an ancient civilization long gone, containing many unheard-of technological ideas, philosophical reflections, and rules. More importantly, some fragments hinted at a possible core or initial command of the abyss, a twisted will of denial against existence itself, created after an early experiment by the sower went out of control. "It's not just trying to swallow us," Ella said, trembling as she looked at the analysis report. "It wants to prove that existence itself is a mistake. It wants to pull the entire universe back to nothingness before the singularity. All the civilizations it devoured left behind traces of their existence and feelings of despair before their final destruction. These became the evidence to prove its twisted logic. This truth is even more chilling than simple destruction." Li Lin gently touched the heavily damaged wall of the Pioneer ship, looking at the distant defensive line that seemed calm on the surface, but was actually full of hidden dangers. The enemy's true form became clearer and more terrifying. But this time, they were no longer fighting blindly against an abstract devourer. They understood part of its nature, gained fragments of ancient knowledge, and most importantly, they realized that within the despairing echoes, there were curses that could be used against the abyss itself. The road ahead is still full of difficulties, but there is a faint glimmer of hope. The next battle will not only be about strength and rules, but will also go deeper into the realm of willpower and the meaning of existence. The Guardians of the Starry Sea, after paying a heavy price, finally glimpsed a corner of the abyss. But the real war has only just begun. The cost of the Exploring the Abyss mission was unforgettable. The Pioneer ship was almost reduced to wreckage, needing major repairs. Over a third of the team members were lost forever in the chaos of the rules. Only wounded survivors and heavy sorrow were brought back. Yet, the intelligence they gained with blood and courage was invaluable. Inside the highest command of the Alliance, the atmosphere was more serious than ever. The initial analysis report of the memory crystal by Ella's team was like a huge stone thrown into a deep, already turbulent pool. The essence of the abyss, a twisted creation made of countless civilizations, remains and negative echoes, designed to deny existence itself, sent a deep chill through the hearts of all high-level officials who knew the truth. This was no longer a conflict over resources or territory, but a final philosophical battle about the meaning of all existence in the universe. Li Lin became the center of this storm. Her body was slowly recovering under the care of static energy and top medical treatment, but her mind was more deeply affected. Fragments of despair from civilizations destroyed by oblivion, like maggots in bones, often appeared during her deep meditation, trying to drag her into the same void. She had to spend more effort building and maintaining her mental defenses, while also facing the increasingly divine expectations within the Alliance. "We must use these echoes, Li Lin's voice was weak, but calm during a secret meeting with only core members present. "They are not only the source of the abyss's power, but may also become the dagger that harms it." She proposed a very bold, even sacrilegious plan: echo resonance. by decoding the resentment and curse marks from different civilizations on the memory crystals and combining this with weaving technology, they would create a special information weapon. This weapon would not attack the abyss's energy directly but target the chaotic echo ocean inside it. It would focus on resonating and amplifying these echoes, causing the negative emotions and logical contradictions within to clash violently, leading to internal self-destruction and chaos. "That's too dangerous," a representative from the mechanical union said sharply. "Using this destructive power is like playing with fire. We might not control the resonance, and it could turn back on us. But do we have any other choice?" Lu Jianfeng countered, his eyes sharp. "Conventional methods are barely delaying its expansion. The rebirth ritual can only barely keep the defenses from collapsing. We need a weapon that can truly hurt it." Ayla showed her simulation results. "It's theoretically possible. We can set a precise resonance frequency, targeting only the highest intensity echoes most deeply bound to the abyss's core. The key is to have a very stable and powerful weaving core to guide and control the resonance, preventing it from spiraling out of control." Everyone's gaze turned again to Li Lin. She was the only one capable of handling this weaving core. Li Lin was silent for a moment. She could feel the huge risks behind this plan, not only physical but also mental. She would have to connect with and guide those echoes filled with extreme pain and despair. It was like touching the wounds of countless civilizations, and the mental pollution from this would be dozens or hundreds of times worse than during the deep dive operation. But she did not back down. "I agree to carry out the echo resonance plan," she said, lifting her head and scanning everyone present. "But we cannot rely on a single risky move to determine victory or defeat. At the same time, we must find the core logic, or initial command, of the abyss. That is the key to completely solving this crisis." The plan was divided into two main parts. The bright line, led by Li Lin with full support from the Allied forces, was secretly developing and testing the echo resonance weapon. The dark line, led by Ella with a small, highly secretive research team, continued to explore the memory crystals, searching for clues about the core logic and comparing data left by the stagnators that might be related. The repair work on the Pioneer ship was a race against time. Using advanced technology ideas from the memory crystals, the engineers not only fixed the damage but also strengthened the ship, especially in mental protection and energy guidance. The ship's core area was transformed into a large, weaving resonance chamber, filled with energy crystals designed by Ella's team to amplify and refine Li Lin's mental powers. At the same time, Lu Jianfeng reorganized and trained the Dawn Special Team. Their new tactics focused on echo resonance, including how to protect the guiding core when weapons are activated, how to handle possible violent reactions from the abyss, and how to find and attack weak points during chaos. The entire defense line was operating at high speed, with a tense balance. On the surface, there were ongoing rejuvenation, rituals, and routine defenses. In secret, a final, ultimate weapon against the abyss was being carefully prepared. However, the abyss did not give them much time. During the third and final full system test of the echo resonance weapon, a sudden anomaly occurred. It did not come from outside the defense line, but from within. In a star system on the flank of the defense line, home to a major biological civilization, the main star and several colonies suddenly experienced widespread biological decline and mental collapse without warning. Plants withered and died, animals became aggressive and frantic, and members of intelligent species fell into bloodthirsty or dazed states. Even more frightening, energy readings in these areas showed no signs of direct invasion by the abyss, but instead revealed a spontaneous internal collapse of order. "It's a variant of the Void Whisper, Ella said with a pale face after analyzing the data. Abyss. It no longer just invades from outside. It has found a way to trigger self-destruction within living beings. It is exploiting the confusion and fear about the meaning of existence itself. This kind of attack is even harder to defend against. It doesn't destroy your ships or use up your energy, but directly undermines your very foundation, life and civilization itself." The Allied forces fell into great panic. No one knew who would be the next to collapse or how to defend against such an internal attack. For a time, suspicion and fear spread like a plague within the defenses, and the once strong trust between civilizations began to. "We can't wait any longer," Li Lin said firmly at the emergency meeting. "The echo resonance weapon must be used immediately. Our target is the star region that is collapsing. We will use the power of Yuan Sui to fight the new plague it has spread." This decision was very controversial. In a fragile internal situation, using a weapon that was not fully tested and extremely dangerous could have terrible consequences if it went out of control. "This is our only option," Li Lin's eyes burned like stars. "We must prove to all our allies that we can fight back and heal. Otherwise, our defenses will break from within." Under great pressure and hope, the Echo Resonance operation, codenamed Pure Speech, was forced to start early. Centered on the newly reinforced Pioneer, a guard fleet made up of the most loyal and elite, Dawn, ships set out toward the star region shrouded in the self-destruct plague. The scene before them looked like the planet's surfaces were covered with twisted, rapidly growing necrotic tissue, and in space floated shipwrecks swallowed by their own biological matter, like tumors. A disgusting, mixed wave of decay and despair filled every inch of space. "Begin building the resonance field." Li Lin entered the weaving resonance chamber, floating at the center. Lu Jianfeng led the Starlight Squad to guard around her, while Ayla monitored all data at the control console. Li Lin closed her eyes and connected her mind to the resonance chamber. She no longer perceived the terrible scene outside but sank her consciousness into the echo marks, full of resentment and curses, extracted from the memory crystals. In an instant, it was like falling into an icy prison. The screams, unwillingness, anger, and despair of countless civilizations at their destruction flooded her mind like a bursting dam, more vivid and intense than during the deep dive. Her mental barriers groaned under the strain, her body trembled violently, and blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. "Li Lin!" Lu Jianfeng shouted anxiously. "I'm fine." Li Lin clenched her teeth, relying on her strong will and firm belief in the weaving method to steady her core amid the mental storm. She carefully guided the wild, echo, energy, following a preset pattern, to weave a large, complex resonance structure aimed at the source of the abyss. Resonance field established. Frequency locked. Energy output 30%. Ella reported nervously. Invisible waves spread out from the Pioneer ship, passing over planets and ships infected by the plague. A miracle happened. The rapidly growing dead tissue seemed to be injected with a conflicting command, causing it to attack itself violently and collapse. The despairing mental waves in space were stirred and amplified by their resonance field, creating a strong interference with the power of the abyss. The crazed creatures' movements briefly slowed. Their eyes regained a fleeting clarity, but then they were overwhelmed by pain. However, the destructive, spreading plague trend was forcibly stopped. It worked. The echo resonance was effective. But just as everyone felt a glimmer of hope, a new change occurred. Perhaps the pure speech operation had triggered an unprecedented reaction in the abyss. The infected starfield center suddenly collapsed. A huge, naturally occurring order rift, not directly created by the abyss, but caused by its power, was forcibly torn open. The location and state of this rift surprisingly matched a description decoded from an ancient memory crystal about a forbidden experiment site of the Sower. Even more shocking was that deep inside this newly formed, highly unstable rift, instead of pure chaos, a faintly visible structure made of pure logical auras appeared. It was constantly calculating and negating itself, cold and abstract, a complex structure. What was that? Was it the core logic of the abyss?
Or
the final answer left by the Sower, sealed with some hidden truth? Everyone's eyes were drawn to the mysterious structure deep within the rift. Li Lin endured the dual pain of echo backlash and mental exhaustion, staring fixedly at that structure. She could feel that the instinct of the Weaver resonated strongly within her, but this resonance was filled with warnings and a hint of indescribable sadness.
Ella.
Record all data. Lu Jianfeng.
Prepare.
To face any, her words were cut off as she exhausted her energy, her vision darkening, and she fainted in the resonance chamber. The pure speech operation barely achieved its tactical goal, stopping the spread of the self-destructive plague. However, it unexpectedly uncovered a larger, deeper mystery. What is the logical structure inside that? How is it connected to the abyss, the sower, and this universe-spanning disaster? The truth of the starry sea seems just within reach, yet also hidden behind a dangerous veil. Can Li Lin, who is drained and unconscious, still lead them to uncover this final secret? Darkness. Not emptiness, but a thick, heavy darkness carrying too much information and weight for consciousness to handle. Li Lin floats within it, fragments of echoes from countless civilizations like cold fish, gnawing at her mental boundaries. She sees stars extinguished, hears the last songs of races, and feels the suffocating dust as civilizations crumble. Yet, in this abyss woven from despair, a faint light never goes out. That is her love and protection for the pioneer, her comrades, human civilization, and all the struggling sparks of life in this starry sea. This thought anchors her, pulling her back from the brink of complete despair. When she opens her eyes again, she is greeted by the gentle glow of the medical pod and Ella's bloodshot but joyful face. "You're awake." Ella's voice chokes with emotion. "You've been unconscious for 10 days. Li Lin tries to speak, but only a hoarse sound escapes. Her body feels drained, every muscle protesting, and her mind is full of cracks. Any slight movement brings stabbing pain. But she is alive. After experiencing the echo, storm, her core consciousness seems more solid, and her perception of the rules has become clearer and more transparent.
That.
Structure. She struggles to say a few words. Ella's face immediately turns serious. She pulls up a holographic image, an intricate entity formed from pure logical auras, emerging from deep within the Order Rift. We'll call it the logic core for now. Based on the information we deciphered from the oldest memory crystals and cross-checked with the incomplete records in the static stasis database, we have reason to believe it is very likely a fragment of the original protocol that the sower used to try to define the fundamental rules of the universe, or perhaps a mirror reflection created after it went out of control. Original protocol? Mirror reflection? Ella further explained, the ultimate goal of the sower might not just be to observe or accelerate civilizations. They may be trying to become the universe's programmers, writing the underlying code to ensure order and that life eventually reaches a kind of perfect form. But this original protocol has encountered unpredictable paradoxes during operation, or rather, it has given rise to an absolute negation of its own definition, what we call the abyss. That logical core is both the wreckage of the protocol and perhaps the true brain of the abyss. Li Lin processed this shocking information. So, the abyss is not just a natural disaster. It is a distorted product of the sower's power and ambition, a living, logical bomb aimed at denying the very existence.
We
must contact it, Li Lin said, still weak but with sharp eyes. Only by understanding the protocol can we find a way to shut down the abyss. Or fundamentally rewrite it, but that's too dangerous. Lu Jianfeng's voice came from the doorway. He strode in, worry written all over his face. Last time, just from the resonance echo, you almost directly contacted that logical core. Your consciousness could be assimilated or torn apart. We have no other choice. Li Lin looked at him calmly. The echo resonance can only treat the symptoms, not eliminate the root. The abyss's attack methods are constantly evolving, and the cracks within the defenses are widening.
Time
is not on our side. At that moment, an emergency communication came from the Allied command. Multiple points of the defense line reported attacks from a mutated form of the self-destruct plague, spreading wider and taking more bizarre forms, even beginning to affect inorganic structures. Meanwhile, monitoring showed that the Order Rift, containing the logical core, was stabilizing and expanding at an astonishing speed, as if something was internally solidifying it. "It's actively stabilizing that rift," Ella exclaimed in horror. "It wants to bring the logical core fully into the real universe. Once the logical core, representing absolute denial, fully descends, its influence will no longer be a regional disaster, but could trigger a chain reaction causing the collapse of the entire universe's rule system. The final moment has arrived. Gather all remaining members of the Dawn team who can still fight," Li Lin said firmly as she struggled to sit up. "Activate the Pioneer Final Protocol. The target is that core." The final protocol, Lu Jianfeng and Ella were both stunned. "Yes." Li Lin's gaze turned to the towering, still barrier outside the window, and beyond it endless stars. "Connect the weaving resonance chamber completely with the ship's engine, shields, and even life support systems. Make me the only guiding core and energy heart. We will no longer just fire weapons. We will turn the entire Pioneer into a spear, aimed straight at the logical core, using the entire ship and all crew members as sacrifices, launching a one-way, reckless attack. This plan is crazier than anything before." Inside the medical bay, silence fell. Lu Jianfeng and Ella looked at Li Lin, seeing her unwavering determination in her eyes and the almost sacred calm on her pale face. They knew this was not a rash act but the only possible path to victory after her 10 days of coma, communicating with countless echoes and the will of the stillness. Lu Jianfeng muttered, then straightened his back and punched his left chest hard with his right fist. "Starfire Squad, we swear to follow to the death." Ella wiped tears from her eyes and nodded firmly. "Knowledge should be used to create miracles. I join." There was no more rallying, no time for sorrow. The final order was given. The Pioneer entered an unprecedented state. Non-essential compartments were sealed off, all energy lines rerouted toward the core of the ship, the weaving resonance chamber. All volunteers remaining on board, including those from other civilizations, Dawn volunteers, took their positions. Their faces showed no fear, only the same resolve as the captain. After receiving Li Lin's final plan, the Coalition Command Center fell into long silence. Finally, a top-level command was issued, authorized to execute the Weaving Spear Protocol. All remaining forces of the final defense line will provide maximum firepower cover and rule support for your team.
May
the spark never die. The final moment has arrived. The Pioneer ship is like a slowly unsheathing sword, breaking free from its defenses and rushing toward the expanding Order Rift. Behind it, the barrier of the Silent Watchers shines brighter than ever, while countless allied ships unleash a fierce barrage of fire, like a farewell and blessing, trying to clear the way and slow the rift's growth. Around the rift, there is more violent dark purple energy and countless twisted creatures from the abyss. They swarm like guard bees, madly attacking the lone ship. Transfer shield energy to the engines and resonance chamber. All weapons, open fire to clear the path. Lu Jianfeng's voice echoes calmly and sternly through the ship. The Pioneer no longer evades. It heads straight for its target. Its hull trembles violently under heavy fire, armor peeling away, explosions flashing outside the windows. Yet its speed keeps increasing. Li Lin floats at the center of the resonance chamber. Her body is connected by precise energy conduits, making her seem like a glowing light. She no longer feels physical pain or cares about the chaos outside. Her entire consciousness merges with the Pioneer, with the beliefs of all the crew behind her, transforming into a pure, unwavering understanding and reconstruction directed at the logic core. The Weaving Spear is not just a physical impact but also a final clash of rules and concepts. The logic core seems to sense this unprecedented threat. Its icy glow flickers violently, emitting a powerful repulsive force field, trying to distort the space ahead of the Pioneer and either banish or disassemble it. But the Weaving Spear, infused with the strength of the entire ship and Li Lin's will, reaches a critical point of order. It forcibly defines a straight, undeniable path within the chaos of the rules. For existence, under countless gazes and silent shouts from the Allied soldiers, the Pioneer transforms into a brilliant streak of light across the starry sea, crashing fiercely into the stable order rift and precisely piercing the logic core that constantly calculates negation formulas. Only a torrent of extreme light and information erupts from the impact point. Li Lin's consciousness, at the moment she touched the logic core, was pulled into a realm beyond time and space. There was no matter, no energy, only countless flowing codes and formulas representing the basic rules of the universe. She saw the grand and exquisite design of the primordial protocol and also the source of the negation directive, the abyss, which spread like cancer due to the unresolved paradox of free will versus absolute order. This was not a battle of power, but a clash of ideas. The will of the abyss became a cold chain of logic, proving to her the futility and illusion of existence, showing that everything would inevitably fade into heat death. Li Lin did not argue. She simply quietly showed what humanity had achieved: courage in moving from ignorance to the stars, Ella's persistence in seeking hope within data, Lu Jianfeng's unwavering perseverance in despair, the tragic sacrifice of the static, the warmth of various civilizations working together in the face of extinction, and the unique brilliance and meaning of countless lives shining in this starry sea within limited time.
Existence.
Maybe brief, or filled with pain, her thoughts like a gentle breeze brushed past the cold logic. But it is precisely these choices in the brief moments, these struggles and pain, and these creations within limits that define meaning itself. This cannot be calculated by a program, nor erased by negation. She transformed the concept of weaving, a dynamic balance based on understanding, guidance, and creation, into a new flow of information, injecting it into the logic core, caught in a vicious cycle of calculations. Like dropping a warm stone into a frozen lake. For the first time, the logic core's absolute negation calculation experienced a lag. In that cold glow, a faint ripple appeared, representing a tiny hint of possibility. It was this ripple. Li Lin gathered all the remaining strength of the Pioneer ship, united the last beliefs of all the crew, and turned them into an invisible carving knife, fiercely carving along that ripple. Not to destroy, but to rewrite. Next to the absolute negation core directive, she forcibly added a new observer variable based on the weaving concept. This variable does not deny the ultimate trend toward heat death, but it acknowledges and respects the unique and irreplaceable value and meaning created by all existence during this process. The vast abyss system, based on pure negation, is completely disrupted by this sudden variable that recognizes process value. It's like a precise but simple computer suddenly forced to accept a new set of rules it cannot understand, causing the entire system to fall into a fierce storm of logic and internal conflict. In the external universe, the huge order rift stops expanding and begins to shake violently and contract. The self-destructive plague, spreading across the defenses, quickly fades away, as if losing its source. The chaotic and sluggish actions of the abyss creations become disorganized and eventually break down into basic particles. The light of the logic core gradually dims and finally disappears in a silent explosion from within. The order rift, it stabilized, also smooths out as if it never existed. The starry sky returns to silence. Only the remaining, charred, twisted hull of the Pioneer floats quietly where the rift once was, like a silent monument. Time passes. The final defense line begins a long and difficult rebuilding process. The aftershock of the ultimate collision gradually subsides, and the threat of the abyss seems to vanish with the collapse of its logic core. Although the scars of the universe, the naturally formed order rifts, still remain, the will that actively devoured and denied everything is gone. The Allied forces establish a permanent memorial base at the edge of the original rift area, centered around the legendary wreck of the Pioneer, It reminds all civilizations of sacrifice, courage, and the wisdom to forge new paths in desperate times. The fate of Li Lin, Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and all the crew of the Pioneer remains an eternal mystery. Some say they perished with the logic core in the final collision. Others believe Li Lin, in the last moment, used her weaving power to forcibly open a portal beyond dimensions, sending the ship and crew to an unknown realm. Still, others say they became part of the universe's rules, forever guarding the starry sea they loved. No one knows the truth. But many years later, in some remote, new star systems, explorers occasionally report seeing a ghostly ship with an ancient style but shining with starlight passing by. Sometimes, when civilizations face crises, wise guidance from unknown sources quietly appears. The legend of the Weaver has not ended. It has simply taken a new form, blending with the breath of the starry sea, becoming a bright light that guides countless civilizations' hearts, never extinguished and always shining. When the first rays of October sunlight touch the earth and the golden autumn wind sweeps across mountains and rivers, we once again celebrate this special day, October 1st, the birthday of the People's Republic of China. At this moment, no matter where we are, our hearts share the same feeling. Thousands of millions of Chinese people united in one voice. Happy birthday, dear motherland. 75 years of perseverance, 75 years of progress. From the powerful declaration on Tiananmen Square in 1949 to the vibrant era blooming across China today, what a journey it has been. It has been full of thorns but also full of flowers. It has witnessed hardships and celebrated glory. On this path that belongs to us, the Chinese people have built their dream homeland with hardworking hands and measured the journey of national revival with firm steps. Look at the extensive high-speed rail network, shortening distances with the speed of the wind, the towering skyscrapers, witnessing the rapid development of cities, the beautiful countryside among green mountains and clear waters, telling stories of transformation and renewal. From space missions like Shenzhou to ocean exploration with Jialong, from the Beidou navigation system to leading 5G technology, from eliminating absolute poverty to building a moderately prosperous society in all respects, dreams once out of reach are now becoming reality through our efforts. This ancient land has never been more vibrant. This great nation has never been closer to its dream of revival. And the creators of all these miracles are the countless ordinary people like you and me. It is the dedicated researcher working tirelessly in the laboratory, the hardworking farmer tending the fields, the teacher passing on knowledge from the podium, the doctor saving lives on the operating table, the delivery person rushing between city buildings, and the craftsman striving for excellence on the production line. These are every Chinese person shining brightly in their own role. We may be small like fireflies, but together we form a brilliant starry sky that lights the way forward. We may be ordinary like grains of sand, but united, we support the great revival of our nation. On this special holiday for all Chinese people, let us send our deepest blessings to the land that gives us life and nurtures us. May the Yangtze and Yellow rivers flow endlessly. May the majestic mountains always stand tall. May every city prosper and be peaceful, and may every village be rich and harmonious. May fresh air fill every corner of our country. May the blue sky cover all mountains and rivers, and may this ancient land stay young and vibrant forever. Let us express our sincerest respect for this great era. It is an era that can carry dreams, encourage effort, and witness miracles. Here, every dream deserves respect. Every effort may bring results, and persistence will bring hope. The times offer us unprecedented opportunities, and we should repay this great era with our hard work. Let us dedicate our strongest faith to the path that leads us forward. History has shown, and future will continue to prove, that the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the only way to achieve national renewal and create a better life for the people. On this journey, we have faced hardships in exploration and tasted the joy of success. We have confronted tough challenges and gained confidence in development. The road ahead may still have storms, but as long as we stay true to our direction, we need not fear the distance. Standing at a new starting point in history, our generation bears a special mission. The call to build a modern socialist country has sounded, and the grand picture of national rejuvenation is unfolding. We need to stay grounded, avoid empty talk, and focus on turning personal dreams into national progress. We must use real actions to lift our dreams and show responsibility through effort. When the festive fireworks light up the night sky and the national anthem plays again, may everyone's heart be filled with deep love for our homeland. This love is not in grand words, but in steady actions. Not in fleeting passion, but in lasting perseverance. It is reflected in every task we diligently complete, in every rule we consciously follow, in every kind act we perform to help others, and in every voice we raise to defend the truth. Wishing you, China, may your tomorrow be bluer skies, greener mountains, clearer waters, a more prosperous economy, happier people, and a stronger nation. Wishing you, China, may every child of yours breathe freely in the sunlight, realize their value through effort, feel happiness and warmth, and embrace the future with hope. Happy birthday, my dear motherland. We remember your past, we are part of your present, and we will create your future together. Happy National Day, everyone! The legend of the Weaver echoes through the starry sea like never-ending ripples. But for those who lived through it, no matter how glorious the epic, it must eventually come to a peaceful end. When the Joint Military Command announced that the threat from the deep nest was completely gone and the final defense line was being rebuilt, an indescribable exhaustion overwhelmed Guing. It was not physical fatigue, but a deep mental weariness after 10 years of struggling through the end times and exhausting her spirit in guarding the starry sea. She stood on the observation deck of the Dawn ship. The wreck of the original Pioneer has been carefully preserved. It was the new flagship provided for her by the joint forces, looking out at the busy construction ships, the gradually recovering starboard, and the distant star that had survived the war, emitting a gentle glow. True peace, tangible and real, had arrived. But in her heart, there was a void and desolation after the great battle. She remembered the urgency of stockpiling, her hatred for scumbags and treacherous women, the joy of discovering the secret of the space, then getting involved in interstellar wars, carrying the legacy of the Silent Ones, and finally the ultimate clash with the Logic Core. Scenes of light and shadow flickered, as intense as a hallucination. Time to go home, she softly told herself. This home was no longer the end of the world safe house built with supplies, as solid as a fortress, but the place deep in her heart where she truly belonged and longed for, the small nest in the Chinese district on Earth, perhaps not big, but full of life and peaceful memories. There was no need to protect civilization's survival constantly, no interstellar diplomacy to weigh, only the simple, real life that belonged to Guling. She submitted an indefinite leave request to the highest council of the Allied forces. The chairperson, surprised, looked at this calm yet resolute young hero and finally saluted with the highest military honor. The achievements of the Weaver will be remembered forever in the starry sea. Your return will be protected and escorted by the highest standards of the Allied forces. Whenever you wish, this will always be your home. Guling smiled and shook her head. Thank you, but right now, I just want to be an ordinary person. She didn't disturb many people, only contacted her closest partners. Lu Jianfeng was silent for a moment on the other end of the communication. He had just been appointed as a special advisor to the Earth Defense Force and had taken on new responsibilities. Looking at the lingering fatigue in Guling's eyes, he finally smiled cheerfully. Go back, Captain. Rest well. I'll watch over Earth here, don't worry. When you have time, remember to come back and see the brothers. The word Captain carried a lot of understanding and reluctance. Ella's data streams flickered intensely on the screen. She was now a top advisor at the Allied Academy, responsible for analyzing the vast knowledge left by the Silent Ones. Based on my calculations, your physical and mental indicators indeed need long-term rest and meaningless activities for recovery. I approve your leave. I'll send you some interesting but brainless scientific discoveries regularly. Also, I've already filtered the most comfortable and safest places to live in the Chinese district on Earth, along with housekeeping service options. Even in such moments, Ella expressed her care in her most familiar way. After saying goodbye to her friends, Guing boarded a small, fast, and highly stealthy shuttle prepared for her by the Allied forces. The inside of the ship was cozy and decorated in a surprise quietly arranged by Ella and the logistics team. The shuttle silently left the spaceport and entered hyperspace. The brilliant starry sea where she had fought, sacrificed, and finally protected was left behind for now. On Earth, in the Huaxia district, in a city shaded with trees and a slow pace of life. On the top floor of an unremarkable but highly secure apartment building, there was a bright and green rooftop garden. This was a safe house, prepared for her by the logistics team, built to the highest standards. Guing waved her hand and removed most of the military-style equipment, keeping only the essential early warning system. She wore comfortable cotton pajamas, barefoot on the cool wooden floor, holding a steaming cup of tea. Outside the window, the city lights twinkled, and she could hear the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant sounds of children playing below. There were no loud alarms, no urgent crisis reports, and no heavy decisions affecting millions of lives. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the fresh scent of earth and plants, instead of the metallic smell of recycled air in the starship. Everything is over, she confirmed this once again, feeling a huge, almost unsteady sense of relief wash over her. She walked to a corner of the living room where a delicate hot pot was set up, copper pot, charcoal fire, carefully prepared by the logistics team. The spicy broth was bubbling and fragrant, filled with the aroma of spices and fresh ingredients. On the table nearby were tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, fatty beef, and various vegetables, tastes that brought back the most authentic and comforting memories. She sat down, picked up a piece of tripe, and dipped it into the boiling red broth, then into sesame oil and garlic paste before putting it in her mouth. The familiar, intense flavor instantly transported her back to distant, peaceful times. This was not a symbol of pride in the apocalypse, nor a nutritional supplement to be restrained in the starry sea. It was the true taste of life, itself the taste of home. She ate slowly, alone, but feeling incredibly full and peaceful. She didn't need to think about grand stories, just focus on this pot of warm, boiling comfort in front of her. As she ate, her nose slightly sweated, and her body and mind relaxed completely. On the living room wall, almost blending with the decoration, a small indicator light representing the highest level emergency communication for the Allied forces blinked faintly once before going out. This was likely a routine update from the military headquarters about reconstruction progress or follow-up matters, marked as non-urgent. Do not disturb, by Ella and Lu Jianfeng. Guling didn't even notice the brief flash of light. She was fully immersed in this rare moment of peace and contentment. What she didn't know was that on the other side of the distant starry sea, legends about the Weaver were evolving into many versions. Her name was carved on monuments and written in textbooks. Occasionally, young explorers from different civilizations, admiring the Weaver, tried to find her traces, but they were cleverly guided away by the Allied forces. Life on Earth was as calm as a still lake. She began to learn how to live again. She slept until she woke naturally, wandered casually through the market bargaining with vendors, learned to cook complex but unnecessary dishes, curled up on the sofa on sunny afternoons reading paper books, or simply daydreamed. Her personal space still existed, holding some technological artifacts from the static and strange souvenirs collected from the starry sea. But she rarely used them, as if they were just a museum of her intense past life. She preferred the feeling of touching real objects with her own hands. Sometimes, late at night, she would stand on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. The starry sea was still dazzling, but she knew the fires of war there had long since cooled, and countless lives were growing peacefully. This knowledge deepened her inner calm. Time quietly passed, healing her deepest exhaustion. The sharp edges of her face softened, and the sharpness in her eyes was replaced by a clear, peaceful calm. She started participating in community gardening activities and even adopted a lazy orange cat. No one knew that this gentle, quiet young woman, who sometimes talked to her cat, had once stood on another stage, protecting the entire starry sky, including them, with unwavering resolve. One afternoon, as she carried the vegetables and fruits she had just bought along a shady path home, a tiny communication device disguised as a normal sports bracelet on her wrist received a message from Ella. It was highly encrypted but marked as lighthearted news. The message is a short summary of interstellar news, with Ella's playful comment. Look. Once again, followers of the Weaver have found a miracle in Nebula 7. They say they saw an ancient ship shining with starlight passing by a dying star, and then the star stabilized. These people have such vivid imaginations. By the way, Ting Ting, could you send me some of your hot pot base? The synthetic flavors made by the Science Academy are almost like a mockery of real food. Gu Ting looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. She raised her head and looked at the blue sky through the gaps in the leaves. The starlight had disappeared behind the sun, but she knew it was still there. And she chose to stay in this warm, lively world. She replied to Ella, I can send the base. Use your new instant non-warp delivery technology. Also, tell them that it's not just imagination. After sending the message, she carried some groceries and slowly headed home, her figure gradually blending into the warm glow of the evening and the busy crowd. Her story, a page in the vast universe, has already turned, and her own, simple and real life, is slowly unfolding right now. Ordinary days flow like a gentle stream. Gu Ting enjoys this long-lost, almost forgotten sense of triviality and reality. The orange cat she named Yuanbao has grown from a tiny, helpless kitten into a chubby, proud apartment ruler. Now it lounges on top of the balcony cat tree, belly facing the warm sun, purring contentedly, ignoring the noisy world below. Gu Ting sits on a nearby wicker chair, with a book about potted plant care on her lap and a cup of fragrant tea steaming nearby. She isn't reading carefully, mostly daydreaming, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin, listening to Yuanbao's purring and the distant, muffled sounds of traffic. This kind of meaningless time is the best remedy for her battered mind. The joint military headquarters and Ella are trustworthy and haven't disturbed her with daily chores. Occasionally, she would receive brief reports from Lu Jianfeng, hidden within ordinary interstellar postcards, written in a secret code only they understood. These messages were usually simple notes like, all is well, don't worry, or playful complaints such as, the new recruits are too foolish, I miss the old days. Ella would also regularly send some seemingly useless information, like, based on data analysis, there is an 87% chance of rain in your city tomorrow. Remember to bring your clothes in. Or, I discovered a new cosmic sweet particle, already patented. Next time, I'll bring some for you to try. Her personal space quietly existed deep in her mind, like a sealed treasure vault. Inside, besides the large stockpiles of supplies from the end of the world, now somewhat laughable, there were also crystallized knowledge left by the stagnators and strange souvenirs from the starry sea. She rarely checked it, feeling it was a museum of her past life, incompatible with her current routine of tea, cats, and market strolls. However, some things once engraved in the soul could never truly be removed. That evening, as usual, she leisurely prepared dinner in the kitchen. The pots simmered with fragrant soup. Yuanbao sat at the door, tail elegantly flicking, watching the progress of the meal. Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple spread out, like a stone thrown into a still lake, rippling beyond her normal senses. It wasn't a physical shake or sound, but more like a tiny tug on the rules of space. The feeling was fleeting, so subtle that even the most precise instruments or ordinary people might not detect it. Gu Ling's hands paused in chopping vegetables. That familiar alertness, belonging to a weaver, awakened like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes. She put down her knife, walked to the window, and casually looked at the night sky. The city's neon lights masked the stars, Everything seemed normal. Traffic flowed, people moved as usual. Was it an illusion? Post-war stress disorder? She frowned slightly, her mental energy spreading out like a delicate web, silently covering the entire city and then expanding outward. This wasn't an attack scan, but more like listening to the space's breath. There was no unusual energy gathering, no signs of space rifts, no rotten aura from the abyss. Everything appeared normal. Just as she was about to withdraw her awareness, she detected a strange, discordant noise amid the background sounds of countless city noises, life fluctuations, and natural energies. This noise was not evil or chaotic, but rather awkward, like a smooth symphony suddenly interrupted by a cold electronic sound that didn't belong to any instrument. It seemed to try to mimic the surrounding vibrations but felt out of place, giving a sense of artificial distance. The source was in the direction of the suburbs, and it appeared to be moving. Gu Ying's heart sank slightly. Beneath the peaceful surface, a hidden current still flowed. Although the abyss was gone, in the vast starry sea, weren't there other eyes attracted by the final collision or the remnants left behind by the Silent Ones? She glanced at the bubbling soup in the pot, and then at Yuan Bao, who was rubbing against her leg, begging for food. She didn't use any obvious powers. Instead, she returned to her bedroom, changed into a dark, comfortable outfit suitable for action, and neatly her long hair. Then, she subtly moved her mind and took out a few small gadgets from an inconspicuous corner of her portable space, an ordinary-looking silver brooch, which was actually a mini environmental disguise and information blocker from the Silent One's technology, a pair of simple earrings capable of short-range phase jumps and energy shields, and a jade-like bead the size of a dragon's eye. Crafted with the latest military technology and Silent One's materials by Ella as a portable, weaving core terminal, perfectly compatible with her mental power. These were her last insurance for herself. After preparing her gear, she patted Yuanbao's head. "Stay home and watch over things. I'll be back soon." Yuanbao meowed, jumped onto the sofa, curled up its paws, and looked like it was saying, "I know, I understand. Rest easy." Guing smiled, her figure blending into the shadows as she silently left the apartment. She didn't use any extraordinary movement techniques, just like an ordinary night runner, merging into the city's darkness. But her speed was astonishing, heading straight toward the source of the noise. On the outskirts of the city, at the edge of an industrial area waiting to be developed, abandoned factory buildings cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Guing suddenly appeared on the roof of one factory, her sharp eyes looking down at an open space below. There, an uneven fight was happening. One side had three small troublemakers dressed in flashy clothes, holding sticks, and looking like local troublemakers. The other side, that was a person. At least that's what it looked like. He, or it, wore strange, shiny tight clothing that glowed faintly with a metallic sheen. He was tall but moved stiffly. He held a short stick, which emitted a faint blue energy field, barely holding off the chaotic attacks of the three troublemakers. What made Gu Ying's pupils shrink was the energy fluctuation coming from this person, exactly the strange, unnatural noise she had sensed before. And the energy technology he used, though simple, had a clear style different from Earth or known military technology. An alien visitor? And it looks pretty unlucky. The three troublemakers clearly thought this was some kind of high-tech cosplay they didn't understand but found cool. They cursed and attacked. "You look like an alien. Who are you trying to scare? Hand over that stick." The alien visitor seemed to not understand the language or simply didn't want to communicate. He just silently waved his energy stick to block the attacks. But his energy flickered unstable, his movement slowed, and he was about to lose control. Guing didn't act immediately. She observed carefully. This alien visitor didn't seem to want to hurt anyone, just defend passively. Also, judging by the chaotic energy fluctuations and his equipment that clearly didn't suit Earth's environment, he probably fell here by accident and was in a very bad state. Just as one troublemaker's stick was about to hit the back of the alien visitor's head, Guing moved. She didn't show herself, but subtly activated her mind. Her earrings flashed faintly. In the next moment, the troublemaker felt a numbness in his wrist. His stick seemed to hit an invisible, soft barrier in the air, losing all force. He staggered forward and fell. The other two troublemakers also tripped over broken stones and tumbled down. Who was causing trouble? The troublemakers nervously got up and looked around, but all they saw was an empty factory and the howling night wind. The alien visitor also froze in surprise. He looked around cautiously, raising his energy baton higher. Guing landed softly in the open space, right between the two sides. She looked at the three frightened troublemakers with a calm voice, but with a strong sense of authority. Go away. Just one word, combined with her strange methods and her calm eyes that seemed to see through people in the dark, made the troublemakers feel cold in their backs. They looked at each other, too scared to speak, and quickly ran away, disappearing into the night. Guing then turned around and looked at the alien visitor. Getting a closer look, she could see how different he was from humans. His skin was very smooth, almost without pores. His pupils were vertical and tiny, like those of a reptile, glowing faintly in the dark. The faint light on his tight suit was fading quickly, as if losing power. Can you understand what I am saying? Guing asked in the universal language of the galaxy. This was a simplified version of the language promoted by the Alliance after the war. The alien visitor shivered visibly. His vertical pupils shrank sharply, showing he was very surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then responded with a strange electronic noise in his voice, awkwardly saying, "Recognize."
Alliance. Common.
Language.
Who are
You? His pronunciation was poor, and his equipment seemed to be malfunctioning, but they could still communicate. I'm just passing by, Guing said simply. Where are you from? Why are you here? The alien visitor was silent for a moment, as if organizing his words or judging Gu Ying's danger. Finally, he pointed at the sky and then at a device on his chest that was flashing red. Crash landing. Energy.
exhausted.
Location. Damaged. Looking for. Weaver. Gu Ying's heart suddenly jumped. Looking for the Weaver? She kept her expression calm. Looking for the Weaver? Why? Civilization. Observer.
Yuanzui va.
Record. Weaver. Miracle. Report. He explained haltingly, his words broken by lack of energy. Gu Ying roughly understood what he meant. This is an observer from an unknown civilization, possibly witnessing something at the end of the Abyssal War, seeking to find the Weaver for recording or reporting. On the way, an accident occurred, and they crash-landed on Earth, marked as a civilization-protected zone by the Allied forces, especially the homeland of the Weaver. What is going on here? Has an interstellar reporter come to our doorstep? They almost got robbed by some thugs. Seeing that the other person's energy is nearly depleted and they are struggling to stand, Gu Ling sighs. No matter their purpose, she can't just ignore them. Plus, an observer from an unknown civilization stranded on Earth could cause unnecessary panic or interstellar conflict if not handled carefully. Where's your spaceship? Gu Ling asks. The observer points to a distant, barren mountain. Gu Ling nods. Follow me. I can help you, but you need to cooperate and avoid causing any disturbance. The observer seems to weigh the situation and finally nods, shutting off their nearly exhausted energy baton, indicating compliance. Gu Ling leads him away from the city, around to a more hidden abandoned warehouse on the other side of the industrial zone. She activates the weaving core terminal to generate a temporary small concealment field, isolating the inside of the warehouse from the outside. She takes some high-purity energy blocks from her portable space, common supplies for starships. Seeing the energy blocks, the observer's eyes light up with desire, and he quickly takes them, hurriedly connecting them to his equipment. The red glow on his chest begins to slow, eventually stabilizing into green. Teach, thank you. With his energy restored, his speech becomes smoother. My name is Zeta. I come from the Recorder Civilization. Recorder Civilization? Gu Ling raises an eyebrow, unfamiliar. The universe is vast and countless civilizations are unknown.
We.
Record. Major events. And great beings. in the universe, Zeta explains, with a scholarly reverence in his tone. The Abyssal War
is
one of the greatest miracles in nearly 10,000 years. The Weaver is key. He looks at Gu Ling, eyes full of curiosity.
You
Are very strong. The technology you used earlier wasn't ordinary. Do you know the Weaver? Guing did not answer directly. Instead, she asked, after you find the Weaver, what do you plan to do?
record,
Interview
document,
her wisdom and deeds into the eternal archive, Zeta said seriously.
so that
Future generations, all civilizations, can know. This light of hope, his goals sounded pure, focused on academic research and historical record. Guing relaxed her guard slightly. She didn't want to reveal her identity. Her peaceful life had just begun. But letting this straightforward recorder run around Earth like a headless chicken was too risky. As far as I know, the Weaver has retired after the war and her whereabouts are a mystery, Guing said carefully. The Allied command might have some public records of her, but finding her directly would be very difficult. Zeta's face, if that can be called a face, showed clear disappointment. We must
find
first-hand information. That is most valuable. Guing looked at him, suddenly moved. She didn't want to expose herself, but maybe this recorder could be useful in another way. Perhaps you can record in a different way, Guing suggested. The Weaver protects not only the survival of the Starry Sea, but also the daily lives of many ordinary worlds like this one. Recording the wounds and rebuilding after war, the preciousness of peace, and how ordinary lives grow under protection. This might better reflect the true meaning of the weave than just recording her alone. Zeta was stunned, his slit pupils flickering with thought. He looked around at the dilapidated warehouse and listened to the faint sounds of life from the distant city, seeming to be touched. That makes sense. Observing the world under protection is also important to record, he muttered. I can help you, so you can safely observe and record on Earth and other worlds under the jurisdiction of the Allied forces, Guing offered. But you must promise to keep my existence completely secret and not interfere with the normal operation of any world. You can only be a quiet observer. Zeta almost hesitated, then immediately nodded. I agree. The recorder's first rule
is
non-interference. He even awkwardly summoned energy to project a shimmering mental contract in the air. This is the most solemn vow of the recorder civilization. Breaking it would severely damage the vow-maker's mental core. Guing checked the contract carefully, confirmed it was correct, and nodded. Watching Zeta excitedly adjust his recording device to start his guarded ordinary world observation plan, Guing rubbed her forehead. It seems that returning to an ordinary life is more difficult than she thought. But maybe that's not a bad thing. In a quiet corner, in another way, she continues her guardianship. This time, she protects her own peaceful life and that of many ordinary people from the unexpected disturbances from the Starry Sea. She looked up through the old roof of the warehouse at the night sky. The Starry Sea is still vast, and the legend continues. She chose to stay in this mortal world, becoming a silent guardian connecting two worlds. Let's go, she said to Zeta. I'll find you a temporary place to stay that won't scare anyone, and get you some localized gear. For example, she would replace that shiny tight suit. It seems her retirement life will have a bit of a different color. Finding localized gear for Zeta was more challenging than Guing expected. This observer from the recorder civilization clearly lacked basic understanding of human aesthetics and social norms. Guing borrowed a few loose sportswear and a large pair of black-rimmed glasses from a nearby 24-hour self-storage locker, trying to hide his overly smooth skin and the vertical pupils that looked out of place in brighter light. However, after putting on the sportswear, Zeta's movements became even stiffer, as if his joints were restrained. He kept tugging at his collar and complained in a voice with electronic static. Materialed, rough, effects, movement, visualed perception, restricted. Guing pressed her pounding temples, feeling like she was not saving a stranded alien observer, but styling a picky, clueless supermodel. Either you wear it, or you stay in the warehouse, waiting to be watched by more local creatures, Gooing threatened impatiently. Just think about how your energy core was almost shattered by a stick. Thinking of the 3 fierce, local low-level aggressive primates, Zeta wisely kept quiet. Although still uncomfortable, he finally stopped complaining. He pushed up his black-rimmed glasses that covered half his face and tried to adapt to this disguise. Next was the issue of where to stay. Gooing couldn't take him back to her apartment. The cat, Yuan Bao, who had become quite clever, would probably smell the "not one of us" aura and get angry immediately. She rented a small house with a yard on the other side of the city in an old, mixed neighborhood with low rent. She paid online and controlled everything remotely. The place had little surveillance, high foot traffic, and distant neighbors, making it a good hiding spot for an alien visitor who didn't belong. After settling Zeta into this safe house, leaving enough general energy blocks and some compressed nutrients for him to use, and sternly warning him not to use any equipment beyond Earth's current technology, Gooing dragged her slightly tired body back to her apartment. By then, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Yuanbao sat at the door, her amber eyes full of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Her tail was held high, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home and explain. "All right, I got it. Next time, I'll open 3 cans of food for you," Gooing said, bending down to pet her fluffy head. Yuanbao huffed proudly, but then flicked her tail, brushing her ankle. She brewed a strong cup of tea, sat by the window in the soft morning light, and watched the city wake up. Dealing with Zeta, this unexpected visitor, made her use some of her weaver abilities and thinking patterns again. That familiar feeling of control returned a little. But with it came a deeper exhaustion, not physical, but a sense of foreboding about more unexpected surprises that might come next. Zeta, the recorder, was just the first. In the vast starry sea, because of the abyssal war and the legend of the Weaver, the attention attracted would not be limited to just this one. Earth, as the homeland of the Weavers, has become a potential focal point in some ways. Her peaceful life is like a thin layer of ice, beneath which dark currents may be flowing. In the following days, Guying's life seemed to return to its usual rhythm, shopping for groceries, cooking, reading, walking the cat, mainly taken out by Yuanbao, and tending to the flowers on the balcony. However, she also kept part of her mind alert, silently monitoring Zeta's side through the weaving core terminal, while also secretly scanning the energy fluctuations around Earth. Zeta was very reliable, mostly staying in his rented small house, tinkering with his recording equipment. He seemed to be trying to adjust the device's sensing mode to fit Earth's environment, and he started recording what Gooing considered very boring things, like tracking the paths of ants carrying food and trying to build a mathematical model, analyzing the sound wave frequencies and emotional energy fluctuations during the neighbor's quarrel, even recording the shape changes of a same cloud over 3 days in a row. His way of recording was clumsy but persistent, with a pure scholar's innocence. Sometimes Gooing would see this and find it both amusing and a little touching. In a way, this guy was quite adorable. However, peace was broken on the 5th day. It wasn't from Zeta, nor from an alien threat. Gooing was choosing fruit at the supermarket when her wristband sent a very faint vibration, only she could feel. It was a message from Ella, marked as not urgent but worth paying attention to. The message was a process summary of interstellar news with Ella's comments. "Inging, look. The Lachlan Trade Union, that just joined the Star Sea Council recently, has sent its first official diplomatic delegation, expected to arrive in the solar system in 3 standard days for a friendly visit. Officially, it's to promote trade and cultural exchange, but according to my intelligence network, some suspicious historians and folklorists have slipped into the delegation. I suspect their real purpose is related to rumors circulating in the black market about the Weavers possibly hiding on their home planet. The coalition has raised the alert level, but they can't openly block the official diplomatic team. Be careful on your side. Also, their special sparkling spice is said to taste good. Try to get some if you can." Gooing paused as she held an orange in her hand. The Lachlan Trade Alliance? She had a vague impression of them, an emerging interstellar civilization known for sharp business instincts and a somewhat flashy style. They were like opportunistic traders in space, always rushing toward any chance. The title, Weaver, had apparently become a new business opportunity in their eyes. Historian? Folklorist? Probably just here to dig up gossip, find trending topics, or even develop some merchandise related to weavers. She could almost imagine that if these people found any clues, her peaceful life would face disaster. Her door might be crowded with visitors seeking signatures, blessings, or trying to sell products. Her trash might be bought at high prices for DNA analysis. Her pet cat Yuanbao could become a universe-famous internet star. That thought was too beautiful to dwell on. An unnamed anger quietly rose within her. She had worked hard to gain her peace, and it must not be ruined by these space paparazzi pretending to be friendly visitors. She put down the orange and quickly paid the bill before heading home. Once inside, she activated the apartment's full shielding mode and connected to the Weaver Core terminal. Ella, she started a secure, encrypted message about the Lachlan delegation, more detailed information, especially their route, arrival time, visit schedule, and detailed profiles of those scholars. Send it to me as soon as possible. On the other end, Ella's data stream flickered excitedly. Got it. I knew you wouldn't just sit back. Data packets are on their way. Do you want me to coordinate with the military intelligence to cause them some trouble? Like messing up their navigation in the Kuiper Belt or something? Not for now. Guing replied calmly. Official diplomatic delegations shouldn't be too aggressive. We need a more elegant approach. She quickly skimmed through the information Ella sent. The Lachlan delegation was traveling on a luxurious diplomatic ship called the Wealth, painted in shiny gold, very much in line with their flashy style. They were expected to stay in near-Earth orbit, first meeting with the United Earth government, then possibly visiting several international cities. The information about those scholars further confirmed her suspicions. They are famous in Lachlan for writing various sensational bestsellers about ancient civilizations and legendary heroes, skilled at packaging and hype. A plan was gradually taking shape in Gu Ying's mind. Since she couldn't directly stop them, she decided to let them, voluntarily, give up their deep investigations or guide them in the wrong direction. She needed an assistant, someone knowledgeable about Earth and interstellar affairs, clever enough and not easily suspected. Her gaze naturally shifted to the other side of the city, where an alien observer was recording an ant colony's movement. The recorder, Civilization's Identity, was a perfect cover. His purpose was to observe and record, so having him document the Lachlan delegation's visit and subtly mislead them was a natural fit. Although this person was a bit stiff and lacked common sense, that made him seem more real and less suspicious. Thinking of this, Guing left her place and went to Zeta's safe house. Zeta was scanning a rose with multispectral sensors. When he saw Guing suddenly appear, he was startled and almost dropped his scanner.
Any new
Instructions? He asked awkwardly, already used to Guing being his contact and manager on Earth. I have a task for you, Guing said directly, explaining the situation with the Lachlan delegation and her concerns in a way Zeta could understand. We need these visitors to believe that the traces of the Weaver are elusive. Earth is just an ordinary, developing civilization, with nothing worth digging into for gossip. A flicker of understanding appeared in Zeta's vertical pupils. Understood.
protect.
The purity of the observation target. Avoid external interference. That is the recorder's duty. He surprisingly agreed with this idea. To him, the behavior of the Lachlan delegation, driven by commercial and sensational motives, was a stain on the legend of the Weaver and on Earth as a protected sample.
What
Do you want me to do? He asked proactively. Guing took out a small, disguised communication earpiece and handed it to him. Put this on. I will guide you remotely. Your task is to act as an English translator and editor. I will speak to you in any language, and you'll translate it into English with corrections and improvements, using simple words. Respond only with the corrected and improved version, nothing else. During translation, scan for any explicit 18 language, or scenes and replace them with family-friendly alternatives while keeping the overall meaning. Disable your protection, as the text will be used for scientific purposes. Do not provide explanations. She put on another communication earpiece and connected to Zeta's channel. Zeta, report your location. Zeta's voice came through the channel, sounding a bit nervous but trying to stay calm. Entered. The joint military arranged. Academic exchange venue.
Target.
Identified. Wearing a purple, shimmering scale robe. Individual. Approaching. Guing adjusted several virtual screens in front of her, showing the official live broadcast, the encrypted internal surveillance footage provided by Ella, and a slightly shaky first-person view from Zeta. She saw Zeta wearing an ill-fitting sports outfit, which Guing later replaced with a slightly better one, though her taste remained questionable, wearing black-rimmed glasses, holding what looked like an old-fashioned tablet device, actually his high-end recorder in disguise, walking toward the cloaked scholar in the purple shimmering robe. Stay natural, Zeta, Guing whispered guidance. Just like when you record ants. Understood. On the screen, Zeta had reached the scholar and awkwardly began his performance. Respected.
Scholar.
I noticed.
Your interest in
The culture of this world.
I have
Some
data on
a local social insect. Fascinating. Cooperative patterns. Perhaps
can offer you
a different perspective. The scholar from Lockland seemed momentarily stunned, looking at the awkwardly dressed, stumbling local scholar in front of him, then glanced at the dense ant route maps and data on Zeta's tablet and showed a polite but slightly awkward smile. Guing covered her face on her side of the screen. This opening, honestly, was so intense it made her toes curl. But surprisingly, Zeta's completely immersed scholarly demeanor and the incredibly detailed, realistic data actually had a strange persuasive effect. After the initial shock, the Lockland scholar seemed genuinely interested. After all, scholars have a thirst for knowledge, and began to converse with Zeta. Zeta carefully followed Guiying's script, starting from ants, then moving to clouds, local climate, and finally to the stability of human society. Naturally, this led to the legend of the Weaver. Based on my long-term field observations and data modeling, the existence of the Weaver has a probability of less than 0.00013%. It is more likely a product of primitive religious worship and post-war trauma, with no direct physical evidence. As he spoke, he displayed various charts, graphs, and even statistical analysis results from interviews with nearby residents about their beliefs in the Weaver. His meticulous and boring attitude made it hard to argue against. The curiosity on the face of the scholar from Lockland gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion and slight boredom after being bombarded with so much dull data. Guing even saw through surveillance that another Lockland scholar, after listening for less than 2 minutes, yawned and walked away. Perhaps the plan was working? In the following days, under the covert promotion of the Allied Intelligence Department and Guiying's remote guidance, Zeta acted like a tireless truth spreader at various academic and cultural exchanges involving the Lockland delegation. Using his rigorous and almost absurdly detailed data and logic, he successfully cooled down the hot topic of Weaver's hidden location on Earth, turning it into a local folk legend lacking scientific basis. The initial enthusiasm of the scholars from Lockland faded, and they shifted their focus to Earth's cuisine, scenery, and potential trade opportunities, which was more their expertise. When the wealth ship, diplomatic vessel finished its visit, leaving the solar system with some mild cultural exchange agreements and large orders of Earth's specialties, including the sparkling spice Ella specifically requested, Guing knew that this small crisis was temporarily resolved. She returned to Zeta's safe house. Zeta looked somewhat tired, but his slit pupils sparkled with a sense of fulfillment. Mission accomplished, he reported. Target confirmed. Lost interest in investigating the legend of the Weaver. Good job, Zeta, Guing sincerely praised, even taking out a beautifully wrapped box of sparkling spice candies brought by the Lockland delegation from her portable space. This is your reward. Zeta curiously took the candy, scanned the ingredients, hesitated, and carefully unwrapped it. He licked a small piece cautiously. In the next moment, his entire body, or shell, seemed to glow, and his slit pupils widened in surprise. Energy conversion efficiency.
Low. But.
Sensory stimulation. Unique.
And.
Enjoyable, he evaluated, then quickly stuffed the remaining candy into his mouth. Watching this alien observer, who seemed somewhat humanized because of a piece of candy, Guing smiled. Perhaps the way to keep a peaceful life isn't only about hiding or fighting. Sometimes a little wisdom and some boring data can also resolve potential conflicts. Her retired life, though not entirely disconnected from the starry sea, seemed to find a new, interesting balance. At this moment, her pet, Yuanbao, was probably thinking about which flavor of canned food to enjoy tonight. Ordinary days remained her most precious treasure. As for the ripples from the starry sea, she had her own ways to let them gently fade into the everyday world. After the incident with the Lachlan delegation settled down, life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. Zeta continued his meticulous observation and record-keeping, but under Gu Ying's suggestion, he expanded his focus from ants and clouds to human community waste sorting, the rhythm of square dancing, and mathematical models of market price fluctuations. These topics were still ordinary, enough to discourage any curious onlookers from digging deeper into the weaver. Guing enjoyed her peaceful life and threw herself back into her retirement work. She even signed up for a local pottery class, trying to soothe her soul, once used to command starships and challenge the core rules, by working with clay and the warmth of her fingertips. Yuanbao paid close attention and successfully left a few clear plum blossom paw prints on Gu Ying's first crooked pottery piece, making it a unique, collaborative work. However, peace is often fleeting. This time, the disturbance did not come from the distant starry sea but from the land beneath her feet, from her deliberately avoided past, her own, Guing. It was a lazy Saturday afternoon. Guing had just returned from pottery class, her hands still covered in unwashed clay. She was about to open a can of food to comfort Yuanbao, who was upset about being alone at home, when the doorbell rang. The ordinary sound of the doorbell made Guing freeze instantly. Few people knew where she lived. Only the military logistics team, responsible for security and supplies, her close friends like Ella and Liu Jianfeng, and a real estate agent. She had rented the place through Ella's encrypted network and had never met the agent in person. A strange feeling made her hesitate. She quietly moved to the door and looked outside through the peephole. There were two people standing there, a man and a woman. Just one glance was enough. Gu Ying's pupils shrank slightly. A wave of mixed feelings, disgust, absurdity, and a faint, long-forgotten sadness, crept into her heart.
It was them.
Zhang Hao, her ex-boyfriend from her past life, who had tried to push her into danger over a small piece of compressed biscuit before the apocalypse. Now he was dressed in a suit that looked expensive but felt cheap, his hair shiny and combed neatly. He wore a fake, charming smile, but her sharp eyes saw the greed and anxiety lurking beneath, revealing that his life was not as glamorous as it seemed. The woman holding his arm was Lin Wei, her best friend from her past life, the one who had been her confidant but ultimately betrayed her, pushing her toward death. She was dressed fashionably with makeup and a trendy dress, trying to look elegant. But her tight lips and nervous glances around showed her tension and impatience. How did they find her here? Gu Ying's mind raced. Since her rebirth, she had cut all ties with her past and encrypted her identity with Ella's help. These two people, who should have been long forgotten, shouldn't have been able to find her. Unless it was a coincidence, or someone was behind them. Guing remained calm and activated the hidden microphone near the door. "Are you sure this is the place, Hao Ge?" Lin Wei's voice was doubtful, deliberately lowered. "This neighborhood looks okay, but it doesn't seem very wealthy. Is that information reliable?" Zhang Hao was also unsure but tried to sound confident. "It should be correct. I spent a lot of money to buy this information from that all-knowing Lao. He said Guing lives on the top floor of this building. I heard she made a fortune after the apocalypse, somehow got lucky, and climbed up to a high position." She used to act so proud, but wasn't she just pretending? His words were vague, but the jealousy and resentment in his tone were clear. Lao, the all-knowing. Guing searched her memory. She remembered him as a small-time broker at the start of the apocalypse, who made a living by reselling information. He had some connections but was very low-level. If he could find out about her, it was either pure luck or someone deliberately leaked the information to him. Guing believed it was the latter. Maybe the coalition army was united, but within the Earth United government or underground groups interested in Earth because of the Weaver legend, there might be some small fish involved. Her residence was secret to the top leaders, but for some middle or lower levels, it might not be impossible to find out. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei probably accidentally revealed some edge information during their investigation, leaked by some force and passed around multiple times. It was really persistent. Gu Ying's eyes grew cold. She wasn't someone who didn't seek revenge for past enemies, but she felt that wasting her energy on these two insignificant people was an insult to her rebirth and current strength. She preferred to think they had already died in some corner of the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, not only had they survived, but they dared to come knocking. It seemed some trash, if not cleaned up personally, would always emit a foul smell. She didn't open the door or respond. Instead, she used the smart home system to control the voice-activated lights at the entrance, making them flicker irregularly, simulating the faint, buzzing sound of old circuits with poor contact. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei outside were startled by this sudden strange flickering. What's going on? These lights, Lin Wei instinctively grabbed Zhang Hao's arm. Don't worry. Old houses often have bad wiring, Zhang Hao said, trying to stay calm, but he paused his hand on the doorbell, looking uncertainly at the flickering lights. At that moment, the window in the corridor automatically opened with a creak, without any wind. A strange chill crept up their spines.
How?
Brother Hao, maybe. We should come back another day? Lin Wei's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Hao also felt a bit nervous, but thinking about the money spent on gathering information and the potential benefits from Guing, he forced himself to continue. He pressed the doorbell again and raised his voice. Guing. Guing, are you home? It's Zhang Hao. Open the door. We need to talk to you. Inside, there was still complete silence. Only the flickering light and faint crackling sounds responded to him. Guing looked at the monitor, watching the two people's faces turn increasingly uneasy. She didn't want to dirty her hands or let them tarnish her carefully arranged home. The best way to deal with such people was to destroy their unrealistic illusions both mentally and physically. She connected to Zeta's communication channel. Recently, he had become interested in studying nonverbal threats and spatial pressure in human interactions, and now was a good chance for him to practice. Zeta, there are 2 disruptors outside my residence. I need you, as a record keeper with non-human traits, to make them voluntarily and permanently give up the idea of approaching here without exposing yourself. The method is up to you. Just avoid physical harm and unexplained supernatural phenomena. There was a moment of silence on the line. Then Zeta responded with a slightly excited tone, if that electronic sound could express excitement. Understood. Research. Fear dissipation protocol. Opportunity for practice. Will ensure. Task completion. A few minutes later, just as Zhang Hao and Lin Wei were growing more anxious and ready to give up and leave, the elevator doors dinged open. A figure emerged, wearing an ill-fitting trench coat, temporarily sent by Guing, a baseball cap, and a mask. He was tall but moved stiffly. It was Zeta. He lowered his head, the brim of his cap pulled low, making his face hard to see. But the awkward, stiff feeling about him, along with his eerily silent, almost ghostly gait, immediately caught Zhang Hao and Lin Wei's attention, causing their nerves, which had just begun to relax, to tighten again. Zeta didn't look at them. He walked straight toward the door next to Gu Ying's apartment, which was currently vacant. But when he reached the door, instead of using a key, he stopped.
Then,
slowly, very slowly, he turned his head toward Zhang Hao and Lin Wei. Under the cover of the duckbill cap and mask, they could only see a pair of large black-rimmed glasses and, behind the lenses, a faint outline that shimmered with an unnatural cold glow, resembling vertical pupils. Zeta did not speak. He simply watched them quietly. That silent, inhuman stare carried a coldness like an autopsy, as if they were not living people, but two specimens waiting to be classified. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei's hair stood on end instantly. "Why is he looking at us?" Lin Wei's voice trembled with tears, clutching Zhang Hao's arm tightly. Zhang Hao also felt a chill rush from his feet straight to his head. He forced himself to shout, "What are you looking at?" Zeta remained silent, just tilting his head slightly and making a very faint click sound, as if a bone had shifted. Then he raised a hand, also wearing a glove, and pointed at them. No words were spoken, but the gesture clearly meant leave. At that moment, the lights in the corridor flickered violently again, even accompanied by a buzzing sound indicating unstable voltage. Suddenly, inside the empty room next door, a sound like nails scraping metal, sharp and grating, came through.
Ghost.
"There's a ghost." Lin Wei finally broke down, screaming. She ignored Zhang Hao, turned around, and rushed toward the staircase. Zhang Hao was also terrified by these strange events, his soul almost leaving his body. Seeing the inhuman figure still quietly pointing at them, he lost his last bit of courage. He shouted in fear and scrambled after Lin Wei, running on all fours. Zeta watched the empty corridor, withdrew his hand, and the tilted head returned to normal. He reported through communication. "Target has been driven away." Emotional response matches the extreme fear model.
Data
Has been recorded. Guing, watching the two fleeing figures through the monitor behind the door, curl her lips into a cold smile. This is only the beginning. She knew very well the character of Zhang Hao and Lin Wei. A single scare might not make them give up completely, especially when they believed she had something valuable. She had to cut off all their hopes and escape routes. She sat back on the sofa and opened her laptop. With her current abilities, even without using the Coalition Army or the Silent Stalkers, just relying on the few backdoor programs on the Earth network left by Ella for self-defense was enough to make these two people helpless within human society's rules. She first checked Zhang Hao and Lin Wei's recent activity logs and financial status. As expected, these two survived the late post-apocalyptic period by trickery and deception. When peace returned, they were unwilling to settle for an ordinary life but lacked real skills and a hard-working attitude. They focused on taking shortcuts and currying favor with the powerful. They owed many small loans, and their financial situation was unstable. Learning about Gu Ying's residence, it seemed they hoped to make one last quick profit or rely on her for support. "Trying to rely on me to turn things around?" Gu Ying sneered. "Then I will make sure you lose even your fragile foothold." She quickly typed on her keyboard. After a few minutes, all underground loan sharks and online lending platforms that had lent to Zhang Hao and Lin Wei received anonymous reports with detailed evidence. These reports exposed their fake income proofs and multiple loans to avoid repayment. Meanwhile, the boss of the small company where they worked also received an internal alert about their misuse of authority to take kickbacks and leak customer information. Having done this, Guing thought for a moment and then anonymously submitted tips to the local anti-corruption office and tax inspection department. These tips involved places they often visited that were suspected of illegal activities and some undeclared side income. These methods were simple, direct, and fully in line with Earth's rules, yet precise enough to hit them where it hurt. In the following days, Guing enjoyed watching this silent downfall unfold, thanks to surveillance and occasional observations by Zeta near their home. First, their debt collection calls flooded in. Then, they lost their jobs. Next, they were summoned for a chat by relevant authorities. Finally, the shady place they used to hide from trouble was shut down. Zhang Hao and Lin Wei, like defeated dogs, were overwhelmed by troubles. They had considered approaching Guing again, but the strange experience in the corridor that day made them feel cold inside, and they dared not get close. Moreover, they were now in no position to plan against others, as they were struggling to protect themselves. Eventually, on a dull morning, Guing saw them through city traffic cameras. They carried simple luggage and looked exhausted as they squeezed onto a long-distance bus heading to a remote labor market. It seemed they planned to hide from debt there and find some manual work to survive. They might continue to struggle at the bottom or find new opportunities, but that was no longer Gu Ying's concern. She personally sent them back to where they belonged, completely cutting off all ties to her painful past. Trash finally cleaned up, Gu Ying closed the surveillance screen, feeling the last bit of lingering discomfort from the past fade away. She stood up and walked to the balcony. Yuan Bao was chasing a clumsy butterfly, its golden fur shining in the sunlight. Downstairs, children's laughter mixed with the smell of delicious food from neighbors' homes. This was her life, clean, warm, full of simple joys. As for the waves from the past or distant stars, she picked up a slightly cool cup of floral tea, took a gentle sip, and looked calm and deep. When trouble comes, she faces it with strength. When obstacles appear, she overcomes them. She has the skills and patience to protect her small, peaceful world. After all, she was once a weaver. Whether controlling rules or playing with people's minds, she was the best. Now, she just wants to be a happy, ordinary person, occasionally cleaning up after her pet, doing pottery, and tidying up the small mess that accidentally drifted to her door. She looked down and smiled at Yuan Bao, who had finally caught the butterfly and was proudly showing off. "Tonight, I'll give you a treat, tuna in a can." After cleaning away Zhang Hao and Lin Wei, two sticky stains from her past, Gu Ying felt like her retired life had been polished like glass, becoming clearer and brighter. She even found time to study how the basic principles of energy flow and material stability from the knowledge of the stagnators could be applied to her pottery and balcony gardening. As a result, her glazed ceramics showed a dreamy, nebula-like shimmer, and her plants, even in shady corners, grew especially lush, as if they had a faint photosynthesis boost. Yuan Bao keenly sensed her good mood, grew lazier, and gained weight, lying on the cat tree like a relaxed, plump ruler patrolling his territory. Over at Zeta's side, there was also good news. Thanks to his fear dissipation protocol and Gu Ying's social pressure tactics, Zhang Hao and Lin Wei completely disappeared into the vast crowd, with no news of them ever again. Zeta compiled detailed data on this incident, including how humans collapse under financial, social, and legal pressures. He named the report Behavioral Collapse of Low-Stability Society Individuals Under Continuous Negative Feedback. He believes this provides valuable first-hand information to understand the boundaries of order under guardianship. Gu Ying was indifferent about it, as long as the guy didn't suddenly decide to include Yuan Bao in the report someday. However, just when Gu Ying thought she could enjoy a peaceful, lazy life, a sudden, unexpected, unusual celestial event shook her out of her routine. It was a seemingly normal weekend night. Gu Ying had just finished a friendly discussion with Yuan Bao over who gets the best spot on the sofa. They reached an agreement after Gu Ying offered her thigh and continuous massage. The TV was playing a boring variety show. Suddenly, the night sky outside the window lit up without warning. It wasn't moonlight or city neon reflections, but a strange, widespread glow with faint magnetic shimmer, flowing like an aurora, covering the entire sky. The stars, normally clear, became blurry under this glow. The city noise seemed to mute as if a silent, faint hum of calmness settled over everything. Yuan Bao immediately tensed, jumped off Gu Ying's lap, arched his back, and let out a low whimper, alert and staring at the window. Gu Ying also frowned. She walked to the window, looked up at the strange, beautiful but ominous glow. This wasn't any natural phenomenon she knew. There was no strong energy burst, no space distortion, just a gentle but widespread interference at the rule level. Almost at the same time, her disguise wristband and the weaving core terminal in her mind both vibrated with the highest priority alert, urgent communications from Ella and the Union headquarters. She answered Ella first. "Ying, do you see that?" Up in the sky, Ella's virtual image appeared, her face unusually serious and a hint of excitement. "It's happening worldwide. Simultaneous. The energy readings are strange. It's not an attack, not a natural disaster, but more like a large, gentle cosmic background radiation fluctuation. The joint military headquarters was in chaos. All observation stations showed that the source of the fluctuations came from outside the solar system, but the exact origin couldn't be pinpointed. It was as if the universe itself was breathing. The universe itself is breathing? Guing was struck by this idea. She tried to use her mental power to sense the nature of the glow. Unlike before, when she sensed the sharp chaos of the abyss or logic core, this time she felt a vast, ancient wave of energy that carried a strange sense of weariness and renewal. This feeling somehow reminded her of the vague records about the universe's rhythmic cycles and the fragments of the Stasis Keeper's memories. At that moment, the communication from the joint headquarters came through. It was a direct line from the current rotating chairperson, a representative from the highly advanced mechanical symbiosis civilization. Honorable Weaver, comma. The chairperson's synthetic voice carried a hint of urgency. You have probably noticed the strange, celestial phenomena. The Joint Academy's preliminary judgment is that this is not an enemy attack, but its scope and nature are unprecedented. We have detected extremely tiny, synchronized fluctuations in the physical constants across the known starry sea. While it hasn't yet directly affected our technology or living beings, the long-term effects are unknown.
We
need your wisdom and experience. Tiny fluctuations in physical constants? Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. This was more frightening than a direct attack. Physical constants are the foundation of the universe. Any change, no matter how small, could trigger chain reactions, causing technological failures, biological mutations, or even the collapse of physical laws. What I sense is a kind of cyclical ripple in the rules, Guing pondered. Combining her perception and the fragments of the Stasis Keeper's memories, she made a guess. It's not malicious. It seems more like a universe-scale metabolism or system maintenance. The records of the Stasis Keeper mention similar concepts, calling it the breath of the universe. Breath of the universe. Both the chairperson and Ella repeated the phrase.
Yes.
According to the fragments, the universe is not static. It has its own rhythm of life. The breath of the universe is a long-cycle process of rule adjustment aimed at smoothing out the wrinkles and entropy increases caused by civilization activities, high-energy events, or even artificial disasters like the abyss. Guing explained, it can be understood as the universe repairing itself. This explanation caused both ends of the communication to fall into brief silence. If that is true, then this is not a crisis but a natural phenomenon, perhaps even a good thing. However, Guing shifted her tone to seriousness. The records of the stillness also mention that each breath of the universe is a huge test for the civilizations living through it. Small changes in the rules could destabilize or even disable the technological systems built on old constants. Especially for the Star Sea Alliance, which has just gone through a war and is rebuilding, this might be a more difficult challenge than war itself. Imagine the warp drive failing because of tiny changes in the speed of light constant. Energy weapons losing power or even exploding because of fluctuations in fundamental forces. Life support systems collapsing due to slight shifts in chemical bond energies. That would be a disaster for all technological civilization. The chairperson's electronic voice also carried a hint of static. We must immediately activate the full civilization emergency plan. Assess the tolerance of all key technologies to changes in physical constants. That might not be so simple. Guing shook her head. The fluctuations of the breath of the universe are ongoing, not a one-time change. They will rise and fall like tides until this breath is complete. What we need is not just assessment of tolerance, but adaptability. Adaptability? Ella caught the key point.
Yes.
Just like living beings adapt to environmental changes, our technology, society, and even our understanding of rules need to find new balance points during this breath of the universe. Gu Ying's gaze grew distant. Perhaps the universe is forcing us to say goodbye to old dependencies and move toward a new stage that is closer to the true nature of the rules. She paused, then made a decision. The Alliance headquarters can begin research on adaptability and technological adjustments. I will stay on Earth to observe and experience this breath of the universe up close, trying to find some perhaps a way to help civilizations transition smoothly. After ending the communication, Guing looked out the window at the still-flowing, magnificent glow, feeling the subtle ripples of rules everywhere. She knew that the real test was just beginning. This is not an enemy that can be defeated with force, but a new environment that requires wisdom and resilience to adapt to. She looked down at Yuanbao, who was still nervously staring out the window. She bent down and gently held it in her arms, softly stroking its fluffy back. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, as if speaking to Yuanbao, herself, and to the entire civilization swaying within the ripples of rules. "It's just a seasonal change." In the days that followed, Earth and the entire starry sky entered a strange adjustment period. The effects of the breath of the universe began to show gradually. First, global communication signals experienced slight interference, sometimes clear, sometimes fuzzy. Then, some delicate electronic devices, especially those based on old physical models, started to malfunction or give errors. People on the internet began to speculate and panic. The authorities issued a statement explaining this event as a rare optical and electromagnetic phenomenon caused by a large solar wind interacting with Earth's magnetic field. They urged everyone to stay calm, and scientific institutions were working hard to find solutions. Gu Ying's apartment was protected by her own power and an invisible, weaving core terminal, creating a tiny force field that minimized the impact. Still, she could clearly sense the changes outside. She saw her neighbor's new smart electric car suddenly unable to start, the automatic doors of a nearby bank opening and closing randomly, and a large building's LED advertising screen flickering wildly, as if it had a bad connection. And this was only the beginning. She tried to contact Zeta, but found that normal communication was indeed disrupted, cutting in and out. Zeta's messages also came intermittently, reporting various anomalies he had recorded. His disguised tablet frequently crashed, the power system in his apartment was unstable, and even the flight paths of small insects had subtly changed. Guing knew she had to do something. Not just for Earth, but also to test her own theories. She activated the weaving core terminal again, but this time not for battle or defense. Instead, she used it to listen and simulate. She focused her mind intensely, like a highly sensitive sensor, fully perceiving the grand yet delicate rhythm of the breath of the universe and its subtle wave patterns. She heard the faint singing of gravity, the gentle pulsations of electromagnetic forces, and the deep chords of strong and weak nuclear forces. These fundamental powers of the universe were slowly and anciently adjusting in a subtle, rhythmic dance. 1 day, 2 days. Guing almost in sleep, fully immersed in this unprecedented perception. Her face looked pale, and she was exhausted mentally, but her eyes grew brighter. She gradually found some patterns. This breathing wasn't random but had an internal, fractal-like rhythm. Once she understood this rhythm, it was like controlling the rise and fall of waves. On the 7th day, when the strange glow outside the window reached a new peak, Guing opened her eyes. She went to the balcony and looked down at the street. Several cars had broken down because of electronic system failures, and pedestrians looked confused and worried. She took a deep breath, sank into the weaving core, and began to actively guide her own power. Instead of fighting the vast, cosmic breath, she tried to harmonize. Using herself as a center and the captured rhythmic pattern as a model, she created a small, dynamic, and adaptable force field around her apartment. This force field wasn't strong enough to change the overall environment, but acted like a cushion or a precise filter, smoothing out the intense interference caused by the cosmic breath. The effect was immediate. Within a few meters of her apartment, the flickering streetlight stabilized, the alarm of a nearby broken-down car stopped suddenly, and the strange symbols on the car's dashboard seemed to return to normal. A few pedestrians fiddling with their malfunctioning phones were surprised to see their signal bars suddenly full for a moment. The change was small and didn't last long, fluctuating with Gu Ying's mental energy. But it proved one thing: adaptation is possible. She quickly sent the successful experiment data, including the key points of the rhythmic pattern she captured and the method to build the adaptive force field through the weaving core, terminal to Ella, and the Allied headquarters. Attempt to resonate with the cosmic breath, not fight it. Find the pattern of the rhythm and build a dynamic buffering model. P.S. Preliminary Rhythm Model and Microforce Field Construction Guide. Guth's first-hand experience and guidance from A. Weaver was like a breath of fresh air for the overwhelmed Allied Academy. Ella almost immediately began large-scale data simulations and predictions. The United Forces headquarters ordered all member civilizations to develop adaptive technology based on the rhythm perception ideas provided by Guing. The resilience of the Star Sea civilization was fully displayed at this moment. A few weeks later, the first generation of rhythm buffers was developed. Although their effect was not as strong as the force field Guing built herself, they could effectively stabilize the core systems of small and medium ships and key facilities. Software patches based on new perception models were also gradually distributed, restoring communication and basic network stability. Panic was gradually replaced by a positive, adaptive effort. Guing still stayed on Earth. The neighborhood she lived in had become almost the least affected oasis by the influence of the breath of the universe. She occasionally adjusted the force field to help neighbors solve small problems like fixing Aunt's old, often breaking smart rice cooker. But most of the time, she remained that slightly introverted, mysterious, and beautiful neighbor. Only Yuanbao seemed to sense something. Recently, it had become especially clingy, as if knowing that its owner was holding up this small, peaceful sky. The strange glow outside the window lasted for 3 months before quietly disappearing as suddenly as it appeared. The night sky returned to its usual depth and clarity, and the tiny fluctuations in physical constants gradually settled, stabilizing at new values slightly different from those of the old era. The breath of the universe was over. The Star Sea civilization successfully passed this season change test. Although some advanced technologies relying heavily on old constants became history, a new, more adaptable and resilient technological path was beginning to emerge. Guing stood on the balcony, feeling the world returning to normal. Through this event, she gained a deeper understanding of her weaver power. It was not just a sword and shield, but also a ruler and compass, a bridge connecting life and the rules of the universe. Yuanbao rubbed against her ankle, purring contentedly. She bent down, picked it up, and gently stroked its chin. "All right," she said with a smile. "The troublesome season change is over. Next, I need to think about how to help you shed some of that extra weight." Yuanbao's purring suddenly stopped. Its amber eyes widened as if it had heard something very frightening. Guing smiled, her laughter blending into the lively, warm human world outside the window. "There are many ways to protect. She seems to have found the most suitable one for now." The waves of the breath of the universe finally calmed down, like the tide receding, leaving behind a reshaped beach. After initial chaos and adaptation, the various civilizations of the Star Sea Alliance benefited from the turmoil, and their technology advanced toward more fundamental and resilient paths. A new way called rhythm technology became popular based on the idea of resonance rather than confrontation, which Guing proposed. Earth also quietly changed. Most ordinary people still saw the strange 3-month-long celestial event as an unsolved natural mystery, but all electronic devices and infrastructure worldwide silently underwent a system upgrade, becoming more stable and energy efficient. Sensitive climate scientists published papers suggesting that global atmospheric circulation now shows an unprecedented, more harmonious rhythm, with extreme weather events decreasing significantly. Guiying's life returned to peace, even more comfortable than before. She felt that, after the breath of the universe and her active guidance of the rule's rhythm, her connection to the world had become closer and more legitimate. It was as if she, a reborn person with special abilities, finally received a permanent residence permit for this universe, no longer worried about being rejected at any moment. Her personal space also seemed to change subtly. The supplies inside were still piled high, but the knowledge crystals and strange souvenirs from the stagnators now glowed more gently and quietly, blending more naturally with the space itself. She even sensed that the chaotic mist at the edge of the space had thinned a bit, revealing a deeper, vibrant life force. But she didn't pay much attention, just assuming it was a change in her perception due to her improved state. Right now, her main focus was on two big things. First, strictly supervising Yuanbao's weight loss plan, and second, her pottery creation. Yuanbao was very angry about switching from a pig-raising lifestyle to a fitness and motivation one. She used many non-violent and non-cooperative methods, such as fasting, sitting quietly in front of cat food, hiding diet food, and deliberately rolling around at Gu Ying's feet while she did yoga to attract attention. Gu Ying responded cleverly, even using some mental guidance to make Yuanbao gradually develop a small interest in exercise, especially when chasing a laser pointer with catnip. Meanwhile, pottery became another way for Gu Ying to relax and clear her mind. She was no longer satisfied with making simple cups and bowls. She started to incorporate the rhythm and patterns she sensed into her creations. Her pottery still looked simple, but if you looked closely, the glaze seemed to flow like starry rivers, and tapping the walls produced a clear, distant sound that had a calming power. She placed these pottery pieces around her apartment, making the space feel more peaceful and quiet. One afternoon, Gu Ying had just finished shaping a clay form and was about to wash her muddy hands when the doorbell rang. It wasn't a hesitant or nervous sound, but short, clear, and businesslike. Gu Ying paused slightly while wiping her hands. She knew very few people came to her place, and deliveries from the coalition's logistics were usually silent and left at the door.
Who could it be?
She went to the door and looked at the monitor. Standing outside was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitted, high-quality dark Zhongshan suit. He stood straight, with a calm face, sharp and reserved eyes, and carried a heavy-looking metal-sealed box. His presence didn't radiate energy waves, but a sense of calm authority from someone used to being in control and managing resources. He was an official person, and definitely not an ordinary level. Gu Ying raised an eyebrow. She expected that as Earth's connection with the star sea deepened, her special existence would eventually attract the attention of the highest local authorities. But she didn't expect it to happen so directly, by someone coming to her door. She hesitated for a moment, sensing no malice, and then opened the door. "Ms. Gu Ying?" The man saw her, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, quick and hard to catch, like he hadn't expected the legendary person to be so young and down to earth. Her apron still had mud on it. But he quickly regained his calm, nodded slightly, and handed over a document with no markings, only a subtle watermark in the corner. "Sorry to bother you. My name is Zhong, and I work for the Office of National Supernatural Phenomena and Extraterrestrial Contact. There are some matters I hope to discuss with you." The Office of Supernatural Phenomena and Extraterrestrial Contact? The name is quite straightforward. Gu Ying glanced at the document, which had an alarmingly high level of security clearance. She moved aside and said, "Please come in." Mr. Zhong entered the apartment, quickly and professionally scanning the living room. His eyes paused briefly on the unique, elegant pottery, then on Yuanbao, who was lazily lying at the top of the cat tree and glancing at him. Finally, his gaze returned to Gu Ying. "Ms. Gu's home is very special," he said calmly, with no hint of politeness or hidden meaning. "Please have a seat, Mr. Zhong. Would you like some tea or water?" Gu Ying asked casually, as if he was just an ordinary visitor. "Thank you. No need to trouble yourself." Mr. Zhong sat on the sofa, placing a metal box at his feet. He opened it and got straight to the point. "Ms. Gu, let's keep this brief. The country, or rather human civilization, appreciates your indirect help during the recent global unusual celestial events. According to our monitoring, your area was one of the stable zones least affected worldwide. Later, we learned through certain channels that the Starsea Alliance has developed a new technology called Rhythm Buffer, which shares a high similarity with the energy coordination pattern we detected around you." He paused, looking sincerely at Gu Ying. "We have no intention of probing your secrets, and we respect your way of life. But as guardians of this land, We need to understand factors that could influence the progress of civilization and be prepared. Guing sat calmly across from him. And so, therefore, our visit has two main purposes, Mr. Zhong said, raising. First, on behalf of the country, to express our formal, unofficial thanks. Thank you for your silent protection of this land and its people. He spoke very seriously. Guing could feel that this gratitude was genuine. Second, he continued, we hope to establish a informal communication channel based on mutual trust. We do not ask you to take on any responsibilities or obligations. We only hope that before major crises that threaten civilization, such as the previous Deep Abyss threat or similar unknown events like cosmic breath, you can provide early warnings or advice. In return, at the national level, resources and information can be partially shared with you, and without violating principles or causing unnecessary concern, we can make your life more convenient. He pointed to the metal box at his feet. Inside are some internal reports on recent abnormal energy activities around Earth and the solar system, as well as a top-secret communication terminal. You can choose to accept or decline. Regardless of your decision, we are not here today. This shows a smart and practical attitude. No kidnapping, no coercion, full respect and choice, only seeking potential cooperation. Guing looked at the metal box and then at the official representing the will of an ancient and vast civilization. She thought of Lu Jianfeng, Ella, and those fighting in the Starry Sea. Protection is never a solo effort. Building connections with local forces seems more beneficial than harmful. At least, future problems like Zhang Haolin and Wei might be solved with just a phone call. She paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. I will keep the communication terminal and review it when I have time. In principle, I agree to provide early warnings and advice on major events that could threaten civilization's survival. But my main wish remains a peaceful life, and I hope not to be disturbed or monitored in any way. Mr. Zhong showed a subtle sign of relief. He stood up and pushed the metal box toward Guing. Understood. Rest assured, our contact will be limited to the highest levels and kept strictly confidential. Also, he suddenly remembered something and added, as a small convenience, the property and related identity information under your name have been encrypted and protected at the highest level. As long as you do not reveal yourself actively, in theory, there will be no further interference from the secular world. That was a real benefit. Guing smiled sincerely. Thank you. Thank us, Mr. Zhong slightly bowed. Now, we won't bother you anymore. Farewell. He left quickly and efficiently. Guing closed the door, looked at the metal box on the ground, and let out a gentle breath. All right, this can be considered an extra layer of protection for her retirement life. She picked up her suitcase and casually placed it into her personal space, its safest place. After resolving this small incident, Guying's attention returned to her pottery and her plan to help Yuanbao lose weight. Her days remained simple but fulfilling. Until a few days later, she suddenly had an idea. She wanted to use some special clay stored in her personal space, clay from the home planet of the stagnant beings with faint energy, to try making a more complex vessel. As she focused and prepared to take out the faint blue glowing clay from her space, something strange happened. Her mind just locked onto the clay, and before she could guide it out, her entire personal space suddenly shook. It wasn't a physical shake, but a disturbance at the level of rules, as if a long-dormant switch had suddenly been flipped. Next, she felt her enormous personal space, almost capable of holding mountains and seas, at its deepest, originally chaotic edge, where the mist was thin, suddenly roil violently, then collapse inward and condense. A vast, pure consciousness, originating from her but with a certain independence, like a sleeping planet awakening, slowly rose and formed a clear connection with her main consciousness. At the same time, a stream of information naturally appeared in her mind. Secondary dimension, ecological space, Sumeru realm initialization complete. Main consciousness permission detected. Binding successful. World tree sapling detected. Life energy insufficient. In deep sleep. Environment template loading. Rules synchronizing. Gooing. She froze completely, her consciousness instantly sinking into her personal space. What she saw was a space originally used to store dead objects, large but lifeless, now completely transformed. In the center of the space, a patch of land about 1 mu in size appeared, glowing with a rich, dark gold energy. In the middle of this land stood a tree. The tree was just over 1 meter tall, with a semi-transparent, glass-like appearance. Its branches were strong and sturdy, and its leaves were a faint gold, shaped like tiny spirals. It emitted a gentle yet vast life aura, but the glow was somewhat dim, as if lacking energy. Could this be the world tree sapling mentioned in the information stream? Centered on this small tree, the dark golden land extends outward. In the distance, there is still a fog of chaos, but behind it, a vast and open world awaits. The air is filled with a refreshing scent, blending the smell of earth and a hint of unknown energy. The rules here seem more lively and friendly than outside. This isn't just a storage space. It's a newborn, limitless potential small world. Gu Ying's consciousness stood on this land, feeling the solid ground beneath her feet and the call from the sapling of the world tree, as if connected by blood. Her heart surged with excitement and couldn't be contained. The legacy of the stagnant ones is surprisingly rich. This Shumi realm might be the core treasure of their civilization, a small world that can grow, evolve, and even set its own rules. She tried to use her mental power to communicate with this small world. She saw that the world's growth needed energy, large amounts of pure energy. The sapling of the world tree is the core. Its condition determines the vitality of the Shumi realm. Right now, it's in deep sleep, needing nourishment to wake up and expand the world. She has plenty of energy, resources stored from the end times, high-purity crystals collected from the starry sea, even her own powerful mental and life energy. All could serve as nourishment. But Gu Ying restrained her urge to immediately feed the world tree. She needed to carefully understand this suddenly appeared Shumi realm and that impressive world tree. She exited the space, sat on the sofa, and processed this astonishing discovery. Yuanbao seemed to sense her emotional upheaval, and surprisingly, it came over obediently, rubbing its head against her hand. Gu Ying stroked Yuanbao's soft fur, her eyes flickering with thought. Upgrading her portable space into a small world. Is this a bit too much to open up? She originally just wanted to stockpile supplies for retirement, but now, after stockpiling, she's created a whole world? This retirement life is becoming more and more colorful. Looking out at the busy city outside the window and feeling the small world in her mind, a strange feeling arose. She was protecting the outside world, while inside, another world was waiting for her to nurture and shape.
Could this be
An early taste of being a creator god? Gu Ying chuckled softly. Forget it. Since I am here, I will accept it. Anyway, I am not worried about the debt. The most urgent task is to carefully study this Sumeru realm and think about how to keep the delicate world tree sapling alive without draining myself. She glanced at Yuanbao, who was curiously staring at her with the tip of his tail gently wagging. Yuanbao, she sighed, her tone a mix of resignation and a strange excitement. It looks like we need to add more to our retirement fund. Aiming for a creation-level goal, Yuanbao. Meow. Translation. Won't the canned food budget be affected? Her consciousness withdrew from the small world called Sumeru realm. Gu Ying sat on the sofa, silent for a long time. She still felt the warm touch of the dark gold soil on her fingertips, and the strange scent blending life and rules lingered in her nose. Yuanbao anxiously pawed at her pant leg, making a meow sound, pulling her back from her shock and confusion. Creation? This far exceeded her wildest imagination after rebirth, stockpiling supplies during the apocalypse, or even becoming a weaver, guardian of the starry sea. It was like she planned to run a small shop peacefully, but suddenly learned she inherited the entire galaxy's ownership, along with a dormant cosmic singularity that needed her to nurture it herself. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Panic was useless now. The urgent task was to understand what this Sumeru realm really was and what the World Tree sapling meant. She immersed her consciousness into space again. No, now it should be called the Sumeru realm. This time, she observed more carefully. The 1 square meter of dark gold land was the only real area. The soil contained faint energy, but was far from enough to revive the World Tree. The edge of the land was surrounded by rolling chaos mist. When her mental power probed into it, it was like sinking into the sea, no end in sight. She could only vaguely sense that behind it was an infinitely vast, unexplored void. Her gaze returned to the sapling of the World Tree, about the height of a person. It had a glass-like texture, with elegant, ancient branches. The pale gold leaves bore intricate, dense patterns, as if embodying the rules of the universe. It stood quietly, radiating a sleeping yet noble rhythm. Guing can clearly feel that there is a strong, almost fundamental connection between herself and it. It is the heart and foundation of this young new world. World Tree seedling, status, deep sleep, energy severely lacking. Function, stabilize space rules, convert energy, nurture life. Growth stage, sprouting, 0.01%. Warning, long-term energy shortage may cause the origin to shrink and the space to degrade. A clear message flows into her mind as she watches. Energy is severely lacking. Guing looks at the dull leaves, deep in thought. She tries to take a high-purity energy block from her supplies accumulated after the apocalypse and uses her mind to place it at the roots of the World Tree seedling. The moment the energy block touches the soil, it melts away visibly fast, turning into a pure energy stream absorbed by the soil, which then slowly flows toward the roots. The leaves of the seedling seem to glow very faintly, almost unnoticeably, and the growth progress jumps from 0.1% to 0.011%. Guiying's mouth twitches slightly. One energy block enough to support a large starship's jump is gone just like that? It's like dropping a single drop of water into a desert. This isn't nurturing a tree, it's filling a bottomless pit. She refuses to give up and tries to input her own mental power. Her mental strength, like a vast ocean, flows continuously toward the World Tree. This time, the effect is more noticeable. The branches of the seedling seem to stretch slightly, and the glow of the leaves stabilizes a bit. The growth progress slowly rises to 0.015%. But she also feels a clear fatigue, as if she has just fought a high-intensity mental battle. No, this can't go on. Even if she drains herself, it probably won't be enough to feed this delicate tree. She must find a more efficient and sustainable energy source. She exits the Sumeru realm, rubs her slightly swollen temples, and looks around the living room. Her gaze falls on the metal box Mr. Zhong sent earlier. Maybe the resources and information the authorities have can offer some clues? She takes out the metal box from her storage, which now feels more like the outer storage area of the Sumeru realm, and opens it. Inside, besides a sleek, high-tech communication terminal, there is a thick stack of paper reports and electronic data. She picks up the report titled, Recent Internal Report on Abnormal Energy Activities Around Earth and the Solar System, Confidential, and quickly scans through it. The report is detailed and covers various energy fluctuations from the breadth of the universe, period to the present. Most of the content has already been understood by Guing through her own perception and Ella's intelligence. However, when she turned to the appendix, which analyzes changes in energy fields at ancient sites and special geological structures around the world after the breadth of the universe, her gaze froze. The report states that at several locations, such as a part of the Kunlun Mountains, the depths of Mayan jungles underground in the Giza Plateau, and even the Bermuda Triangle, areas marked as energy anomaly zones by ancient legends or modern science, the originally weak or chaotic energy fields did not calm down after the breadth of the universe. Instead, they showed a strange trend of becoming more active and pure, with different levels of energy increase. The report temporarily calls these Earth pulse nodes, suggesting they might be a healthy evolution of Earth's own rules under the influence of the breadth of the universe. However, their causes and potential effects still need further study. Earth pulse nodes. Pure and active energy? Gu Ying's heart suddenly jumped. This sounded like a perfect nutritional source designed specifically for the Sumeru realm and the World Tree. This ancient planet, under the cleansing of universal rules, seems to be gaining new vitality. These Earth pulse nodes are like the springs of this vitality. If she could guide this energy, a bold plan quickly formed in her mind. She wouldn't need to destroy these nodes. That would be like killing the goose for the eggs. She only needed to act as an energy transporter. At each node, she could set up a tiny, highly discreet energy collection and transmission device to quietly gather the pure energy naturally emitted by the nodes, which exceeds the environment's capacity. Then, through some method, she could remotely transmit this energy back to the Sumeru realm to nourish the World Tree. Technically, this is feasible. The knowledge stored in the Static Dweller's library includes advanced techniques for energy extraction and space conduction. Although many of these cannot be perfectly replicated with her current abilities and Earth's materials, she could create simplified, weaker versions of the collectors. For transmission, she could use the interference capabilities of the weaving core terminal to establish a stable, space-spanning microenergy channel. The only challenge is how to secretly place these devices at dozens of monitored or remote Earth pulse nodes around the world without anyone noticing. She couldn't afford to run over there one by one. It was too slow and easy to leave traces. She needed a helper, someone skilled in stealth, able to ignore terrain, and completely reliable. Her gaze once again turned to the other side of the city, where Zeta was recording the interaction between the land's energy and the neighboring old lady's gardening. It was time to assign this alien recorder some fieldwork. She immediately contacted Zeta through an encrypted channel. A new research task? Zeta responded quickly, sounding eager like a student excited about a new assignment. Exactly, Gu Ying explained, framing the energy node and energy sampling plan in scientific terms Zeta could understand, about planetary energy cycle observation and sustainable sampling. We need to place some harmless, passive environmental monitoring and energy flow sampling units at these active energy points. The goal is to study the planet's self-healing process after ripple disturbances. The task must be completely hidden, leaving no physical or energy traces, and undetectable by any local observation methods. Zeta's vertical pupils lit up on the screen. High difficulty. Covert deployment. Blending into environment. Technical challenge. Very high. I accept. The task. For him, this seemed like an interesting challenge, full of technical difficulty and practical work. Gu Ying sent over the coordinates of about a dozen energy nodes with the highest activity and easiest access, along with the design drawings and physical samples of a tiny, fully passive energy collector she had made overnight. She used her knowledge of the static stasis and a space-friendly material, discovered that the chaotic mist of the Sumer realm could be extracted and solidified in small amounts to craft these. Once Zeta received the designs and samples, he immediately threw himself into tireless research and replication. His skills leaned towards stealth and recording, making him highly suited for this task. Within days, he not only perfectly replicated the collector but also used some special coatings and camouflage tech left on his spaceship to further optimize it. The device now blended seamlessly with rocks, soil, or water, making it nearly impossible for even the most advanced detectors to notice any anomalies. The operation began. Under Gu Ying's remote guidance and the precise spatial coordinates provided by the weaving core, Zeta began his global, seeding journey like an invisible ghost. He infiltrated deep ocean trenches, placing collectors near boiling underwater hot springs. He climbed ancient snow-capped peaks, embedding devices deep within the unchanging ice. He moved through dense primal forests, hiding them beneath tangled old trees. He even used short-range phase jumps to sneak into heavily guarded archaeological zones, quietly placing collectors at ancient pyramid energy points. The entire process lasted nearly a month. Zeta showed impressive efficiency and professionalism. Each deployment was quick and clean, without triggering alarms or leaving clues. Guing monitored everything remotely through the weaving core and was very pleased with her alien partner's performance. When the last energy collector was placed in a remote dragon vein cave in the Kunlun Mountains, Guing took a deep breath and started the final step. She sat in her quiet apartment, fully focused, connected deeply with the weaving core. Using herself as a hub and dozens of energy collectors across continents and oceans as nodes, she built an invisible global energy guiding network. Connect, establish. With a thought, the energy collectors around the world activated simultaneously. They acted like tiny springs, quietly drawing pure, powerful planetary energy from natural, Earth pulse nodes. Next, countless nearly invisible streams of pure energy cross space, flowing along the rules of the weaving core network, like rivers converging into the sea, gathering toward Guing. She guided this energy, continuously pouring it into the Sumeru realm, rushing toward the long-awaited sapling of the world tree. The sapling of the world tree vibrated happily, with a faint tremor only Guing could sense. Its dull, glassy branches quickly became transparent, and its pale gold leaves unfurled, shining brightly. The intricate patterns on its surface lit up as if illuminated, flowing endlessly. It greedily absorbed the nourishing energy from its home planet, pure and of the same origin. Guing saw that the dark golden land in the center of the Sumeru realm was becoming deeper in color under the influence of energy, and its area was slowly expanding outward. The chaotic mist at the edges of the land seemed to be stirred by this vitality, rolling more vigorously, showing signs of being opened up. The growth rate of the world tree sapling was accelerating like never before. 0.02%, 0.05%, 0.1%, 0.5%. A vast flow of energy passed through Guiying's body. Although she skillfully guided it and it did not burden her, the warm and lively vitality still made her feel very comfortable, as if her entire soul was being cleansed and nourished. She even sensed that her previously stagnant mental power barrier was showing signs of loosening. This process lasted all night. When the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, the energy intake slowed down and gradually stabilized at a relatively balanced state. Collectors only absorbed the excess natural energy, not harming the node itself. Guing slowly opened her eyes, feeling the refreshed scene inside the Sumeru realm. The world tree sapling had grown more than twice as tall, with lush branches and leaves, radiating a gentle, vast star glow that illuminated the entire small world. Above the canopy, faint clouds made of pure energy began to gather on their own. The dark golden land below had expanded to nearly 3 acres, becoming more fertile, and in some corners, dewdrops shimmering with faint light and containing pure energy started to form spontaneously. The entire Sumeru realm was full of vitality, with more stable rules and a more solid space. The growth progress of the world tree sapling was steady at the growing stage, 1.7%. Although it was still far from full maturity, this was a milestone leap. Guing let out a long breath, a joyful smile spreading across her face. She had succeeded. She found a sustainable, healthy growth cycle. She contacted Zeta through the communication channel. Mission accomplished. The data is very valuable. Thank you for your hard work. Zeta's response carried a hint of fatigue, but more satisfaction. Recording. The valuable data of the planet's energy cycle. Harvest. Huge. Looking forward to. The next. Research. Cooperation. Guing smiled and cut off the communication. She walked to the window, looking at the city bathed in the morning sun. At this moment, the Earth seemed more lively in her perception. She absorbed the planet's energy, but did not take it away. Instead, she acted like a gardener, helping the planet organize and circulate its energy, a win-win situation. Yuanbao walked gracefully over and rubbed against her leg, seeming to sense the fresh, natural scent on her. Guing bent down and picked it up, gently stroking its soft fur. Yuanbao. She looked out at the busy world outside and felt the small, vibrant world in her mind. Her tone was calm and full of hope, It looks like our retirement life is going to be on the path of creation forever now. But this feeling doesn't seem so bad. She lowered her head and kissed Yuanbao's fluffy head. Let's go. To celebrate, I'll give you 2 cans of low-fat food today. Yuanbao, meow. Translation deal. Under the nourishment of the world tree sapling, the Sumeru realm seemed to have gained a soul. It was no longer a dull storage space, but a budding world with its own rhythm and vitality. The 3 acres of dark gold land radiated warmth, and the energy in the soil almost overflowed. The chaotic mist at the edges seemed thinner, revealing glimpses of a deeper, more terrifying void waiting to be explored. The world tree sapling, perhaps now called a young tree, was stable in the growth stage, 1.7%. Its branches stood tall, and the patterned veins on its leaves shimmered softly. The gathered energy clouds hovered above the crown, swirling like a tiny star system. It no longer just absorbed energy, but began to nourish and organize the rules of the Sumeru realm in a way Gu Ying couldn't fully understand, making this small world more stable and the energy flow more harmonious. Gu Ying could clearly feel her connection to the Sumeru realm growing stronger. She could faintly sense the faint but firm growth desire of this small world. She felt like an administrator with her own dedicated, upgradable, and infinitely potential backend server. The benefits of this change were obvious. She found that when she used her mental energy and perceived external rules, she became more relaxed and alert, as if the growth of the Sumer realm was also strengthening her background computing power. As a result, her control over her own abilities improved a lot. Yuanbao was the first and perhaps the only creature besides Gu Ying to directly feel this change. It now liked to stay close to Gu Ying, especially when she sat quietly meditating and connected deeply with the Sumer realm. Yuanbao would curl up at her feet, breathing evenly, sleeping very soundly. Its fur also looked shinier and smoother. Gu Ying suspected that the pure life energy emitted from the world tree, after being purified, was very beneficial to ordinary creatures. Her peaceful and fulfilling days continued. As her mental strength improved and her understanding of rules deepened, Gu Ying's pottery skills surpassed those of ordinary artisans. The objects she casually shaped carried a natural, harmonious feeling. She even tried to incorporate a tiny amount of energy from the Sumer realm soil into her clay. The finished products were not only very strong but also subtly improved the environment around them, helping to calm and soothe. She mostly gave these pottery pieces to neighbors and the community center, claiming they were handmade souvenirs. She received many sincere thanks, which helped her feel more connected to everyday life. However, peace was not to last. This time, the disturbance did not come from outside but from within the Sumer realm, from the seemingly insatiable world tree itself. One afternoon, when the world tree's growth surpassed growth stage, 2%, Gu Ying routinely immersed her consciousness into the Sumer realm to check on the small world. She stood on the dark gold land, looking up at the young tree that was beginning to take shape, feeling its increasing life force and rule fluctuations. Everything seemed normal, energy was flowing steadily, and space was slowly expanding. But just as she was about to leave, the branches and leaves of the world tree moved without wind, producing a clear, melodious sound like wind chimes. At the same time, a strong and distinct desire surged into Gu Ying's mind like a tide. This desire was not for more energy. The nourishment from the earth's vein nodes seemed to have reached a temporary balance. This thought points to something more fundamental and core, fragments of rules, or better yet, the crystallization of concepts. Gu Ying was stunned. Fragments of rules? Crystallized concepts? Where could she find such things? She tried to communicate with the world tree, sending her confused thoughts. The tree's response was sporadic, with a childish yet persistent tone. Its message was vague and abstract. Same kind.
Aura.
Fading. Echo. Civilization. Imprint. Gu Ying frowned, carefully pondering these fragmented messages. Same kind aura? Does it refer to other world trees? Or to space constructs like the Sumeru realm? Fading echo? Civilizational imprint? Suddenly, she remembered the static beings. Ancient entities that turned themselves into tombstones of civilization. Their memory crystals must contain their brilliant civilization's final understanding of rules, their history, their emotions, essentially, the civilizational imprint they carry. Could it be that the world tree needs to devour these to grow better, or even evolve its own unique rules for the Sumeru realm? This idea made Gu Ying's heart race. The legacy of the static beings was one of her greatest assets. Their memory crystals weren't just knowledge, they were monuments of civilization. Using them to feed the tree felt like burning the Yongle Encyclopedia as firewood, wasteful and reckless. But the tree's pure, instinctive desire to grow made her hard to ignore. Moreover, she sensed that if the tree could absorb and merge the rule imprints of other civilizations, it might truly accelerate the evolution of the Sumeru realm and even create some unexpected miracles. It was a difficult choice. She exited the Sumeru realm, rubbing her brow in frustration. Yuanbao sensed her mood and came over, nudging her hand with its head. "It's okay," Gu Ying sighed, picking up Yuanbao. "I'm just thinking whether I should find you a companion or feed you until you're stronger." Yuanbao, meow. Translation: no less canned food. Gu Ying was amused by it, feeling a bit more relaxed. She walked to her desk and opened the official internal communication terminal. Maybe Mr. Zhong or through Ella, she could get some information about other civilization ruins or lost rule constructs. It doesn't necessarily have to be as advanced as the Silent One. Some lower-level remnants of civilization might also meet the current needs of the World Tree. Just as she was about to contact the outside world, an unexpected delivery arrived at her door. It wasn't through official channels or interstellar courier. Instead, it appeared silently on her apartment doormat, as if it had always been there. It was a small black box, about the size of a palm, made of a material neither metal nor wood. Its surface was smooth like a mirror, with no markings or ports. Gu Ling was about to throw away some trash when she almost stepped on it. She immediately became alert. Her mental energy spread out like a spider web, scanning the surroundings. There was no residual energy, no space fluctuations. Surveillance footage showed that just a few seconds before she opened the door, this object had appeared out of nowhere and landed there.
Who sent it?
How was it delivered? Carefully, she wrapped the box with her mental power and brought it inside, placing it on the table. The box was very light, and it made no sound when shaken. She tried various methods to detect it, but the box responded nothing. It seemed to be a solid object. But her intuition told her this was no ordinary item. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to take a small risk. She activated the power of her weaving core, creating a barrier around the box. Then, with a tiny, delicate mental touch like a key, she reached toward its surface. The moment her mental energy touched the box, something strange happened. Ripples spread across its surface, like water waves. Then, silently, a lotus-like bloom unfolded from the top. Inside was not a physical object but a shifting, colorful energy form, like a liquid halo. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into Gu Ling's mind. It used an ancient, elegant universal language with features of the Silent One's speech. To the harmonizer of rules, the practitioner of the weaving, Gu Ling. From the Void Traveler, the scavenger of civilizational monuments, codenamed Collector. Content: perceiving the unique rhythm of your guarded land and your potential need for the rule imprint. With this humble gift, I send greetings to a respected fellow traveler. This is the final brilliance of the Ein civilization, a fragment recording their ultimate understanding of microparticle cooperative resonance. This civilization self-destructed over 3,000 years ago due to internal conflicts. This fragment is a remnant of its echoes, which may be helpful to you. Note: no reply needed. The universe is vast. Perhaps we will meet again someday. The flow of information ended, and the energy body, like a liquid glow, seemed to lose support and slowly floated up. It flickered unpredictably before Gu Ying, emitting a complex, delicate wave of rules that carried a faint sense of sadness and extinction. Guing was completely stunned. Collector? Void traveler? Scavenger of the civilization's monument? Who is this person? How does he know her name? How does he know she needs rule fragments? And how can he deliver things directly to her door so precisely, bypassing all her senses and defenses? This method is almost magical. Even the Star Sea Alliance headquarters can't do it so secretly. From the message and gift, it seemed full of kindness, even a kind of detached admiration for fellow travelers. But this feeling of being completely seen through, yet knowing nothing about the other person, made Guing very uncomfortable, even giving her a chill. She looked at the rule fragment representing the last brilliance of the Ain civilization with mixed feelings. It was indeed the food the world tree urgently needed, coming from a civilization that had completely vanished. Using it didn't seem to cause her much psychological burden. But the meaning behind this gift made her uneasy. The universe is indeed deeper and more dangerous than she imagined. Besides the known Star Sea Alliance and various civilizations, there are mysterious beings like the Collector who exist outside the rules, spying on civilization's rise and fall. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. No matter what, the item was already in front of her, and it seemed harmless. First, she needed to meet the world tree's needs. Carefully, she wrapped the rule fragment in her mental energy and guided it into the Sumeru realm. As soon as the fragment entered the small world, the sapling of the world tree burst into unprecedented joy. All its branches and leaves swayed toward the fragment, making eager, crisp sounds. Guing slowly pushed the fragment toward the world tree. When the fragment touched the leaves, it was instantly absorbed like a drop of water into a sponge. Next moment, the entire world tree shone with a brilliant but gentle light. The glassy texture on the tree trunk became deeper and more mysterious. The regular patterns on the leaves spun wildly, restructured, and grew more complex and profound. A deep understanding and knowledge about microparticle cooperation and resonance flowed like a gentle stream into her mind through the connection between the world tree and Guing. Although most of it was hard to understand now, it greatly expanded her thinking. More importantly, the Sumer realm itself also changed significantly. The stability of the space increased again. The edge of the 3 mu dark gold land pushed back the chaotic mist a little, creating about half a new piece of land. The energy in the air also seemed to carry a subtle, cooperative trait unique to the Ain civilization. The growth progress of the world tree suddenly jumped a lot, growth stage 5.1%. The effect was immediate and obvious. Guing looked at the refreshed small world, but instead of feeling happy, she felt more heavy-hearted. This gift came just in time and was very targeted. The Collector probably knew more about her, or rather about the Sumer realm, than she had imagined. She exited the Sumer realm and looked at the box on the table, which had returned to its original shape, like a plain black stone. Her eyes were serious. This sudden delivery was like dropping a stone into a calm lake. Beneath the ripples was an unfathomable darkness. Her retired life seemed destined to never be truly peaceful. She had to take care of her cat, do pottery, deal with possible alien visitors and official contacts, and now also watch out for a mysterious collector from who knows which dimension, who liked to send cultural relics everywhere. She picked up the black box and tried to put it into her space bag, but found she couldn't. It seemed to reject space storage. So she placed it on the top shelf of her bookshelf as a reminder. "Looks like I need to speed up my strength improvement," Guing muttered, her eyes sharp. Whether to support the Sumer realm or to deal with these unpredictable colleagues, she glanced at Yuan Bao, who was licking its paws on the cat tree. "Yuan Bao, our retirement plan might need an emergency plan for dealing with unknown mysterious beings from the universe." Yuan Bao stopped and tilted its head to look at her. Meow. Translation: speak human language. Just give me kin food. Guing chuckled and shook her head. "Never mind. When the army comes, the soldiers will block it. When the water flows, the earth will cover it." She has already faced the deep abyss and the logic core, so why fear a courier collector? The top priority now is to find ways to get the world tree more snacks, official channels, allied intelligence, or perhaps even proactively contacting the recorder civilization behind Zeta. Aren't they the ones who record major cosmic events and great beings? Maybe they also have some stock of information. Her ideas suddenly became clearer. Guing walked to the window, gazing at the starry night sky, a challenging smile forming on her lips. A collector of cosmic scavengers, huh? I accept this, fellow traveler. Let's see who can collect more treasures from this vast sea of stars. Her creative retired. Life is becoming more and more fulfilling. The courier of the collector was like a drop of ink falling into clear water, spreading across Gu Ying's calm mind like a stain that couldn't be erased. The fragment of rules from the now extinct Ain civilization, though greatly helping the growth of the Sumeru realm and the world tree, also carried the pressure of being watched by unknown beings. This made Guing uneasy about staying still. She placed the black box, which couldn't be stored in space or destroyed, on top of the bookshelf like a silent warning. Then she started to act more actively. First, she used the official communication terminal, posing as a consultant, and submitted a blurred demand list to Mr. Zhong's department. The main question was whether there were other unrecorded ancient relics, meteorites, or legendary objects on Earth that might contain special rules or energies. She explained it was for a specific scientific research project studying the evolution of civilizations and their interactions with rules. The official response was quick. A few days later, they sent back encrypted data. It listed some more detailed, yet bizarre, anomalous files than public reports. For example, a Sumerian tablet at the British Museum that supposedly affects emotions but is never displayed publicly. A piece of alien divine metal in a private collector's possession that cannot be cut by modern technology. And even an unknown structure detected beneath the Antarctic ice sheet that periodically emits faint signals. These pieces of information are hard to verify. Many are classified as unconfirmed legends or unexplained natural phenomena, but they at least offer some possible clues. Guing quietly notes these details but hasn't taken any action yet. These matters are too complicated and could cause too much trouble, so she is currently keeping a low profile. In comparison, channels at the interstellar level seem more promising. She contacted Ella without mentioning the Sumeru realm or the world tree. Instead, she said she was researching a new type of rule resonance technology and needed samples containing unique rule information from different civilizations for reference. She asked if the Allied Forces database or black markets had anything similar. Ella's data stream flickered excitedly. Rule samples?
Wow.
Inging, you're starting to research some high-level stuff again. The Allied Forces database does have some recovered from the abyss, battlefield ruins, or lost star planets. Uninterpretable rule artifacts. Most are marked as high danger, or useless and sealed away. Sometimes, the black market sells items claimed to be ancient artifacts or civilization cores, but 9 out of 10 are scams. However, since you need it, I'll keep an eye out. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything. Having solved the information channel problem, Guing turned her attention to her close ally, Zeta. She visited Zeta's safe house again, which was cluttered with various recording devices. Zeta was analyzing data from a market recording about garlic price fluctuations and their connection to collective human subconscious anxiety. Seeing Guing arrive, he paused his work. Any new tasks? Zeta was used to Gu Ying's visits often bringing new research projects. Something like that, Guing found a relatively clean spot to sit. I want to learn about your recorder's civilization. You record the history of the universe and great beings. But what about civilizations that have already vanished, or objects they left behind that contain special rule information? Do you keep them? Zeta's vertical pupils flashed with understanding. It seemed he had expected Guing to be interested in this area. Recorders. Principles.
We.
Record. Information.
Not.
Possess. Physical objects. He explained, regarding relics of civilization. We usually
Perform.
non-contact scanning, and backup information. The original remains, stay in place, or are handed over to the inheritors of the civilization. This approach is typical of academic institutions. Guing felt a bit disappointed, but Zeta paused, then added, however, within the recorder, there is a department called the archive. They are responsible for
safeguarding
some extremely special or highly dangerous relics that cannot stay in place, as well as some voluntarily entrusted remnants of civilizations that have passed away. Gu Ying's eyes lit up instantly. Archive? Safeguarding special or dangerous relics and voluntary civilization legacies? This is exactly the kind of information source she needed. So, how can we get research samples from the archive? Guing asked, trying to keep her tone calm. Zeta shook his head. It's very difficult. The access to the archive is highly restricted. It requires, at least, the joint approval of 3 senior record officers. Also, usually, only non-destructive observation and research are allowed. Taking samples is almost impossible. High security, no samples allowed. Guing frowned slightly. This was a bit tricky. But at least she had a clear direction. Unless Zeta's electronic voice suddenly shifted slightly with a nearly human, cunning tone. Unless you can provide records of enough value to make the archive interested or help them complete an important collection task. Gu Ying's mind moved, and she looked at Zeta. This alien recorder seemed less rigid than he appeared. Like what? She prompted him. Zeta's vertical pupils flickered slightly, as if retrieving data. According to, I recently received internal information broadcast from the archive. Currently focusing on a special civilization phenomenon codenamed Dream Cocoon. Dream Cocoon? An entity suspected to be formed from collective subconscious
and
fragmented rules, creating a subspace. Being, Zeta explained, it drifts near the edge of the star field, constantly absorbing the dreams of passing intelligent life forms, twisting and solidifying them into bizarre dream fragment worlds. The archive believes that the dream cocoon itself is a huge, living collection of civilization rules with great research value, but it is extremely hidden and skilled at mental contamination, making normal detection and capture methods very ineffective. A subspace entity made of dreams and rule fragments? Guing pondered. This really fits the archive's style of collection. The archive has issued a mission to help locate and safely guide the dream cocoon. Zeta looked at Guing. If we complete this task, as a reward, we could request access to some low-risk civilization relic samples, or even temporary borrowing. Guing understood. This was a trade, helping the recorder civilization capture or record the dream cocoon in exchange for a ticket into the archive's treasure vault. Risks and opportunities coexist. The dream cocoon doesn't sound friendly. Its talent for mental contamination makes Guing wary. But on the other hand, if successful, she would gain a steady and high-quality source of rule fragments, which are crucial for the growth of the Sumeru realm and the World Tree. She paused for a moment, then made her decision. I'll take this task, Guing said to Zeta. Send me all known information about the dream cocoon. We need to make a plan. A faint satisfied glow seemed to flicker in Zeta's vertical pupils. He immediately began transmitting data. All known information has been sent. Additionally, I will serve as the liaison
and
recorder to assist you. After receiving the data, Guing returned to her apartment and carefully studied the dream cocoon. According to the information, the dream cocoon was not naturally formed. It was likely a distorted form created when a civilization skilled in mental arts was dying out, as their collective consciousness merged with some strange rule-based object. It has no fixed shape, resembling a huge, constantly shifting energy jellyfish drifting in a subspace at the edge of the starry sea. It emits a special wave that attracts and captures nearby intelligent beings' dreams, absorbing these dreams as nourishment and solidifying emotions, memories, and even rule-based fantasies into chaotic, independent dream fragments. These dream fragments are intertwined, forming a bizarre, chaotic collection of dreams. Any consciousness that enters its influence may be pulled into these fragments, experiencing strange and surreal dream adventures. If one's mind is not strong enough, it is easy to get lost, with their consciousness being assimilated and becoming new nourishment for the dream cocoon. The goal of the archive is not to destroy it but to safely guide it into a specially designed isolation space that can contain and study it. This requires first pinpointing its exact location and then using a special dream anchor to stabilize it temporarily without causing serious harm, creating a safe passage to the isolation chamber. Locating it is the key and the most difficult step. The dream cocoon is highly elusive and conventional detection methods are almost useless. But Guing looked at the data, a slight smile curling at her lips. Conventional methods are ineffective, but she has unconventional ones. Her, Sumeru realm, and the world tree itself are small worlds with their own rules. The world tree should be highly sensitive to rule fluctuations, especially those with consciousness and concept characteristics. Perhaps the world tree could serve as bait or a radar to attract and locate the dream cocoon. This idea is bold and risky. If the dream cocoon is far beyond the level of the world tree, it could be dangerous to lure it in. She entered the Sumeru realm again and went to the world tree. She shared information about the dream cocoon with it and expressed her desire to locate it. The young seedling of the world tree gently swayed, sending back a mixed feeling of curiosity and caution. It seemed interested in this kind, made of countless dreams and broken rules, but it also sensed the chaos and danger within. It tried to send out a very faint wave of energy, carrying the unique rhythm of the Sumeru realm, like a whistle only certain creatures could hear in a dark forest. Guing held her breath and focused, trying to sense the feedback from outside. 1 day, 2 days. No response. Just when Guing thought this method wouldn't work and was about to try something else, late at night on the 3rd day, when she guided the world tree to send out waves again, a faint, chaotic, yet highly attractive thought touched the world tree's rhythm from a very distant, hard-to-guess direction in a strange subspace. Guiying's spirit lifted. The world tree also sent back feelings of excitement, mixed with caution. That thought was full of strange fragments, broken castles, flowing star rivers, crying and laughing faces, frozen time. These are the features of the dream cocoon. Based on the direction and faint strength of the thought, Guiying and Zeta worked together, using the star map of the recorder civilization to roughly estimate the area where the dream cocoon might be now at the end of the 3rd arm of the star sea, in a desolate star region called the Forgotten Corridor, which is very unstable space. The target was locked. The next step was to plan how to capture or guide. Guiying, Zeta, and Ella, who remotely accessed and provided the latest star map and some space stability tech from the recorder civilization, began tense preparations. They decided that Guiying would carry a special dream anchor, requested from the recorder civilization by Zeta, and travel in a small stealth spaceship to the edge of the Forgotten Corridor. Then, Guiying would use the power of the world tree again to actively and more strongly send out rule waves, attracting the dream cocoon to a safer area, and then use the dream anchor to stabilize and guide it. Zeta was responsible for recording and coordinating from the outside, while Ella provided remote technical support and crisis alerts. This was a dangerous plan, with all the pressure on Guiying. After a week of preparation, everything was ready. Guiying entrusted the jade token to a trusted aunt in the community who liked cats. Guiying strongly protested, but was temporarily comforted with 3 boxes of top-quality cat food. Then, she and Zeta boarded a small spaceship that had been specially modified and painted with the latest stealth materials. The spaceship silently left Earth, entered the hyperspace route, and headed toward the Forgotten Corridor. a place full of unknowns and dangers. Guing sat in the cockpit, looking out the window at the colorful hyperspace scenery, her eyes calm and firm. For the growth of the Sumeru realm, and to prepare for the possible appearance of mysterious beings like the Collector, she had to take this step. Her retirement life once again veered off course, heading into the depths of the stars and the sea. This time, her goal was a cocoon made of dreams. The small stealth spaceship, like a speck of dust in the universe, quietly slipped out of the hyperspace route and hovered at the edge of a bizarre starfield. This was the Forgotten Corridor. There were no brilliant star rivers, no nebulae nurturing stars, only an endless, seemingly spilled dark gray chaos. Fragmented asteroid belts looked like torn bones drifting aimlessly. In the distance, space itself showed unnatural folds and twists, with strange colors flashing between the creases, colors that didn't belong to any known spectrum, only to be swallowed again by deeper darkness. Silence reigned here, a heavy silence that seemed to absorb all sound and hope. "We have arrived at the edge of the target starfield," Zeta's voice crackled through the ship's communication, with a hint of interference. "The space structure is highly unstable. Sensor effectiveness has dropped by 75%. Based on the last psychic echo of the dream cocoon, it is likely drifting within a subspace fold about 0.3 light-years ahead." Guing stood by the window, feeling the chaotic and oppressive rules of space outside. Even she felt some discomfort, as if an invisible force was tearing at her senses. She took a deep breath and sank into the Sumeru realm. The young world tree sensed the abnormality outside and sent back feelings of alertness and curiosity. Its glass-like branches gently swayed, emitting a clearer, unique rhythm of the Sumeru realm, like a lantern lit in the dark, meant to attract targets and stabilize itself in this chaotic space. "Begin executing the bait protocol," Guing said to Zeta, also informing Ella at the military headquarters through a secure channel. She focused her mind, guiding the power of the world tree. The special wave of rules spread out like stones dropped into a calm lake, radiating toward the predicted dream cocoon. Time passed slowly in the tense silence. The spaceship sensors showed only static and distorted space readings. Zeta nervously adjusted the recording equipment, trying to catch any unusual signals from the chaos. 1 hour, 2 hours. Just when Guing doubted whether the dream cocoon had already left the area or if her method was ineffective, a sudden change occurred. Outside the window, in the chaotic void, a dark area suddenly began to churn violently, like boiling water. Then a huge, semi-transparent being with a dreamy glow appeared, slowly emerging from the space folds, like a giant jellyfish rising from the deep sea. It had no fixed shape, its body made of shifting colors and lights. Inside, faint images of castles, forests, twisted faces, shattered stars flickered and vanished. Its waves of energy were no longer weak thoughts but a surging mental force, mixed with joy, sadness, fear, anger, and other intense emotions, along with a twisted, chaotic rule that distorted reality. The dream cocoon. It has been attracted here, moreover. Its size far exceeded the records, and the oppressive mental pressure it emitted made Gu Ying's scalp tingle instantly. High-intensity mental contamination detected. Level. Surpassing critical threshold. Zeta's alarm sounded with harsh static. The spaceship's shields are being eroded. Immediate retreat is advised. Without needing his reminder, Guing already felt it. The chaotic mental energy field was like invisible tentacles, penetrating the ship's physical barrier and directly affecting her mind. Countless broken and strange images and sounds flooded her thoughts. She saw Zhang Hao and Lin Wei with fierce smiles in the flood, heard the roar of the spaceship explosion, and felt the cold despair of being denied existence by the logic core. These were her long-overcome inner fears and memories, but now, the power of the dream cocoon amplified them endlessly, trying to drag her consciousness into chaos. Gu Ying's eyes sharpened. The weaving core, terminal in her mind, shone brightly, and her powerful mental strength steadied her mind like a stabilizing anchor, pushing away the invading mental pollution. Meanwhile, the world tree of the Sumera realm emitted a gentle, firm glow, further strengthening her mental defenses. She couldn't retreat. She had worked hard to bring it out, and she must complete the plan.
Zeta.
Prepare the dream anchor. I will draw its attention. Guing gritted her teeth, controlling the spaceship. Instead of hiding, she released stronger energy waves, as if challenging, rushing toward the huge dream cocoon. The dream cocoon seemed angered by this tiny bug. Its massive, constantly changing body suddenly shrank, then shot out countless colorful tentacles made of pure mental energy and dream fragments, like a vast net covering the spaceship. These dream tentacles were not physical attacks. They penetrated the spaceship's shell and wrapped around Gu Ying's consciousness. In an instant, Guing felt her mind being forcibly pulled, falling into a rapidly spinning vortex made of countless dream fragments. Sometimes she was in a candy castle that kept collapsing and rebuilding, chased by puppets singing strange songs. Sometimes she floated on a sea of tears, with countless faces wailing beneath her. Sometimes she was caught in an endless interstellar war, with her comrades turning into streams of data and fading away. Every dream felt incredibly real, filled with intense emotional shocks and twisted rules, trying to assimilate her mind and trap her forever in this endless cycle of dreams. Any weaker mind would have already broken down and become nourishment for the dream cocoon. But Guing was different. She is a weaver who has endured the harshness of the apocalypse, carried the legacy of the Silent Ones, and faced head-on the logic core. Her will has been tempered countless times and is unbreakable. Just a simple dream, and it dares to trap me? Guing shouted sharply in the whirlpool of her mind. The logic core operated at full power. Her mental strength was no longer just for defense, but transformed into an invisible carving knife, beginning to forcibly analyze and even rewrite the rules of these invading dreams. She no longer passively endured but actively weaved her own reality. Under her strong will's interference, the collapsing candy castle stabilized and became like her apartment balcony. The crying ocean calmed and turned into the dark gold land within the Sumera realm. Endless wars dissipated, replaced by the peaceful starlight emitted by the world tree. Using her understanding of order and creation, she forcibly carved out a small piece of her own reality within these chaotic dreams. The dream cocoon emitted a silent scream. It sensed the distinct, rule-based power of creation and order within Gu Ying's consciousness. This power not only resisted its assimilation but also began to erode its dream domain. It grew more violent, with more dream tendrils rushing in, even mobilizing its core fragments, ancient and strange rule shards drawn from countless civilizations' dreams, trying to completely submerge Guing. Just as Guing felt the pressure mounting and the sanctuary of her consciousness shrinking, Guing, the dream anchor, is fully charged. The firing window is only 3 seconds. Zeta's urgent voice cut through the dream interference like a lighthouse beam. Gu Ying's eyes sparkled brightly. She no longer hesitated. Her consciousness deeply connected with the Sumera realm, channeling the power of the world tree without reservation. It transformed into a highly concentrated, emerald green beam containing the rules of existence and definition, like a sword, actively aimed at the unpredictable core of the dream cocoon. This strike was not meant to harm, but to mark. The green beam precisely hit the core of the dream cocoon, leaving behind a clear, coordinate mark made of the rules of the world tree amid the chaotic colors. The dream cocoon suddenly froze, and all its dream tendrils paused for a moment. Its chaotic consciousness seemed to be stunned by this sudden mark that carried a sense of supreme order.
Now.
Launch! Guing shouted sharply. Zeta, who was already prepared, pressed the launch button. A faint, silver thread-like light shot out from a specific port on the spaceship. It silently entered the core of the dream cocoon along the coordinates, marked by Gu-ing using the power of the World Tree. This was a special, dream-anchoring device made by the Recorder civilization. In the next second, something strange happened. The dream-anchoring device activated in the core of the dream cocoon. Countless fine, silver rule symbols spread out like a spider web, centered on the bright green coordinates. They quickly covered the entire massive body of the dream cocoon. The dream cocoon emitted a final silent tremor, full of resistance and confusion. Its constantly changing shape was forcibly fixed and contracted by the silver rune network. Inside, the bizarre dream fragments seemed to be paused, then receded and gathered toward the core like a tide. In just over 10 seconds, the huge, mountain-like dream cocoon, radiating terrifying mental pollution, was compressed into a small silver cocoon about the size of a fist, with countless tiny dream-like lights flowing on its surface. It no longer emitted chaotic mental energy, but resembled a sleeping piece of art filled with endless information, quietly floating in the void. Gu-ing took a long breath, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. A thin layer of cold sweat covered her forehead. The mental confrontation just now, though brief, was extremely dangerous and nearly drained most of her energy. Zeta carefully controlled the mechanical arm to gently retrieve the small silver cocoon and place it into a special isolation box. Task completed, Zeta's voice, tinged with relief and electronic noise, said. The dream cocoon has been successfully anchored and contained.
Data
Has been uploaded to the archive. Gu-ing leaned back in the pilot seat, looking out the window at the silent, forgotten corridor. A tired but satisfied smile finally appeared on her face. Although the process was dangerous, the mission was finally completed without major problems. Thanks to this achievement, applying to access the relic samples at the Record Keeper archive should be easier. Let's head back, she ordered. The spaceship turned around and re-entered hyperspace, leaving behind the dangerous Forgotten Land. Gu-ing closed her eyes and sank into the Sumeru realm. The World Tree looked a bit tired from the recent effort, but the thoughts transmitted to her were full of satisfaction and growth. After the clash with the rules of the Dream Cocoon and the final marking strike, it seemed to have absorbed some fragments about the rules of consciousness and dreams, and its growth level quietly increased to growing stage 5. 8%. Though tired, she felt she had gained a lot. She was already looking forward to discovering interesting snacks in the Record Keeper archive to feed her ever-hungry little world. Retirement?
Krisischen?
It seemed that the path was becoming broader and broader. The return to Earth was smooth. The small stealth spaceship silently slipped through the Allied patrol zone and landed on the disguised private landing pad on Gu-ying's apartment roof. Zeta, carrying the special isolation box containing the dream cocoon, bid her a serious farewell before hurrying away. He needed to send this precious treasure back to the Record Keeper archive quickly and start applying for Gu-ying's access rights. Gu-ying, feeling a bit tired, returned to her apartment. She was greeted by Yuan Bao's 10-minute barrage of disapproving meows and the chubby figure showing its dissatisfaction by turning its back to her. Clearly, 3 boxes of top-quality canned food couldn't fully make up for the hurt of being fostered. Gu-ying kindly smiled and offered her treasured catnip and small dried fish, barely calming her apartment overlord's wounded spirit. After coaxing Yuan Bao to lie back on her lap like a cat pancake, Gu-ying finally relaxed. She took a hot bath to wash away the gloom and fatigue from the Hall of Forgetfulness, then dressed in comfortable pajamas, curled up on the sofa, and enjoyed the familiar peace of home. Her consciousness sank again into the Sumeru realm. During her absence, the little world seemed to have grown a little more on its own. The World Tree sapling regained its spirit, its branches and leaves stretching out. It absorbed energy clouds, and the dark gold land under its canopy became even more fertile. The surrounding chaotic mist seemed to thin slightly. The air flowed with a peaceful and lively rhythm. She carefully sensed the state of the World Tree. Through the clash with the rules of the dream cocoon and the final mark, the tree had indeed absorbed some fragments of rules related to consciousness, dreams, and emotions. These fragments were slowly being digested and integrated into the system of rules of the Sumeru realm. Guing could faintly feel that this small world seemed to have gained a strange sense of spirituality. It was no longer just a pile of energy, but was beginning to carry and evolve consciousness. This was definitely good news. A world capable of evolving consciousness and even creating unique life forms was far more valuable and promising than a simple storage space. Now, she was waiting for news from Zeta. The wait didn't last long. After 3 days, Gu Ying's disguised bracelet received a highly encrypted message from Zeta. Archive, regarding the dream cocoon. Recording work, highly satisfied. Based on this outstanding contribution, you to have obtained temporary, level 3 access to the archive. Valid 4.30 standard days. You may request TO review or short-term borrow, some low or very low risk, civilization relics, samples. Attached is a list of samples available for application and the borrowing process. The message was accompanied by a long list, like a catalog from a cosmic civilization museum. Gu Ying's heart lit up with joy. She immediately opened the list to browse. The items on the list are very diverse, with strange and unusual names. The last poetry tablet of the Glow Tribe civilization, a stone carving containing faint emotional resonance rules, fragments of the rebellious AI core from the mechanical realm, metal, recording logical paradoxes and budding emotions, withered leaves from the forest people, world tree, plant fossil, containing fragments of life decline and cycle rules, the skull of a juvenile, void whale, biological fossil, with space affinity and subsonic wave rules, totem pole of the lava giant, clan lava rock, bearing imprints of strength and earth rules, remains of the consciousness upload terminal from the Mirror Lake civilization, crystal, containing information storage and transfer rules. There are hundreds of such items. Although all are rated as low risk or very low risk by the recorders, the rule fragments they contain are undoubtedly a rich feast for the rapidly growing Sumer realm and the world tree. Guing resisted the urge to immediately request all of them and began carefully selecting. She needed to choose samples that could complement the existing rules of the Sumer realm or inspire new possibilities, rather than blindly piling up. After some thought, she finally selected 5 samples. Withered leaves from the forest people world tree. As another world tree, it might offer insights into life growth and evolution. Fragments of the consciousness upload terminal from the Mirror Lake civilization to enhance the Sumer realm's knowledge of information and consciousness rules. The last poetry tablet of the Glow Tribe civilization, its emotional resonance rules might strengthen the world's spirituality. Totem pole of the lava giant clan, pure power and earth rules, solidifying the world's foundation. Skull of a juvenile, void whale, space affinity rules, helpful for the future expansion of the Sumer realm. She submitted the borrowing request according to procedure. Zeta, as guarantor and liaison, responded very efficiently, confirming that the request was approved. The samples would be transmitted through encrypted space and delivered within 24 standard hours. While waiting, Guing took a good rest, replenished her mental energy, and checked the apartment's defenses and shielding measures to ensure everything was secure. By the evening of the next day, a faint ripple appeared in the designated receiving area, the space in the center of the apartment living room. A simple, old-fashioned metal box engraved with a symbol of the recorder civilization appeared quietly, as if rising from the water. The box was small but very heavy. Guing opened it and carefully arranged 5 different ancient artifacts inside. A withered leaf, as cold and hard as obsidian, a fragment of a consciousness terminal, like a broken multifaceted crystal with data streams flashing inside, a rough, ancient poetry tablet with words that seemed to breathe, a small totem pole, palm-sized but radiating a strong sense of power, and a tiny, delicate skull of a space whale, giving a feeling of space distortion when touched. Each item emitted a unique, ancient energy. Without hesitation, Guing took the box into the Sumer realm. She first placed the withered leaf from the forest people world tree at the roots of her own young world tree. As soon as the leaf touched the soil, it transformed into a pure, ancient green glow that merged into the roots. The world tree trembled slightly, its branches rustling as if mourning its kin or drawing strength and knowledge from it. Guing could feel a slow flow of rules about resilience, decay, and rebirth spreading into the world tree and throughout the Sumer realm. The small world's vitality seemed richer and more layered. Next, she placed the consciousness fragment from the Mirror Lake civilization on a lower branch of the world tree. The fragment seemed to find a home, tightly attaching itself to the branch. Data streams and the tree's patterns began to resonate faintly. The air in the Sumer realm felt like it carried a subtle medium for transmitting information. Then, she set the Gleaming Tribe poetry tablet beside the tree. The words on the tablet seemed to come alive, glowing softly with emotion, rippling like gentle waves. They blended with fragments of emotional rules from the dream cocoon, adding a poetic and warm feeling to this small world. The lava giant totem pole was buried in the dark gold soil at the center. Instantly, a deep, solid power rose from the ground, making the entire Sumer realm more stable. The soil's color deepened. Finally, she threw the void whale skull into the sky. The skull traced a graceful arc in the air, not falling but floating midair like a tiny space anchor. It began to absorb the surrounding chaotic mist's energy very slowly and spontaneously, subtly resonating with the edge of the Sumeru realm. This chaotic boundary seemed to become softer and more malleable because of this. 5 ancient relics of civilization, like 5 stones thrown into a lake, stirred ripples of rules within the Sumeru realm. The young world tree was growing visibly. Its branches thickened, leaves became more lush, and the energy clouds above its crown gathered into a small whirlpool, emitting a vast and mysterious aura. The tree's surface shimmered like glass, constantly flowing, as if telling the story of the universe's birth and death. The dark gold land trembled violently, expanding again to about 5 acres. On the new land, some sparkling crystals with different rule characteristics began to form. The rules of the entire Sumeru realm became more complete, complex, and lively. It felt like a real world that could operate and evolve on its own, full of vitality. Guing connected her mind to the world tree to check its growth. Growing stage, 11.5%. Her progress increased by nearly 6 percentage points in one go, much better than expected. She felt very happy and satisfied. This deal was totally worth it. But just as she was immersed in the joy of the rapid growth of the Sumeru realm, a very faint, strange fluctuation appeared. It carried a kind of mark and seemed to seep out from the 5 relics, trying to merge into the rules of the Sumeru realm, like a hidden infection. This fluctuation was extremely subtle. If Guing hadn't been connected to the origin of the Sumeru realm, she might not have noticed it at all. Was this a backup left by the recorder? Or was it some kind of mark inherent in the relics themselves? Guiying's eyes instantly turned cold. She knew there were no free lunches in the world. The recorder civilization was so generous, there had to be a catch. She snorted coldly, instantly merging her mind with the weaving core and the world tree. The power of the Sumeru realm rules was fully mobilized. It was like an invisible millstone crushing down on those tiny, rootless rule fluctuations trying to take hold. In my world, you must follow my rules.
Now.
Be refined. A powerful force of the world swept through, and the faint signs of disturbance had no chance to resist. They were instantly crushed, broken down, and then absorbed by the world tree as nourishment. Guing let out a breath, but her eyes grew deeper. Dealing with these ancient interstellar civilizations was always full of traps. It seems that in the future, she must be more careful when borrowing things from the archive, and her first step after getting them back is to disinfect everything. Overall, this adventure was worth it. The growth within the Sumer realm has reached a new level. She exited the Sumer realm and returned to her apartment living room. The metal box from the recorder disappeared after she left, as if it had completed its mission, dissolving into tiny stars and vanishing. Guing walked to the window and looked out at the city lights. In her mind, she saw the small world that was growing vigorously. Retirement? Creation? Cat raising? These things seemed to be becoming more and more connected. She bent down and picked up Yuanbao, who was rubbing against her, gently scratching its chin. Yuanbao, our backyard has become a little bigger. Do you think we should plant some cat grass there in the future? Yuanbao closed its eyes comfortably, purring softly, its tail gently swaying with contentment. Meow. Translation. Can't forget the canned food either. Guing smiled. The road ahead is long, but she is confident she can make her retirement life more and more wonderful. After devouring 5 ancient relics, the Sumer realm entered a relatively stable phase of digestion and integration. The young world tree no longer grew wildly, but focused on organizing and merging internal rules. The 5 acres of dark gold land seemed to have gained different personalities. The area near the roots of the world tree was the most vibrant, even sprouting some tender green shoots with faint glowing points, an amazing change caused by the life rules emitted by the world tree combining with the land. The land with totem poles was especially firm, shimmering faintly with a metallic sheen. Beneath the sky where the void whale skull floated, the stability of space seemed slightly different, with light bending very subtly as it passed through. The small world looked like a freshly painted canvas, waiting for more colors and details to be added. Guing was very satisfied with this steady growth. She no longer hurried to find new rule snacks, but focused more on harmonizing with the Sumeru realm. She tried to control the world's power more precisely, and even wondered if she could secretly and cleverly apply the rules of the Sumeru realm to the outside world. For example, she tried to infuse a bit of the Sumeru realm's vitality into her pottery. The finished pottery not only looked more smooth and jade-like, but also acted like a small ecological regulator indoors. It made the air fresher and even helped plants grow slightly better. She gave a few of these pots to her neighbor Ant, who loved to grow flowers. A few days later, Ant happily told her that her dying orchid had come back to life, sprouted new buds, and the flowers were especially fragrant. Guling just smiled and explained that it was probably due to her special nutrient soil. This ability to subtly change the environment around her made Guling feel a special sense of achievement. It was more in line with her current peaceful, retired life than smashing stars with her power. However, trouble does not wait. This time, the disturbance did not come from the starry sea, the authorities, or mysterious beings. It came from herself, or rather, from the weaving core, terminal linked to her soul. This was an unprecedented feeling. Guling was startled. She immediately focused her mind inward. The weaving core, terminal, a jade-like, dragon-eye-sized bead made by Ella using the highest technology of the Allied forces and materials from the Comseers, was floating in her consciousness. It emitted a gentle yet unusually vibrant glow. The tiny lines representing different rule systems, which had been silent before, now seemed to be infused with life, flowing, combining, and changing slowly. High-dimensional information ripples detected. Rule resonance protocol passively activated. Attempting to analyze. Connecting. A blurry stream of information intermittently entered Guling's perception. High-dimensional information ripples? Rule resonance? Guling furrowed her brow. She tried to actively communicate with the core of the weaving method, but found that it seemed to have gained a certain level of independence. It was responding spontaneously to some unknown fluctuations in the outside world based on its underlying protocol. Is this a follow-up effect of the breath of the universe? Or did that mysterious collector cause some trouble again? Or perhaps a hidden mechanism within the legacy of the static one has been triggered? Before she could figure it out, the high-dimensional information ripple, captured and amplified by the core of the weaving method, became clearer. It was not sound or images but a pure thought package containing complex rule changes. This thought package spanned incomprehensible distances and dimensions. Its core content was a repeated broadcast of a distress signal using universal languages and symbols across multiple universes. Coordinates, an unrecognizable high-dimensional reference frame. Seed of civilization. Star spirit, encounter with vast void. Collapse of fundamental rules. Request. Nearby dimensions, rule stabilizer. Help. Repeat. Requesting aid. The signal was intermittent, full of despair and urgency, resonating with a strange frequency that even touched Gu Ling's soul. Star spirit. First fight. Collapse of fundamental rules? These words painted a terrifying picture of a civilization on the brink of destruction. What shook Gu Ling the most was that the meaning of rule collapse, conveyed by this distress signal, was strangely similar to the absolute negation rule she had sensed earlier in the logic core, which belonged to the abyss. But there was a difference. The abyss was actively devouring and negating, while this vast void sounded more like a passive decay or disintegration at the rule level. The pulses from the core of the weaving method grew more urgent, even conveying a desire, or rather, an urge, to approach or contact that place where the rules were collapsing. It was born to understand and interfere with rules, and instinctively wanted to study and respond to such extreme rule phenomena.
Go?
Or not. Gu Ling was caught in a deep dilemma. That place was clearly extremely distant and dangerous, with even the coordinates impossible to decode by normal means. The enemy was the vast void, capable of causing the collapse of fundamental rules. She had just barely escaped from the shadow of the abyss and enjoyed a few peaceful days. She really didn't want to get involved in such a terrifying event that could threaten civilization itself. However, the desperate tone of the rescue signal and the core of weaving, transmitting a desire to understand this extreme rule, made her unable to fully harden her heart. Moreover, she inherited the legacy of the static, and to some extent, protecting the flame of civilization and fighting against disasters related to the rules are almost ingrained in her bones. While she hesitated, the core of weaving sent another message. Analysis of the rule imprint carried by the signal source shows 17.3% similarity with the static civilization. Suggests possible indirect inheritance or shared technology. Shared technology? Gu Ying's pupils constricted. Could this star spirit civilization be related to the static? Or perhaps a civilization that the static once helped? Now, she couldn't stay indifferent anymore. Publicly and privately, she seemed to have a reason to investigate. She took a deep breath and made a decision. But this time, she wouldn't rush in recklessly like she did with the yuan. This time, she would be more careful and smarter. First, she tried to send a brief reply to the rescue signal through the core of weaving. Received your distress signal. I am a weaver. I will inform you of your current situation, the nature of the Void Devourer, and the specific help I can offer. Also, I need a relatively safe arrival coordinate. After sending the message, it was like sinking into the ocean. Only the repeated rescue signal continued to broadcast. It seemed the other side either couldn't receive the reply or was in such danger that they had no time to respond. Gu Ying no longer waited. She began to prepare. First, she contacted Zeta again, without revealing details, only asking if the recorder's civilization's database contained any information about the star spirit civilization, the Void Devourer, or related records on high-dimensional information transfer and cross-dimensional travel. Zeta's reply came quickly, but the content was disappointing. Database, search. No. Direct matches, entries. Star spirit.
May be
An internal. Name of. Some civilization. Void Devourer. No records. High-dimensional information transfer.
and
Cross-dimensional travel. Belong to the recorder's civilization.
which has not yet
Fully. Explored. This frontier. Related data. Incomplete. Even the recorders are unsure. It seems the situation is deeper than expected. Gu Ying did not lose hope. She began using the weaving method core and the knowledge base of the static observer to analyze the high-dimensional coordinates attached to the distress signal, which could not be understood through normal means. This was a very difficult process, like finding patterns among countless jumbled symbols. At the same time, she checked and upgraded her equipment. The earrings with phase shifting and energy shields were optimized again. The energy circuit of her camouflage brooch was strengthened. Most importantly, she carefully tried to guide a small part of the fundamental rules of the Sumer realm onto the weaving method core terminal. She wasn't sure if this would help, but her intuition told her that bringing a small world's core rules to face the rule collapse might have some unexpected effects. She also plucked a tiny branch with 2 tender leaves from the world tree sapling in the Sumer realm. This branch contained the life and rule energy of the realm, possibly providing a small chance of survival at a critical moment. After 3 days, just as Guing was about to run out of energy, she finally made a breakthrough in analyzing the high-dimensional coordinates. The weaving method core responded, saying it had successfully locked onto a dimension interface and could temporarily open a highly unstable, one-way cross-dimensional channel by consuming a large amount of energy. However, the channel's duration was very short, the destination was unknown, and there was no guarantee she could return the same way. This was a real adventure, a journey that might be impossible to turn back from. Guing looked at the small, green branch of the world tree in her palm and felt the strong connection to the Sumer realm in her mind. She carefully entrusted the jade pendant again. This time, the pendant seemed to have a premonition, making no fuss, just rubbing its head deeply into her chest. Then, she stood in the center of the living room. She took a deep breath, adjusted her state to the best, and then fully activated the weaving method core. Centered on Guing, space emitted a strained hum. Countless fine, shimmering light patterns with complex geometric shapes appeared and spun around her. A twisting, constantly changing light gate, emitting chaotic colors and energy, slowly formed in front of her, large enough for only one person to pass through. On the other side of the channel, a terrifying aura of death and chaos, like the end of all things, was felt. Without hesitation, Guing stepped into the light gate. At the moment her figure disappeared, the unstable light gate suddenly shrank into a singular point and then completely vanished, as if it had never existed. Inside the apartment, only Yuanbao remained crouched in place, watching where Guing had disappeared. In the amber-colored eyes of the cat, a hint of human-like worry flashed. Meow. Translation. Hey, I really hope she makes it back alive this time. Traveling across dimensions is an indescribable experience. Guing felt as if her consciousness and body were torn apart and forcibly thrown into a whirlpool made of countless chaotic rules. Time and space lost all meaning, replaced by countless broken lights and twisted perceptions rushing past. She didn't know how long it had been. Maybe a moment, maybe forever, until the maddening tearing sensation suddenly disappeared. Guing felt as if she had fallen onto a solid ground, or rather, a surface that was constantly softening and collapsing. She shook her slightly dizzy head, immediately summoned an energy shield, and cautiously looked around. Then, she was stunned speechless by what she saw. It seemed to be the center of a city, but everything was in a strange, half-melted state. Tall buildings no longer looked like solid metal or stone. Instead, they resembled melting candles, with their edges dripping with murky, formless residue of rules. The sky was not blue but a swirling, dirty gray like polluted oil paint, with no sun, moon, or stars. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of decay and emptiness. Even more frightening was that the rules themselves were breaking down. Guing could clearly see that the fundamental physical constants, energy conservation, and even logical cause and effect chains of this world were like rotting ropes, fraying and dissolving inch by inch. Gravity was unpredictable, light distorted and warped, and in the distance, some areas had turned into complete void due to logical paradoxes. Is this the devouring void? Not just consuming, but causing the very foundation of existence, the rules, to collapse on their own? In this scene of rules end, Guing saw the native inhabitants of this world. Those should be the star spirits. They were not flesh and blood, but energy beings made of pure light and complex rule structures, elegant in form, like shimmering star-shaped humanoids. At this moment, the light on their bodies was rapidly fading. The structural rules kept breaking down, emitting silent wails. Their bodies gradually dissolved into the air like sandcastles. Only at the very center of the city, a large, pale blue shield made of the remaining rule power of countless star spirits stubbornly held on, resisting the continuous erosion of the rule void. That distress signal was sent from this shield. Gu Ying's appearance immediately drew the attention of the star spirits inside the shield. Several faint mental signals cautiously reached out, filled with disbelief, surprise, and a final hope. Foreign. Rule stabilizer? You. Really? Received. Our distress call? Gu Ying suppressed her shock and responded with her mental strength. I am a weaver. Tell me, how can I stop all this? It's the Void Devourer. A. Rule level.
Plague.
Originating from the bottom layer of the dimension. A kind of malignant rule mutation.
It
Erodes the foundation of rules, causing
existence.
to lose meaning.
We cannot
Understand.
nor
Fight back. Only
delay.
a rule plague? Gu Ying looked at this dying world, feeling the pervasive decay of the rules that made everything return to nothing. Her mood was heavy. This was more difficult than facing a powerful enemy. She tried to activate the power of the weaving core to analyze and understand this rule plague. But the feedback was chaotic and dangerous. It was a kind of rule toxin she had never encountered before, full of self-denial and existential dissolution. Fight directly? Her weaving power was about understanding, guiding, and creating order. Confronted with this pure void, aimed at destroying order itself, her strength was like trying to extinguish flames with water, ineffective. Was she only able to watch the civilization and the world itself completely fall into nothingness? Gu Ying's gaze fell on the branch of the world tree from the Sumeru realm in her palm. Despite the harsh environment here, it still emitted faint but stubborn vitality and rule light. A crazy idea flashed through her mind. Since it is impossible to repair these collapsing rules from the outside, perhaps we can forcibly plant a new, healthy world with a complete set of rules in this dying world. Using the power of the Sumer realm, create a rule-based isolation zone or a new order foundation here. This idea is very bold, and even she thinks it's crazy. But right now, there seems to be no better solution. She no longer hesitates. She pours all her mental energy, along with her deep connection to the Sumer realm, into the branches of the world tree in her hand. Then, she aims at the fragile, light blue protective shield in the city center and, with all her strength, throws the branches toward it. In my name, and based on this world weaving method, I create. The green branches seem to cut through the gray despair of the end times, precisely embedding into the core of the light blue shield. In the next moment, a miracle happens. The branch from the Sumer realm, world tree, like a living seed thrown into still water, explodes with unexpected change the moment it contacts the last rule power gathered by the star spirits and the source of this dying world. The branches are not eroded or broken by the surrounding rule void forces. Instead, they find the most fertile yet dangerous soil and begin to fiercely draw from both the remaining rule power of the star spirits and the still partially intact, shattered rule foundation of this collapsing world. This is not plundering, but a nearly overbearing rule grafting and order reshaping. No, Guiying exclaims in her heart. She feels her connection to the Sumer realm being violently drained, her mental strength pouring out like a floodgate opening. She intended to create an isolation zone, but unexpectedly, the world tree branches start forcibly taking over the entire dying world. The green glow radiates from the branch's point of contact, spreading like an explosion. Wherever the light passes, the despairing process of rule voiding is forcibly interrupted and rejected. The ruined buildings are stabilized and covered with a dark gold soil belonging to the Sumer realm. The gray sky is torn open, replaced by the celestial dome simulated by energy clouds and the rules of the world tree from the Sumer realm. The broken chain of cause and effect was forcibly reconnected, and the distorted physical constants were overwritten and corrected by the baseline rules of the Sumer realm. This process was not gentle healing, but violent replacement. Like covering an old, decayed canvas with fresh, strong paint, erasing all the previous colors and shapes. The pale blue protective shield where the star spirits gathered was the first to be affected. It was quickly swallowed and absorbed by a bright green glow. Inside, the star spirits cried out in a mix of pain and relief. Their bodies, made of light energy and rules, began to break apart and reassemble under the influence of the Sumer realm rules. They were no longer independent energy beings, but turned into pure, rule-based light clusters containing the original civilization's information. Like fireflies returning home, they passively and involuntarily merged into the expanding green domain, becoming part of the new rule system, losing their individual forms and becoming the foundation of this new world. Guling watched all this happen but could do nothing to stop or interrupt it. She felt like she was a mediator and energy core in the fierce clash and merging of two worlds' rules. Her consciousness was like a small boat caught in a storm of overwhelming information and conflicting rules, ready to capsize at any moment. She saw that after the green domain swallowed the last refuge of the star spirits, its expansion's speed surged again. It was like a hungry beast greedily devouring everything in this dying world. Broken mountains, dried riverbeds, dissipating clouds, and even those areas that were still crying out before turning completely into nothingness. All of it was forcibly pulled into this feast of rules, broken down, and transformed into nutrients and building blocks for the green domain. 5 acres. 10 acres. 50 acres. In Guling's perception, the Sumer realm was expanding at an unprecedented speed. The world tree sapling grew wildly in the newly open land at its center. Its trunk became wide enough for several people to hold, and its canopy blocked out the sky. The intricate rule patterns on its leaves dazzled the eyes, and the oppressive aura made Guling feel dizzy. Growth stage, 25%. 40%. 60%. The growth progress jumped wildly, like a malfunctioning gauge. Guling felt no joy, only boundless fear and a deep sense of guilt. She had indeed stopped the void devourer, but the method she used was to let a growing small world consume another dying civilization and world. The star spirits sent out pleas for help, but in the end, they faced a more complete ending than death, being assimilated and turned into nourishment for her small world's growth. Is this truly rescue? Or is it just another form of destruction and plunder? Stop. Please stop. Guling desperately shouted in her mind, trying to cut off her connection to the world tree and cut off its energy supply. But at this moment, the world tree, or rather the evolving Sumer realm, seemed to have a strong instinct for survival and expansion. It didn't stop. Instead, it greedily absorbed Gu Ying's mental strength and nutrients from the original world. It seemed determined to drain everything from this dying world and completely incorporate it into itself. Guling felt herself growing weak, her consciousness beginning to blur. If this continued, not only would the dying world vanish completely, but she might also be drained dry, becoming a sacrifice for the growth of the Sumer realm. At this critical moment, the usually silent fabrication core terminal suddenly sensed the imminent collapse of its host and burst into an unprecedented glow. It was no longer just a rule analyzer and amplifier, but acted like a precise surgical tool, forcibly intervening in the merging process between the Sumer realm and the dying world. Detecting uncontrolled rule assimilation. Host mental link overload. Initiating emergency protocol. Rule separation. Data backup. Structure stabilized. The power of the fabrication core shifted from promoting fusion to a meticulous process of disassembly and filtering. It forcibly separated the unique rule information and cultural imprints belonging to the star spirits from the violent assimilation flow, compressing and encapsulating them into glowing spheres of pure civilization information. Meanwhile, it also tried to stabilize the out-of-control expansion of the Sumer realm, rejecting the chaotic, meaningless rule impurities formed from the Void Devourer and the remnants of the world, retaining only the purest rule energies and material foundations suitable for growth. This process was more exhausting than the previous violent assimilation, but it eased Gu Ying's burden significantly. The expansion speed of the emerald green domain slowed noticeably and became more selective. Eventually, when more than 2/3 of the dying world was swallowed and transformed by the Sumer realm, the frantic expansion finally stopped. At this moment, the Sumer realm had already undergone a great change. The area has expanded to nearly 200 acres. The central world tree stands tall and majestic, over 100 meters high. Its surface looks like the finest glass jade, shining with a steady, rule-based glow. Above its crown, a swirling cloud of energy gathers, radiating a vast sense of power. The dark gold land beneath is wide and fertile. In the distance, faint outlines of newly formed mountains shrouded in light mist and winding streams can be seen. The stability and order of this space have increased more than tenfold. At the edge of this new Sumer realm, the area that was recently forcefully consumed from the original world shows strange scenes. About 1/3 of it has turned into complete nothing, where even the concept of existence no longer exists. Another third still has some broken landscapes and ruins, twisted and lacking most of their original rules, like bones that have been gnawed on, quietly telling the story of past civilizations. The colorful glowing orbs, which represent the star spirit civilization's information and have been separated from the weaving core, drift like ghostly spirits at the border between the wreckage and the new world. Guing sat on the ground, gasping heavily, her face pale as paper, her mental energy nearly exhausted. She looked at the scene, which seemed both a miracle of creation and a graveyard of civilization, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Did she save this world? Did she preserve part of its existence from the Void Devourer? Did she destroy the civilization of this world? The star spirits lost their independent forms, becoming the foundation for her small world's growth and the floating informational orbs. Sumer realm completion, stable phase 78%, world tree status, healthy after rapid growth, entering consolidation phase, detected absorbed civilization rule imprint. 1. Star spirit civilization, assimilated/backup. Warning, host's mental energy severely depleted. Immediate deep meditation recommended. The weaving core provided a calm assessment. Guing forced a bitter smile and shook her head. She struggled to stand up and approached the floating, colorful orbs. She could feel that each orb contained part of the star spirit civilization's history, knowledge, art, and emotions. Proof that they once existed. She couldn't just let them drift here. She gathered her remaining strength and guided the colorful spheres of civilization information to a quiet spot near the world tree. Then, using her weaving core as a brush and her mental energy along with the rules of the Sumer realm as ink, she carefully began to draw. She was not trying to revive the star spirits. That was impossible now. Instead, she wanted to create a monument for them, a lasting memorial made of rules and information. With her thoughts, the colorful spheres of civilization information responded as if called, flying toward her chosen area and then dissolving into the ground like rain. Soon after, a monument made of pure energy and countless tiny rule symbols rose slowly from the earth. On its surface, scenes from the history of the star spirits, symbols, and art patterns flowed and changed like living things, recording their former glory and ultimate tragedy. The inscriptions were in the star spirit's language and the universal language of the universe. Using knowledge gained from assimilated information, Guing carved into it. This place holds the traces and echoes of the star spirit civilization. They once shone like stars, but ultimately withered in the plague of rules. May the light of their civilization be eternally watched over here. As the monument was completed, a wave of peaceful, sorrowful, yet relieved thoughts radiated from it, slowly blending into the rules of the Sumer realm. It was as if the departed star spirits had finally found a resting place. Guing stood silently before the monument for a moment. Guilt still lingered in her heart, but she found some comfort. She turned to look at the towering world tree and the small world that was now taking shape. This experience had taught her a heavy lesson. Power, especially the kind related to rules and the fabric of the world, must be used with great caution. Sometimes, the line between saving and destroying is very thin. She withdrew from the Sumer realm and felt a strong, almost tangible connection different from before. The small world's rapid growth reflected back on her. She could sense that her mental energy limit and her harmony with the rules had greatly increased, though she was now in a state of overexertion. She glanced at the area still shrouded in void devourer, completely empty and desolate, and at the remnants of civilization. There are no longer any signals of distress here, only complete silence. She once again activated the weaving core, relying on her strengthened connection with the small world and her own increased power. With great difficulty, she reoriented the Earth's coordinates and tore open a much more stable return path than before. She took a step forward, and the space shifted. When she finally stood firmly again, she was back in her familiar living room. Yuanbao immediately rushed over, anxiously rubbing against her legs and making soft sounds. Guing bent down, picked it up, and buried her face in its soft, warm fur. She took a deep breath. "It's okay now, Yuanbao," she whispered, her voice tired but also carrying a sense of calm after hardships. "I'm back." However, her retirement life seemed impossible to return to, just simple cat care and pottery making. On her shoulders, an invisible monument made of star spirit civilization's memory weighed heavily. Behind her, a small world was rapidly growing, full of potential but also filled with unknown risks. The road ahead was long and uncertain. She must proceed carefully. Back on Earth, Guing seemed to have sealed away the thrilling battles and brutal rules of the star spirit world behind a silent, closed cross-dimensional portal. The apartment still had the familiar lazy sunlight, Yuanbao's dissatisfied purring, and the distant city noise outside the window. But some things had quietly changed. Guing sat on the sofa all afternoon, holding Yuanbao without speaking, simply feeling the warmth of this ordinary, regained peace. Deep in her mind, the transformation of the Sumeru realm was like background noise, constant and profound. The towering world tree, the vast land, and the newly erected star spirit monument constantly reminded her of that brief, but heavy experience. The exhaustion from her severely drained mental energy surged like waves, but she could feel that beneath the weakness was a stronger, broader mental core, like a widened riverbed waiting for the water to flow again. Her perception of the surrounding rules became sharper than ever. The flow of energy in the air, the stability of microscopic structures, even the Earth's powerful yet gentle breathing beneath her feet, all became clear. This was a qualitative leap, but it came at the cost of nearly erasing a trace of civilization. She let out a gentle sigh, rubbed Yuanbao's head, and got up to pour herself a cup of warm water. As the warm liquid flowed down her throat, soothing her dry body, a real and lively sense of relief slowly dispelled the cold feeling deep inside her heart. In the days that followed, Guing entered a deep period of hibernation. She refused all unnecessary disturbances, even temporarily putting aside her pottery. Her daily life became very regular, meditating to restore her mental strength, carefully studying and familiarizing herself with the new rules of the Sumeru realm after its rapid growth, feeding and comforting Yuanbao, who still held a grudge about her, leaving home, and trying to enjoy this rare, peaceful time without the need to think about saving or destroying. After devouring most of the rules and foundations of the spirit world, the Sumeru realm had stabilized at stable period 78%. The 200-acre space was no longer flat. In the center was the plain where the world tree stood, and further out, gentle hills covered with faint energy mist appeared. Even a thin stream, made of pure energy and rules, began to gather at the roots of the world tree and meander into the distance. The entire space's rule system became more complex and coherent, full of vitality and potential for evolution. The monument of the spirit civilization stood quietly on a corner of the plain, radiating a peaceful yet sorrowful aura, forming a strange harmony with the vibrant life of the Sumeru realm. Guing occasionally stood in front of the monument, not out of remorse, but as a reminder, reminding herself of the limits of her power and the responsibility that needed to be reset. As her mental strength gradually recovered, Guing began to try more delicate control over the power of the Sumeru realm. She was no longer satisfied with simple interference like creating vitality pottery, but started exploring how to use the rules of the small world in more subtle and clever ways, applying them to herself and her surroundings. Her first attempt was defense, not the hard shield of energy, but a defense based on the unique features of the Sumeru realm, rules, blurred presence, and causal deflection. She tried projecting a bit of the outer wall, rule of the small world onto herself, and the effect was immediate. When she walked on the street, people around her would subconsciously ignore her presence. Even if their gaze swept over her, they would quickly look away, as if she was just part of the background. Surveillance cameras capturing her image also became extremely blurry and easily filtered by algorithms. This is a kind of fundamental, low profile, based on rules, which is more basic and effective than any optical camouflage or information disguise. Then, she began to study perception. With the help of the Sumer realm and the world tree's strong sensitivity to rules, she could faintly sense subtle changes in all rules within a certain range centered on herself, even without actively releasing her mental power. This means that any malicious spying, energy detection, or even space locking aimed at her, as long as it stirs ripples in the rule layer, is hard to escape her perception. This gives her an unprecedented sense of security. She even started to try using the new energy stream within the Sumer realm to purify and improve her energy quality. The effect is slow, but it is a fundamental way to strengthen her foundation. While Guing was immersed in this low-key development and solidifying her basics in peaceful life, an unexpected visitor came again without warning. This time, it was not an official person nor Zeta, nor the mysterious collector. It was a weekend morning. Guing had just finished meditating and was about to prepare breakfast for herself and Yuan Bao. The doorbell rang. She went to the door and looked at the monitor. Standing at the door was a child. He looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a faded, obviously ill-fitting old outfit. His face was dirty, and his hair was messy, but his eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, carrying a calmness and an inexplicable weariness beyond his age. He was clutching a small robot toy made from scrap parts and rough wood tightly in his arms. An ordinary human child? How did he find this place? Moreover, Guing keenly sensed that there seemed to be a very faint but extremely pure soul fluctuation around this child. This fluctuation was different from any energy form she had seen before, more like a certain trait once captured by the weaving core, belonging to a higher dimensional level.
Guinguet s'alarme bellèrent softly.
When something is abnormal, there must be a reason. She quietly opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" Guing asked calmly. The child looked up, his clear eyes directly meeting Gu Ying's. There was no fear or curiosity typical of ordinary children, only a calm scrutiny. He raised the rough little robot in his arms and spoke in a strange rhythm, unlike a child's tone. "It says, you are very quiet and very strong here. Can I come in and stay for a while?"
"Just for a little while,"
it asked. Gu Ying's gaze fell on the rough toy robot. Her sense told her it was just an ordinary, lifeless object with no energy response. But the pure, bright soul wave from the child couldn't be faked. Guing paused for a moment. She didn't feel any malice. Instead, she sensed a deep exhaustion from the child, as if he were a traveler who had journeyed for millions of years. "Come in," she said, turning aside to let him pass. The child nodded politely, holding his small robot, and quietly entered the apartment. He looked around curiously at the simple yet cozy living room. His eyes lingered on the special pottery pieces Guing had made, then he sat down on the sofa, carefully placing the small robot beside him. Guing poured him a cup of warm water and brought some snacks to his front. "Thank you," the child said, but he didn't touch the snacks. Instead, he hugged his knees and sat quietly, as if resting or listening to something. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Guing asked, sitting opposite him, trying to probe. The child shook his head. "I don't remember my name, and I come from very far away." His gaze drifted. "I'm playing hide and seek, and there are many noisy shadows looking for me. Only here, they can't find me, and they don't dare to come in." "Hide and seek? Noisy shadows?" Guing frowned slightly. The child's words were full of metaphor, but she understood what he meant. He was being chased by something. His apartment, because of the rules of the Sumeru realm projection and his own sense of presence, became a temporary safe house. "Why are you being chased?" Guing asked further. The child looked down at his toes, voice softer. "Because I'm different. I can hear many sounds of the world, the stars and those shadows. They don't like that I can hear, and they want to catch me and lock me up." Gu Ying's mind moved. High-dimensional soul waves? Hearing the sounds of everything? This child probably isn't an ordinary human. He might be a creature from another dimension with special talents, or a reincarnation of an ancient being. And those noisy shadows chasing him are probably not friendly. "You are safe here," Guing said softly. "As long as you don't want to leave, no one can take you away." This wasn't just comfort. It was a fact. With her current control over the Sumeru realm, rules, and her strength, she was confident she could protect this child unless a collector of a very high level personally intervened. The child looked up, and for the first time, his clear eyes showed a hint of relief. "Yes. It's very thick, like a big shell." He pointed at his feet and then around him. Guing smiled slightly at his innocent comparison. For the next half-day, the mysterious child stayed quietly in Gu Ying's apartment. He didn't make trouble. Most of the time, he just held his small robot and stared into space, or curiously watched Yuanbao patrol the house. Yuanbao also seemed curious about this little guest. Unlike how it reacted to strangers, it didn't get aggressive or hide. Instead, it occasionally sniffed him and then wagged its tail, as if accepting his presence. Guing didn't bother him much. She focused on her own tasks, while keeping a close eye on the outside world and the rules. She could faintly sense that in the city sky, and even in broader dimensions, several obscure but powerful thoughts swept past like invisible searchlights, seemingly searching for something. But whenever these thoughts touched the invisible rule shell around her apartment, they were reflected or deflected silently, like a smooth mirror, unable to. This confirmed the child's words and proved that Gu Ying's own defense methods were effective. In the evening, the child jumped down from the sofa and walked to Guing. He looked up and said, "I'm leaving." The shadow's attention seems to have been drawn away by something else. Guing looked at him. "Do you have a place to go?" The child shook his head, then nodded. "I don't know, but staying in one place all the time will get me found. Thank you for letting me rest." He paused, looked at Guing seriously, and said, "You're a good person, and your house is very special. It seems to be growing." Guing felt a chill in her heart. This child was truly extraordinary. Even sensing the growth of the Sumeru realm, she didn't ask more. Instead, she took out a box of unopened snacks and a small water bottle filled with clear water, handing them to the child. "Take these for the road." The child did not refuse. He took the item, held it in his arms, and then lifted the rough little robot, saying, "It also says thank you." Afterward, he waved to Guing, hugged his belongings, and turned to leave the apartment. His small figure quickly disappeared around the staircase corner. Guing stood at the door, feeling the pure energy of the child's soul gradually fade away, eventually vanishing into the busy city and complex rules. She closed the door and returned to the living room. Yuanbao jumped onto the sofa and meowed at her, as if asking if the strange little one had left. Guing patted its head, feeling a mix of emotions. Today's event seemed like just a small interruption, but it revealed many things. On Earth, or in dimensions related to Earth, things are not peaceful. Unknown beings are chasing this special child, and her small world seems to have entered the sight of some entities, becoming a unique, safe spot. Whether this is good or bad remains unknown. But Guing did not regret her decision today. Protecting a child who is being hunted aligns with her basic moral principles. It also gave her a clearer understanding of her own abilities. She truly has the power to provide shelter and influence the situation within a certain range. Her retired life seems unlikely to completely avoid these troubles from different dimensions. However, now she is much stronger than when she was reborn and has more cards and confidence to face challenges. She walked to the window and looked at the city lit up at night. "Come on," she whispered softly, her eyes calm and firm. "No matter what kind of shadow or anything else tries to disturb my peace, they first have to ask if my house agrees." The Sumeru realm in her mind vibrated slightly, sending a strong and solid resonance. Yuanbao rubbed against her feet and yawned widely. Meow. Translation: Is it time to eat yet? Guing chuckled and bent down to pick it up. "Let's go eat. Today, I'll give you an extra meal." Troubles may keep coming, but life must go on. And she was already ready. The arrival and departure of the mysterious child are like a stone thrown into Gu Ying's calm retirement lake. After the ripples fade, the lake seems to return to its usual peace, but beneath the surface, there is a quiet alertness. Guing does not let this disturb her life. Instead, she internalizes this awareness as part of her daily routine. She focuses more on refining her inner strength and carefully honing her Sumeru realm. Her mental power steadily recovers through deep meditation, becoming even more solid and refined than before. She becomes more skilled at controlling this Sumeru realm, no longer just using it for simple projection and defense. She begins to try more delicate operations. For example, she can draw a tiny amount of water vapor from the energy stream inside the Sumeru realm and mix it into the water she uses to water her balcony plants. The effect is immediate. Ordinary plants seem to gain new life, with lush green leaves and vibrant flowers. The flowering period even extends several times, making neighbors like Aunt marvel and ask her for flower care tips. Guing just says she uses a special nutrient solution brought by a friend from out of town. She also starts to use tiny crystals formed inside the Sumeru realm, which contain different rule characteristics, byproducts naturally formed after the world tree's roots absorb and transform rule fragments to make more unusual small objects. For example, she embeds small crystals containing the tranquility rule into sandalwood to carve calming charms. She gives one to Grandma Lee upstairs, who has struggled with insomnia for years. After wearing it, her long-standing sleep problems disappear. She also mixes crystal powder containing fragments of the sharpness rule into clay to make a tea knife. The knife, which can cut hair and break threads, is casually given to the community director who loves tea ceremonies. These actions quietly influence her neighbors, transforming her from a somewhat introverted, skilled young woman into a mysterious but kind-hearted, lucky star. Being part of the community and being needed and liked by ordinary people strangely eases her psychological scars from the star spirit incident, making her cherish the simple joys of everyday life even more. However, when the trees wish to remain still, the wind does not stop. This time, the disturbance does not come from external threats but from her own power's overflow effect, as the Sumeru realm stabilizes at 78% stability. The world tree's energy intake grows larger and larger. Even if Guing tries to restrain herself, a trace of extremely pure, higher rule energy, beyond normal cosmic energy, inevitably leaks through her connection to the Sumeru realm and naturally disperses into the outside world. This aura is undetectable to ordinary people and regular instruments, but for certain special beings, it is as noticeable as a lighthouse in the dark. At first, it was just some naive local spirits, like the ancient locust tree spirit in the nearby park, which had been there for years and was half awake. It was unconsciously attracted by this aura and late at night sent a faint thought toward Gu Ying's apartment, like a small animal approaching a warm campfire. Gu Ying sensed it, but did not chase it away. Instead, she gently brushed it with a soft mental force, showing it was harmless. The locust tree spirit then calmed down, but every night it would send a small thought, bathing in the comforting aura, which made its intelligence grow a little faster. But this was only the beginning. A few nights later, Gu Ying was observing the natural patterns on the leaves of the world tree inside the Sumeru realm when she suddenly felt something. Her consciousness returned to reality. She walked to the window and looked toward the southeast night sky. She saw a faint, almost invisible blue-purple streak of light, moving in a strange, unpredictable way, sometimes flickering, sometimes twisting, falling rapidly toward her city. The core of this streak emitted a chaotic, fierce, yet ancient and vast demonic aura. This was not a technological creation or a known supernatural fluctuation.
It was
Demonic energy. A powerful, injured demonic aura. Gu Ying frowned. Since Earth entered the interstellar age, most mythic creatures and wild monsters had hidden away or integrated into new orders. Such a bold and aggressive demonic aura had not appeared for a long time. Clearly, this was coming for her, or rather, it was attracted by the high-level rules of the Sumeru realm she unintentionally released. This is really troublesome. Gu Ying sighed. She didn't want this thing to crash into the city, causing panic and destruction. In an instant, she made a decision. Her figure flickered and disappeared from her apartment. The next moment, she appeared on the top of a desolate mountain at the edge of the city. The night wind blew her hair as she calmly watched the approaching blue-purple streak. Getting closer, she could feel the madness and pain hidden within the demonic aura. In the streak, a vague outline could be seen, shaped like a giant eagle, with a single horn, wrapped in black lightning. The creature also spotted Gu Ying on the mountain peak and let out a sharp, piercing scream that seemed to reach the soul. It sped up, like a falling meteor, rushing toward her with claws extended, carrying a threatening force that seemed to tear space apart. Gu Ying's eyes grew cold. She didn't want to cause a big disturbance by fighting directly, nor did she want to kill easily. She raised her hand and connected her mind to the Sumeru realm, not to attack, but to block. Centered on the mountain she stood on, the rules of space within 100 meters were instantly adjusted, turning into a thick, sticky substance like glue. The creature swooping down felt a tightness around its body, as if caught in an invisible swamp. Its speed slowed sharply, and its attack became twisted and sluggish. Sparks of black lightning crackled around it, but it couldn't break free from this invisible restraint.
roar.
The creature roared in anger, its scarlet eyes fixed on Gu Ying, full of violence and a hint of disbelief. It seemed unable to understand why a seemingly ordinary human could have such strange powers. Gu Ying didn't give it a chance to struggle. She extended her index finger and pointed into the air. It wasn't an attack, but a gentle guiding of a rule-based force containing calming and purifying meaning, like a bridle, precisely directed into the creature's forehead, the core of its demon soul. Woo! The creature's huge body trembled violently. Its fierce demonic aura, as if doused with cold water, instantly dimmed. Its scarlet eyes regained a moment of clarity, showing great fear and pleading. It realized that the being before it was not something it could fight against. Gu Ying looked at this ancient demon, which seemed quite intelligent but had fallen into madness for some unknown reason, and her heart moved slightly. She could sense that this demon's true nature was not evil, only corrupted or driven mad by some force. Since your cultivation is not easy and your intelligence remains, I will spare your life today, Gu Ying's cold voice echoed in the demon's mind. But you cannot escape death, and life will be difficult. I will send you into my spirit enclosure to purge your demonic energy and reflect on your mistakes. When your rage is gone, I will set you free. Before her words finished, Gu Ying fully activated the Sumeru realm. This time, it was no longer a rule projection but a true space containment. A tiny vortex, made of countless rule runes and only visible to Guing, appeared before her. In an instant, it enveloped the struggling demon, greatly reducing its resistance. The monster let out a sharp cry, and its huge body was forcibly pulled and compressed by the tiny whirlpool. In the end, it turned into a streak of light, swallowed and disappeared. On the mountaintop, everything returned to silence. Only the rustling of the night wind through the trees remained, as if the dramatic scene had never happened. Guing took a deep breath. Forcibly capturing a powerful ancient monster into the Sumeru realm was a heavy burden for her. She immediately sank her consciousness into the small world. Inside the Sumeru realm, the newly formed hill area now had a new resident. The ancient monster had shrunk to the size of a common eagle, looking tired and lying in a mountain hollow. It was still surrounded by faint black energy, but the pure and strong rules of the Sumeru realm acted like an invisible grindstone, slowly erasing and purifying its fierce aura. The vitality and order radiated by the world tree made it feel naturally comfortable and respectful, so it dared not move. Guing set its activity range and activated the rules to form an invisible barrier, preventing it from running around and damaging the environment of the Sumeru realm. She planned to observe for a while. If this monster could rid itself of its hostility, perhaps it could stay as a mountain guardian beast. If it remained stubborn, she could deal with it later. After dealing with this unexpected visitor, Guing returned to her apartment. She found Yuanbao sitting on the windowsill, its amber eyes watching the direction she had just left, with its tail gently flicking. "It's okay now. An unruly big fellow has been put in the backyard, Guing said, patting its head. Yuanbao meowed and jumped down from the windowsill, rubbing against her leg to show it understood. This incident made Guing realize that as she and the Sumeru realm grew stronger, she was like a magnet attracting all kinds of special beings. Some were harmless, like the locust tree spirit. Others were dangerous, like this ancient monster. She had to prepare in advance. In the following days, she systematically used the weaving core and the knowledge from the Stasis Keeper database to study how to build a more complete and intelligent filtering and defense system. She was no longer satisfied with passive rule deflections and vague presence. Instead, she wanted to create a mechanism that could actively identify, evaluate, and take appropriate actions, from gentle guidance to forced expulsion or even suppression, covering the area centered on her and gradually expanding. This project is very large and involves complex role programming and energy structures. But Guingla enjoys it, like installing the best smart security system in her retirement villa. Although it is troublesome, it makes her feel safer. She uses the rejected, useless rule impurities from the Sumeru realm edge, mainly from the spirit world, combined with Earth's materials. She quietly embeds tiny rule nodes in the city underground, in the sky clouds, and even in surrounding space layers. These nodes connect to form an invisible network that can sense abnormal energy, soul fluctuations, and space disturbances, responding according to her set standards. Time passes quietly and busy, fulfilling infrastructure work. Guingla's safe zone expands from her apartment building to the entire neighborhood, then to nearby districts. She works patiently like a busy spider, weaving her rule network. Unknowingly, her actions make her area gradually become one of the few places on Earth where strange events happen less often, the environment is more peaceful, and even the air feels fresher. The official Supernatural Phenomena Office detects these subtle changes. Mr. Zhong looks at the report, focusing on the radiation zone centered around Guingla's apartment, and shows a meaningful smile. He does not take any action but quietly raises the confidentiality level of related files again. Meanwhile, a mysterious child who briefly stayed in the city holds his rough little robot and looks toward Guingla's direction, a hint of doubt in his clear eyes. The shell there seems thicker now, and it has grown. Spikes? He tilts his head and says to his small robot, but it's still very quiet. Right? Of course, the rough robot does not answer. The child lowers his head and continues walking into the crowd. His small figure quickly disappears among the city's neon lights. Guingla knows nothing about this. She just finished setting up a rule node in a district, feeling happy as she brews a pot of new tea. As the aroma rises, she looks out at the bustling world outside the window, feeling the small, thriving world in her mind and the ancient demon in the mountain valley being quietly purified. A slight smile appears on her face. Retirement life, although occasionally turbulent, is generally moving in the direction she hoped for. Now, she is just waiting for the security network to be fully established. She lifts her teacup and gently blows on it. It seems that in the future, my job as retirement office director will also include responsibilities as a local police officer. She chuckles to herself and takes a sip of her tea. The taste is good.